Hello? Before you dive into this audiobook, I'd like to inform you that if you wish to support the author of this fanfic, there's a link in the description. Also, please note that this novel was originally written in Chinese. Enjoy listening. Chapter 101 Shocked Vegeta. The next day, everyone started the group battle training plan. The battle method is air combat, and the location is the sea west of the resort. After a simple draw of rock paper scissors, Tian Xinyan became the boss of Jinyu. The strongest state is activated, 10 times Kaioken is activated. Then, the others did not activate Kaioken, and each threw skills at Tianjin. Krillin, look at me solar flare. As he said, Krillin put his hands on both sides of his head and activated the strongest control skill with the help of sunlight. This was originally Tian Xinyan's exclusive skill, but Krillin used it. Knowing the bug of solar flare, Tian Xinyan had to be cautious. Tian Xinyan closed his eyes. It seemed that he entered the state of tranquility like the sky taught by Bobo. In fact, it is to identify the position by sound. In the noise of the whistling sea breeze and the surging waves, he heard the sound of breaking the air and felt the flow of air. In a flash, Tian Xinyan, who was ready, closed his eyes. Solar flare was ineffective. However, when solar flare was shining, the other opponents who were besieging Tian Xinyan turned their backs to solar flare and began to throw skills at him. Jiaozi, Dongdongbo, Sun Goku, Kamiha, Yamcha, FK the air bomb. Shishi, this air slash is a bit beyond the scope, but I'll try it. However, when she took advantage of Tian Xinyan being controlled by solar flare and used the air slash, originally, Shishi was worried that Bulma would scold her for the air slash. She clearly saw that Bulma, who was watching the battle below, looked very satisfied. It seems that Bulma is serious. In a multi-on-one situation, she has to play a little wolf. Forcing the boss to be a mortal enemy, this training is meaningful. So, Shishi's air slash slashed towards Tian Xinyan. Little did they know that Bulma could only see the small wins and losses during the rest time of the battle, and 590 could not keep up with the speed of their battle. In Bulma's eyes, she could only see some energy collisions. Sometimes she could even lose track of people. However, she could still see Shishi charging up for the Chi Yuan Zhan. But she thought it was okay. Swish. At the same time, countless skills shot towards him. Tian Xinyan kept dodging in the air. He seemed to have dodged the attacks of various moves with ease, except for being cautious about the Chi Yuan Zhan and hiding a little further away. For other moves, such as the whole wave and the Chi bomb, he didn't waste any more movement and just went through. If he really couldn't avoid it, he would use Chi to resist, even if the opponent had more people and stronger strength. But she had activated the tenfold Kaioken, and her combat power could reach as much as 1 million. Her strength, speed, and defense were much stronger. Moreover, today was only the testing stage, and no one else was allowed to activate the Kaioken. Therefore, with a combat power of 1 million, the chance of failure against multiple people with combat power of 200,000 or 300,000 is very low. The combat power gap is too large, and even the defense cannot be broken. The only disadvantage is the lack of endurance. However, Bulma had already thought of the strategy before creating this team battle training mode. As the boss of today, he can have 10 senzu beans as endurance supplies. When everyone's moves were used on Tian Xinyan again and again, but failed to produce any effect, everyone also began to gradually let go of themselves. Goku and Krillin attacked with physical skills. When he needed to take a breath after a set of attacks, Tian Xinyan should counterattack. At this moment, Shishi, Yamcha, and Jiaozi added skills. They also have strong cutting skills such as Chi Yuan Zhan, so they can't be careless at all. They can only dodge. Just when Tian Xinyan was beaten by everyone and couldn't fight back, Zima shouted, "Hey, Tian Xinyan, what are you doing? You are practicing to withstand pressure when you are fighting against so many people alone." Tian Xinyan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Bulma said, "Just hurt 2 of them, let them lose their numbers, and defeat them one by one, isn't it?" Tian Xinyan blinked. "Am I going to kill them?" "Bulma, control it, keep a breath, even if you die. The healing chamber and senzu beans are ready, let go of the fight a little, otherwise this training is so expensive, it won't work if it doesn't work." Tian Xinyan nodded, "I understand." After hearing Bulma's suggestion, Tian Xinyan also began to be ruthless. Well, Shishi is using Chi Yuan Zhan to sneak attack, kill him first, Qi Gong Cannon. As a result, when he was just charging, Krillin sneaked up again. Tian Xinyan was suddenly interrupted, and kicked Krillin away with a backhand kick. Then he started to use a relatively fast small move. Even if he didn't charge, with the state of 10 times Kaioken, the small move could hurt them. Soon, Tian Xinyan entered the state of killing. During the battle, there were finally some exciting scenes. For example, someone was knocked away and was rescued by his teammates. Another example is who was locked, and then another person made a move to save Zhao. Tian Xinyan had to give up killing an opponent to avoid the moves. The simulated battles became more and more exciting, and Bulma was getting more and more interested in watching. On the other side, Raditz and Piccolo were training in the large gravity room. Piccolo wore a gravity bracelet, and the gravity room was turned on. This made Piccolo, who tried high gravity for the first time, taste the sweetness. No wonder they are so strong. They have been training in a high gravity environment since childhood. With the guidance of famous teachers such as Master Roshi, Karen Sage, Popo, and King Kai, If his basic combat power is not 100 times stronger than his, it would be considered respect for his talent. After a day of training, Piccolo couldn't help but sigh. What a hard life he had lived before. Similarly, Raditz, who had adapted to the high gravity over and over again, also felt the improvement in strength. Every night, Raditz could get a lot of gains by testing his combat power. Yes, he could make progress every day. The improvement in combat power undoubtedly gave motivation to this guy who was not very willing to practice. Before, he thought that he had no chance to surpass any of Kakarot and the others, and he was a little bit willing to give up. But, as a Saiyan, he was also a little unwilling. However, when he found that according to his current training progress, if nothing unexpected happened, in less than a year, his combat power would surpass Vegeta, he was very happy. Who is Vegeta? The Saiyan Prince. He is gifted. On weekdays, he is high and mighty, and treats himself and Nappa as errand boys, ordering them around all day long. Now, the chance to fight back has come, how can we not be excited? Raditz is somewhat looking forward to seeing Vegeta's expression of shock that he has surpassed him. How wonderful it would be. What shocked Raditz the most was that he was injured once when he was practicing. As a result, he recovered after taking a senzu bean. He found out that this thing was amazing that day, and he felt that he had become stronger. Because after recovery, the same Dongwon was not so strenuous. So, at night, he asked Bulma to check his combat power, and the result was that the combat power had reached more than 3,000. He was almost catching up with Nappa. Raditz was almost moved to tears. He still wanted to get injured and use the Saiyan bug to improve his strength. After all, he still had 9 senzu beans. However, when Bulma checked that his combat power had skyrocketed due to recovery from injury, he gave him advice. He also poured a bucket of cold water on him. Without solid practice, simply relying on recovery from injury and near death to improve combat power will soon reach a bottleneck. Actually, although being wounded and dying is a Saiyan's talent, it is actually just the development of combat potential that has not been used in training. If the wound healing continues for a few times, it will reach a bottleneck and become useless. A month has passed. The team battle training is in full swing. In order to cooperate, Krillin learned a new skill, which is still a charging skill similar to the magic light killing cannon or the air elemental slash. Because there are Dragon Balls and senzu beans as a backup. Even, they developed a fighting method of exchanging injuries for lives. The effect is very good. However, this training was soon stopped. Because, after a month of group battle training, the consumption of these guys was getting worse and worse. Bulma found that the senzu beans that were originally enough to last for a year were so exhausted so quickly. She didn't want senzu beans to become a luxury that was out of reach, so she quickly stopped this training. However, although the consumption was the same, but in the past month, everyone has made a significant improvement. The combat effectiveness may not have been improved much, but the combat experience, acumen, or tacit understanding of cooperation have all been greatly improved. Because they have tasted the benefits of actual combat, even if Bulma does not provide senzu beans support. Everyone still prefers combat training. It's just that it has changed from multiple people besieging one person to a one-on-one duel. Similar to the rules of the world's first martial arts association. You can't kill the opponent, admit defeat, or faint. Although it's not as intense as Krypton senzu beans. But this training method is also suitable for them. In this way, whether it is Goku and his group, or Raditz and Piccolo, they all make progress a little bit every day. Time flies, and 11 months have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a spherical universe ship fell in the East City. It directly smashed a ruin. The powerful impact caused the ground to collapse and form a big pit. The people around were all shocked. The onlookers couldn't help but stop and watch. What's going on? I was so scared that I fell down. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Suddenly, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a round universe ship came into view. What is that? Is it a meteorite? It scared me, but fortunately it didn't hit me, otherwise I would be dead. At this moment, the door of the spherical universe ship opened, and Vegeta walked out. People who saw him were surprised. Hey, a person came out. Could it be that thing is the universe ship? It looks like an alien, and looks the same as us humans. Yeah, I thought aliens were all monkeys, but they look the same, with a pair of eyes and a mouth. Just shorter. Vegeta ignored everyone and looked around. After a while, Vegeta said, "Is this the Earth? It doesn't look very good." Looking around, no one came to welcome him. Vegeta snorted coldly. Huh? You said I should come, but no one came to greet me, King Vegeta. Kakarot didn't come, and Raditz didn't come either, which really annoyed me. As he said this, Vegeta pressed the detector. Forget it, let's see where they are first. As he said this, Vegeta pressed the detector. Although Vegeta knew that if the detector was turned on, it would be detected by Frieza's army. But this was just an Earth that was of no use to him. The safety of the Earth had nothing to do with him, so he didn't care whether the Earth was targeted by Frieza. Just then, Vegeta's detector beep, beep, sounded. Vegeta curled his lips and immediately smiled. Hey, there are so many powerful energy reactions. As he said this, he was about to check the combat power. But when he was about to press the detector to check the combat power, a voice suddenly stopped him. Hey, Vegeta, bandit, don't use that detector. Vegeta looked over in the direction of the voice. Raditz was walking towards him, and he quickly approached him. Raditz' height of more than 2 meters made him look particularly short in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's face showed a hint of annoyance. Raditz, didn't I tell you not to get too close to me? It will make me look very short. Raditz scratched his head and moved a little further away from him. He complained, Vegeta, you are really troublesome, and you still have the same bad temper as before. Vegeta's pupils shrank. What, you said I'm troublesome? You actually talk to me like this? Are you getting cocky and want to challenge my authority? The feeling of being oppressed by Vegeta for a lifetime surged into his heart, and Raditz's original momentum immediately disappeared. No, I don't mean that, Vegeta. I just adapted to the way of communication on Earth and forgot how to talk to you, don't mind it. Hearing Raditz's change of tone, Vegeta did not continue to get angry. Forget it, that's not important. Have you prepared the Dragon Ball that woman mentioned? Raditz scratched his head. Dragon Ball, what Dragon Ball? Vegeta said angrily, I mean, if you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish, right? Raditz suddenly realized. You mean that one? No one collects it, Bulma only has one. And, for a while, Dragon Balls are not allowed to be used for other things. You can only make a wish once a year with Dragon Balls. Bulma said that this time when he goes to fight Frieza, the Dragon Ball is a layer of insurance. If we can't beat him together, we can still revive with the Dragon Ball. Vegeta said angrily, idiot, don't you have brains? Is that how you use Dragon Ball? You idiots. Do you think that a bunch of ants can really defeat 3.0 Frieza if they unite? Raditz raised his eyebrows. Hey, Vegeta, I've been putting up with you for so long, I can't stand it anymore. Don't keep calling me a fool. I'm no less powerful than you now. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. Also, you're not our captain anymore. We're a team now, everyone is equal, don't order me around. Vegeta looked at Raditz in shock. Raditz looked arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. Vegeta was furious. Asshole, you're looking for death. As he said that, Vegeta raised his hand and an energy bullet shot at Raditz. Raditz's mouth curled. Then he waved his hand knife and caught the energy bullet directly. Vegeta's pupils shrank. What? You can bounce my energy bullet so quickly. Raditz smiled. Hehe, Vegeta, you can't control your breath at all. Now I'm finally sure that you are so weak even in front of me. What did you say? Raditz smiled contemptuously. Since you want to open the detector, it's up to you. As he spoke, Raditz's breath increased. As he spoke, Vegeta's detector beeped. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, bang. Vegeta's detector exploded directly. Vegeta was shocked. How is it possible? My detector is broken. Raditz was also stunned. Oh, I forgot, the detection limit of the old detector is only more than 20,000. No wonder it exploded. Chapter 102 Turles invades Earth. Seeing Vegeta doubting his life because of his own fighting ability, Raditz felt a strong sense of satisfaction. What's wrong, Vegeta? Isn't it just that I surpassed you? Don't worry, you are a genius. Kakarot's wife is very powerful, her IQ is extraordinary. It was she who invented a very powerful training method when she was a child, which can tap people's potential to the greatest extent. It was under her training that Kakarot became the most powerful warrior on this planet. So, don't be discouraged. Compared with the Earthlings, we Saiyans are actually more talented in fighting. And you, as the Prince of Saiyan, have a stronger talent. As long as you can practice as hard as I do, you will soon surpass me. As he said, Raditz bent down and picked up the broken detector. It's a waste that this thing is broken like this. I'll take it back to Bulma, she should be able to fix it. At this moment, Vegeta finally recovered and turned to look at Raditz in surprise. Raditz, what is your current combat power? Raditz thought for a moment and said, about 50,000 or so. I haven't tested it for several days. What? 50,000 or so. Vegeta took a breath again. Aren't you stronger than Dodoria and Sabo? Raditz smiled, to be precise, except for Frieza and the Ginyu Force. I am stronger than all the generals under Frieza. How is that possible? Raditz, you have only been here for a year, and you have become so powerful. Vegeta 13 could not help but be shocked and replied. Raditz smiled. That's right, in fact, my talent is not bad. My 1 year of practice has surpassed the efforts of those Earthlings for many years. I believe that in a few years, I will be able to surpass most Earthlings. Vegeta could not help but question again. Raditz, are you kidding? Your combat power has soared from 1,500 to 50,000 in 1 year. It will take several years to catch up with them. Raditz sighed. That can't be helped. They have been practicing with scientific methods for a long time. Even if they are not as talented as me, they are still much stronger than me. Forget it, let's not talk about this. No one knew you were coming today, otherwise they would have waited for you. Today is their turn for the land group battle simulation that they haven't held for a long time. In the morning, they went to King Kai and will not be back until the evening. It was Bulma who found you through the detector. She said that she was worried that you would bring Nappa to destroy the Earth. That's why she specially notified me and asked me to pick you up quickly. Vegeta was stunned. King Kai, group battle? What are you talking about? Raditz explained. Actually, it's just going to a place to simulate a battle. Don't worry, it's just a melee combat practice. If they notice that you are back, I believe they will come in half an hour. Vegeta asked again, does it mean that they are not on Earth at this time? Raditz nodded. Yes, I have said it. If they knew you were coming, they would probably come back in a while. They all fly very fast, or that place is not far away. Just as Raditz was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He glanced around and then looked at Vegeta. No, Vegeta, why didn't I see Nappa? Didn't you land at a different place? When Vegeta heard Raditz mention Nappa, he remembered him. He was instantly furious, and a number sign appeared between his eyebrows. Nappa, that bastard, heard that I wanted to rebel against Frieza. He actually informed Frieza's army. I found out, I killed him. What? When Raditz heard this, he immediately swallowed his saliva. Nappa. That guy actually informed, it's incredible. However, Raditz thought about it and he also understood Nappa. Before, Raditz was the weakest among the three. The three of them mixed in Frieza's army, invading planets every day, and their lives were actually pretty good. Moreover, he also knew that Frieza's fighting power was ridiculously high, so high that he could easily blow up a planet. In addition, Frieza had the 5-member Jinyu force under his command, as well as masters such as Sabo and Dodoria, all of whom they could not defeat. Therefore, before coming here, he had never thought of rebelling against Frieza. He didn't even dare to think about it. However, since coming to Earth, after knowing that Kakarot and those Earthlings had millions of fighting power, he changed his mind greatly. Especially after knowing that Kakarot had become the strongest, his Saiyan national pride rose again. Saiyan is the strongest fighting nation. Why should Frieza be the emperor of the universe? How much better it would be to let Saiyan be the emperor of the universe. Raditz sighed. You betrayed us, what a pity. There will be even fewer Saiyans this way. Forget it, since you're dead, you're dead. Thanks to Nappa, it seems that Frieza has also targeted the Earth. But it doesn't matter. You came a month earlier than we expected. We originally planned to go to Frieza a month later. This is good, you can improve your strength a little, and we can go to Namek house together. Anyway, the battlefield must not be set on Earth. After saying that, Raditz changed the subject. Let's go, Vegeta. I'll show you how powerful the Earth's gravity chamber is. I relied on this and worked hard for a year to become so strong. As he said that, Raditz was about to walk towards the resort. However, Vegeta asked another question. No, didn't you say that they are not on Earth? Raditz was confused. Yes, what's wrong? Vegeta immediately said, when I came here just now, I used the detector to discover a lot of powerful energy. Is it possible that there are many strong people on Earth besides Kakarot and others? Raditz blinked and said, no, you are seeing it wrong. Most people on Earth don't practice, and they are only scum with a combat power of 5. Vegeta said angrily, impossible, I will never be seeing it wrong. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly spread and covered the sky. Raditz looked up. Hey, is it going to rain? Vegeta was also curious. Is the climate on Earth so bad? It was sunny just now, and it's going to rain in such a moment. No wonder no one has invaded the Earth for so many years. Raditz looked at the sky and shook his head. No, the climate on Earth is not bad at all. What happened today? Just then, something like a dead branch came into view. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Hey, Raditz, what is that? Raditz rubbed his eyes and looked at it carefully. It seems like a tree is growing. But this tree is too big, isn't it? And it grows too fast. The gravity on Earth is low. Although the trees on Earth grow faster than the trees on our planet Vegeta, it still takes several years to grow. I have been on Earth for a year, and I have never seen a tree that grows so fast. Vegeta carefully looked at the tree trunks and branches in the sky, and suddenly his eyes fixed. No, that is not a normal tree at all, it seems to be the legendary spirit tree. Raditz asked curiously, spirit tree? What the hell is that? Vegeta scanned the branches and vines in the sky around him, and finally confirmed this thing. As a royal family, he still has a lot of knowledge. The corners of his mouth rose high. He smiled and said, I've heard of the spirit tree. It seems to be a plant that absorbs the planet as nutrients. After being parasitized by the spirit tree, the planet will wither soon. It seems that I have caught up with someone invading the Earth. What a coincidence. Raditz couldn't help but be curious. Invasion of the Earth? Are you kidding? Who has such a great ability? Suddenly, Raditz's pupil shrank. Oh no, it can't be Frieza. Damn, why did he come at this time instead of earlier or later? It's really disgusting. Vegeta wanted to explain that it was not Frieza, and he would not use such a despicable method. However, Vegeta suddenly found that he didn't need to explain to Raditz at all. The strong didn't need to explain too much to the weak. Although Raditz was stronger than himself now, Vegeta firmly believed that if he could practice like this, the result would definitely be 100 times stronger than him in the same amount of time. He had full confidence in his talent and understanding. Vegeta said, let's go and see who it is. As he spoke, Vegeta flew towards the tree trunk. Raditz hesitated for a moment and followed him. A moment later, the two arrived at the tree trunk. There was a dense branch at the top, and the sky could not be seen, so the earth suddenly became so dark. The tree trunk was also tens of thousands of times thicker than an ordinary tree, and it was still expanding. Raditz's eyes were cold. It's just a tree. I don't believe that this thing can drain the planet dry. As he spoke, Raditz gathered powerful energy in his palm and suddenly blasted the tree trunk. The powerful ki blast exploded on the tree trunk, raising a violent cloud of dust. Vegeta couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. The Raditz, whom he had never looked down on before, was actually so strong. It was the first time he saw a guy with a combat power of 50,000 take action. At this moment, the dust dissipated. The trunk was intact, still growing and expanding at the same speed. Raditz was shocked. How is it possible? I can't even break a tree. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the legend is true. The spirit tree is very strong, not comparable to ordinary trees. It is also said that eating the fruit of the spirit tree can turn you fishy. Raditz blinked. How strong can it be? Vegeta curled his lips. Who knows? At this moment, a familiar figure slowly appeared in front of them. Vegeta's eyes flashed. Are you Kakarot? Raditz was immediately stunned. Hey, Kakarot, didn't you go to King Kai? You came back so soon? Well, let me introduce you. This is Vegeta, the former prince of Arsyan. The man looked at Vegeta and Raditz, and couldn't help but curl his lips. So it's King Vegeta. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I would meet a Saiyan fellow when I invaded a small planet. I'm just short of manpower. Come on, join me, Vegeta. Raditz suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately said, you are not Kakarot. The man laughed and said, Kakarot? It's also a Saiyan name. Besides you two, do we have other fellows hiding on this planet? Ha 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 ha. That's great, then we have one more person. Let me introduce myself, I'm Turles. Chapter 103 Vegeta is healed from severe injuries. Vegeta was somewhat dismissive when he heard Turles' invitation. However, he was not disgusted. After all, they were all Saiyan. However, if they cooperated, he had to take the lead. After all, he was once the Prince of Saiyan. Before Vegeta could react, Raditz approached Turles. Hearing that he was not Kakarot, he really couldn't help but look him up and down. Your name is Turles. Yes. Raditz touched his chin and walked around Turles, looking at him very carefully from head to toe. Turles was even scared. Turles was a little annoyed. Hey, Raditz? What are you looking at? Is it necessary to be so careful? You don't have any special fetish, do you? Raditz finally finished looking. Standing in front of him and looking at him seriously, Raditz said, Tisk, Tisk, it's so strange, you and my brother Kakarot look exactly the same. Hearing this, Turles laughed and said, maybe many lower-level soldiers look like me, isn't this good? Ha 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 ha. Raditz shook his head, no, it feels wrong. Suddenly, Raditz's pupil shrank. Turles, I'm asking you, who is your father? Turles was stunned for a moment, and asked back, what do you mean? Raditz said meaningfully, rather than saying that you look like Kakarot, it's better to say that you look like my father? I suspect that you are the illegitimate child of my father and his lover. Illegitimate child. Vegeta on the side was surprised, and his gossipy heart got up, and he also looked at Turles. Indeed, when planet Vegeta still existed, in the palace, I saw Bardock once, and you really look like him. Turles snorted coldly. Enough, stop talking nonsense, I'm not the son of Bardock. My father is just an unknown lower-level warrior. Looking alike is purely coincidental. Vegeta touched his chin, that's true. However, Raditz questioned again. Turles, right? Excuse me, who is your mother? Vegeta almost laughed when he heard this. He looked at Turles with a gossipy look on his face, with a little sneer on his face. Feeling Raditz's stout and Vegeta's sneer, Turles was instantly furious, and he looked at Raditz fiercely. You are looking for death. As he spoke, an energy bomb hit Raditz. Fortunately, this energy bomb only meant to make him shut up, and it didn't cause much trouble. Raditz was able to ask this question, so he was naturally prepared and easily avoided the attack. Don't be so angry, Turles. Originally, our planet Vegeta was gone, and the people who harmed it were almost extinct. It was just luck that we met a Saiyan. You and my brother are so similar, we actually met. Let's talk about it. What if you are my half-brother? Turles said angrily, damn it, don't mention my mother, you are looking for death. Turles was about to attack Raditz. Raditz was not afraid, and directly raised his hands to wipe. Are you going to hit me? Don't worry, I will spare your life. If I accidentally kill you, Dad will be angry in his grave. Asshole. Turles rushed towards Raditz. He punched hard. Just when he was about to hit Raditz, Raditz disappeared. Turles' face froze. Here. Turles immediately looked towards the voice, and saw Raditz standing behind him with an arrogant face. Vegeta's sight was still following Raditz's figure. However, his dodging caused Vegeta to lose track of him. Vegeta couldn't help but his pupils shrank suddenly. Damn, Raditz, that bastard, his strength has increased so much, I can't even see his movements. At this moment, the detector on Turles' face beeped. Hey, it's not easy, your combat power is more than 50,000. Raditz smiled, are you surprised by 50,000 combat power? Turles frowned. What do you mean, is it possible that you still have a strong combat power hidden? Raditz waved his hand hurriedly. No, there is no such thing. My fighting power is only this much. However, I am the weakest among us. 50,000 fighting power surprised you. It seems that you are not strong. How about this? I won't invite you to join your team. I am tired of fighting those planets with little fighting power. I will help you to do something big. Don't be surprised. We are going to kill Frieza. You just need to join us. We are all Saiyans. After defeating Frieza, it will be our turn for Saiyans to rule the entire universe. Also, since you look the same as my brother Kakarot, you can be my other brother. By the way, how old are you? Let's see who is the second one between you and Kakarot. Asshole. You are looking for death. Turles was furious and punched Raditz. Raditz crossed his arms and dodged Turles' moves with a confident look. Turles roared and attacked continuously, but he could not touch Raditz at all. Originally, because of his background, he had been humiliated by Raditz for so long. Now he threw many empty punches, and Turles' energy was instantly stronger. He attacked Raditz again. After a few moves, he still could not touch Raditz at all. Turles immediately retreated and distanced himself. He looked up at the branches all over the sky. It seemed that he was looking for the ripe fruits of the spirit tree, but Raditz didn't know about this. Seeing that Turles' attack stopped, he began to persuade him. "Brother, what's wrong? If you don't fight anymore, then it's my turn to fight back." As he said that, Raditz clenched his fists, and his fists made a clicking sound. Then he rushed towards Turles. Turles was startled. He wanted to dodge, but Raditz's fists were faster and more powerful. Turles was hit by his 2 punches, and it felt like he was hit by the universe ship, and his ribs hurt. As Raditz exerted his strength, after 3 punches and 2 kicks, Wallace was instantly knocked out. However, at this moment, the branches and buds of the spirit tree in the sky began to change. Stars kept crawling on the spirit tree. Fruits began to grow behind the flowers, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Raditz was also a little curious when he saw this scene. Is this the result? There are so many fruits. I wonder how they taste and what the effect is. Raditz looked at Vegeta and asked, "What do you think, Vegeta?" Vegeta looked up and snorted. "Huh, boring thing? I don't believe that eating this kind of thing can permanently improve combat effectiveness. It must be not the first time he has eaten this, but his strength is not as good as yours, Raditz." Raditz suddenly realized. That makes sense, Vegeta is worthy of it. He figured it out in an instant. Vegeta snorted, even if it can permanently increase combat power, this prince doesn't care. He clenched his fist and gently raised it in front of him. Only the power you gain through your own practice can be considered your own. That kind of power that comes out of thin air is absolutely unreliable. As soon as the voice fell, Turles picked a fruit from the spirit tree. After 2 bites, his muscles swelled up all of a sudden. Not only did his body grow bigger, but his breath also became several times stronger in an instant. Raditz was shocked. "Oh no, I just ate 2 bites of the spirit tree fruit, and my breath became several times stronger all of a sudden." Vegeta's pupils shrank. He looked at Raditz and asked, What are you talking about? What is it several times stronger?" Raditz explained, "Nothing, this is called breath perception. It's just a way of practicing on Earth. You don't need to rely on detectors, but rely on judging the breath strength. Not only can you judge the combat effectiveness, but you can also sense where the opponent is." Vegeta's mind was a little shaken. "So that's it, it turns out that there is a way to practice this ability on Earth." Raditz said with some pride, "That's right, there are still many magical things on Earth." Just then, Turles approached them again. "Humph, you keep talking about Earth. You are a Saiyan who invaded a planet, but you actually like this planet? It seems that this planet is indeed magical, but it's a pity that the spirit tree has matured, and the energy of this planet has been almost completely absorbed. So, it won't be long before this planet will become desertified and eventually become a dead planet." Raditz was stunned. "What did you say?" Turles raised his mouth. "I said, this planet is going to be destroyed." Raditz was shocked and immediately looked back. He looked at the planet that had begun to turn into a desert, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Raditz said angrily, "Damn it, Kakarot and the others were not here for just a while. And you have ruined the Earth like this, you deserve to die." As he said that, Raditz punched Raditz. Raditz, who had just crushed Turles, was knocked out in an instant. He wiped the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, he was not my opponent just now, but now he has become so powerful. This shitty spirit tree fruit is really weird." As he said that, Raditz looked at Vegeta. "Vegeta, come with me and kill him." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and punched Turles. Raditz also followed closely. However, Turles was so brave at this moment that neither of them could see the action clearly, and was directly killed. Turles' 2 heavy blows hit back and hit the ground heavily. Crack. When landing, Vegeta heard a violent bone fracture. He was not strong enough to fight, and was seriously injured when he hit the tree trunk. There was a violent spasm in his stomach, and he vomited blood all of a sudden. At this moment, Raditz stood up. His injury was not serious, but he found that Vegeta was seriously injured, and immediately looked at Vegeta. "Is it okay, Vegeta?" Ahem. Vegeta was about to speak, and spit out blood again. Raditz realized that he was seriously injured. Turles in the sky saw this scene and was a little surprised. Vegeta, are you really the Prince of Saiyan? I thought you were very strong, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. You are not even as weak as Raditz next to you? I have to declare in advance that I really didn't want to kill you just now." Seeing that Vegeta was breathing less and breathing more after being hit by him, Les's face flashed. "Too weak. It seems that the legendary Saiyan genius has long since become a mediocre person. From now on, the ownership of the universe will belong to me, Lei." Turles glanced at Raditz, then at Vegeta, who lay dying on the ground. Said, "Since you Vegeta are just a waste, there is no need for me to pull you on my spaceship." In addition, Turles glanced at Raditz and said, "Raditz, you have to die too. You two go together." As he said that, Turles gathered an energy bomb in his hand and pointed it at Area 2. Don't do it." Raditz realized that he had gone too far and immediately persuaded him to stop. However, the energy bomb did not hesitate at all and directly hit the 2 of them. Raditz was shocked and immediately crossed his arms, ready to resist with his chi. As long as he doesn't die and holds on for a while, Covet and the others will come back. However, feeling Turtle's powerful fighting power at the moment, he realized that he might be in trouble. Damn, if I could also eat a bite of the fruit of the spirit tree, I must be stronger than that guy. Covet, remember to save me with Dragon Ball, Raditz muttered. Just when the energy was about to drown the two, a golden energy burst horizontally. When the energy failed to hit Raditz and Vegeta exploded halfway, the violent explosion instantly raised a cloud of dust. In the dust, Raditz immediately stood up and was about to leave. However, he looked at Vegeta who was dying beside him. He gritted his teeth and took out a senzu bean. I only have 2 of them, and I have to give you one, damn it. Remember to return it to me when you are rich in the future. After saying that, Raditz picked up Vegeta and stepped aside, and fed the senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta was dying, but suddenly found that he was full of energy, Li Dezeo. The trance caused by excessive blood loss also disappeared. Moreover, he immediately realized that his injuries had healed and he had become much stronger. He couldn't help but look at Raditz. What did you give me to eat? Raditz smiled and said, senzu beans, how about it? Very powerful, right? This thing can heal injuries as long as it has a breath. Just then, the smoke and dust cleared, and Turtle's figure appeared. Who is it? A figure slowly appeared. A green face under a white headscarf and a white cloak. Turtles frowned. Who are you? Seeing Piccolo, Raditz was obviously disappointed. Ah, I thought it was Covet and the others who came back, but it turned out to be Piccolo. Piccolo snorted coldly, huh, from your tone. I'm here, you seem disappointed? I wouldn't have come if I had known. Raditz smiled awkwardly, ha ha ha, just kidding. That guy ate that fruit and became very powerful. I'll join forces with you to deal with him. Damn it, I have been training hard for a year. If I can't even beat this guy, my brother will look down on me. Piccolo nodded and tore off his cape and headscarf. The two rushed towards Turtles together. Vegeta was also surprised to see Piccolo and Raditz join forces to attack Turtles. He looked at his hands in disbelief. It's incredible. Is this the talent of Saiyans to become stronger after resurrecting from the brink of death? I couldn't see anything just now. Now I can actually see the movements of 3 people clearly. At this moment, Raditz and Piccolo were kicked at the same time and flew out heavily. Vegeta saw Turtle's face and immediately pointed his thumb at himself. Damn it, I let you look down on me just now, let me show you how powerful I am. As he said that, Vegeta rushed into the sky, gathered all his strength, and punched Wallace. Chapter 104 Goku attacks, shocking Vegeta. King Kai's planet. Oh no, oh no. Son Goku and his group were still fighting, and King Kai ran out of the hut in a panic. Oh no, something happened to the earth, let's stop. The fight stopped immediately. Son Goku looked curious. Lord King Kai, why are you so panicked? What happened to the planet? Krillin asked uneasily, could it be that Vegeta and Nappa are here, and they start destroying the earth when they come? Tien Shinyan nodded immediately. I heard from Raditz that Nappa, that guy, every time he invades a planet, he will cause a lot of destruction to highlight his grand appearance. Son Goku's eyes flickered, then he shook his head and looked at King Kai. Lord Kai, what's the matter? Please tell me. Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Vegeta is here, but he is not the one who destroyed the earth. Just now when I was sleeping, a group of people came to earth and planted a spiritual tree. It's too late now. The spiritual tree has already blossomed and borne fruit. Life on earth will also be destroyed. Everyone was shocked. What? Krillin's forehead broke out in cold sweat. No way, we are fine when we are on earth every day. As a result, the earth has suffered such serious damage when we occasionally come out for such a day. Who is that person? How can he skip his days? Who did it? A drop of sweat broke out on Yamcha's forehead. I still remember what Bulma said 6 years ago. With the development of science and technology, aerospace technology has become more and more mature. Sooner or later, someone will invade the earth. We are also working hard to practice for the peace of the earth. I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. It caught us off guard. The next moment, Yamcha clenched his fists. But it's time to test the results of my training. Hearing the spirit tree, Son Goku immediately thought of that person, who seemed to be called Turtles. Son Goku hurriedly asked, King Kai, do you know where that person came from? King Kai shook his head, I don't know, those people are a group of people, they should have come from other star regions. They are very skilled in doing things, otherwise it would be impossible to absorb all the nutrients of the earth so quickly. But there is one thing, the leader of that group is Saiyan, and he looks exactly like Goku. Ah, Krillin couldn't help but be surprised. How is it possible? He looks like Goku. Yamcha looked at Son Goku and immediately asked, Goku, do you have a younger brother? Son Goku shook his head. No, but I think I should know who the 3,273 people are. Don't worry about it, let's go back quickly. Suddenly, Son Goku thought of Raditz's current strength and immediately asked, by the way, Lord Kai, can Raditz beat that guy? Others also looked at King Kai. King Kai looked a little strange, neither nodding nor shaking his head. That man must have eaten the fruit of the spirit tree and became extraordinarily powerful. Raditz and the newly arrived Vegeta were both resisting, but both were no match for him and were beaten badly. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's okay, it's a good thing that they got beaten. They're all Saiyans, I don't think Turtles will kill them, right? Shishi immediately said, anyway, let's go. King Kai sighed and said, it's useless for you to rush back. The earth is almost drained. I heard that any planet parasitized by the spirit tree can't escape the fate of desertification and destruction. Soon, your planet will be gone. You should quickly find a new planet to settle down. My place is too small, and the gravity is 10 times higher than that of the Earth, so don't bring too many people back. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi looked at each other, and then looked at King Kai. Tian Xinyan asked, it shouldn't be that serious. Shishi suddenly thought of something and said, don't be so pessimistic, we still have Dragon Ball on Earth. When they heard about Dragon Ball, everyone's face lit up. Oh, that's right. We have the omnipotent Dragon Ball on Earth. That's great, we don't have to worry at all. Son Goku thought about it. Dragon Ball might not be able to cure the spirit tree. However, with their current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to remove the spirit tree. He saw that everyone had absolute confidence in Dragon Ball, so he didn't raise any objections. Now was not the time to discuss. Son Goku immediately said, let's go back quickly, your relationship is free, don't worry. Bulma and my daughter are still on Earth. Krillin also nodded, Goku is right. Sino and my daughter are also here, I hope they are all okay. With that, several people immediately said goodbye to King Kai and flew back along the Snake Road. Son Goku estimated the time while flying rapidly. At the current speed, it would take at least 20 minutes. At this moment, a palpitation suddenly came over him. Why do I feel so nervous? Is Bulma going to be in trouble? Son Goku looked back at Krillin. BDCC. Krillin, I feel something is wrong, let's go first. Krillin nodded immediately. Well, go, Goku. Kaioken. In an instant, Son Goku burst out with red aura, and suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Earth. As expected, Vegeta's fist couldn't even break Turtle's defense. A set of random punches and the prince's fighting method only made Turtle stick with some dust. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, Inles appeared in the crowd. The corner of his mouth showed a trace of evil. Hehe, my lovely King Vegeta. Put away your high and mighty attitude. No matter you were a genius warrior or a royal blood before, you are not even a dog now. As he said that, Turles punched Vegeta in the abdomen, and it seemed that his internal organs were broken at once. Vegeta groaned miserably, his eyeballs bulged, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out again. His breath suddenly became weak. Turles looked at Vegeta with a look like he was looking at trash. Poor guy, can't you even take a punch from me? As he said that, Raditz lifted Vegeta's hair. Knee strike, whip kick, left hook, right hook. In an instant, Vegeta's screams resounded all over the field. After a set of combined punches, Vegeta was beaten to pieces and his face was covered with blood. But Turles seemed to be just playing with him, and didn't kill him directly. He stepped on Vegeta's face and played with him wantonly. Hey, Prince, why are you lying on the ground? The ground is cold, get up quickly. Vegeta spat bloody saliva at Turles. Bah, trash low-level warrior? It's just trash that relies on external things to become stronger. He looked down on those who relied on eating spirit tree fruits to improve their strength. Although Vegeta was seriously injured, he was still very tough and never said a soft word. Because of this, he was met with continuous cruel abuse from Vegeta. Raditz, who was standing by, was also injured, but it was not a big deal. After all, he was much stronger than Vegeta. In addition, Raditz was not as talkative as Vegeta. He did not resist after being beaten and lay on the ground without getting up. Moreover, Vegeta attracted firepower for him. At this moment, watching Vegeta being beaten by Turles, he secretly looked at a ripe spirit tree fruit not far away. That position was above the back of Turles. If he rushed to eat, he would probably be stopped by Turles, or even killed. If he didn't eat, with Vegeta's vitality, he wouldn't survive more than 3 minutes. He didn't think Turles would let him go. He wouldn't be able to survive until Kakarot and the others came back. Raditz was in a dilemma. Suddenly, he saw Piccolo, who was dying beside him. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Piccolo opened his eyes and looked at him weakly. I have a senzu bean here. You eat this, and then go to the Dalian village. I'll take this opportunity to eat a fruit. If you can, just blink. Very good, then you can't regret it. As he said that, Raditz crawled 2 steps and stuffed the senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. As Buick chewed the senzu bean and swallowed it, his injuries immediately recovered. He did not move rashly, and his hand was against his forehead. A golden Kagong gathered at his fingertips. The charged magic light-killing cannon. At this moment, Wallace's foot that had been kicking Vegeta stopped, because his detector beeped. When Piccolo charges, his combat power will surge, triggering the energy reaction of the detector. Turles suddenly turned his head and looked at Piccolo and Raditz. Seeing the beast-like gaze, Raditz's anus tightened. He cursed with some regret. FK, Piccolo, FK your uncle? I asked you to lead him away. Why did you use your ultimate move? You ruined my good deeds. It was said in a split second. Turles pointed his finger, and a fierce energy bomb hit Piccolo. In an instant, Piccolo's chest was penetrated by the energy bomb. His eyes were immediately scattered, and the power of the magic light-killing cannon in his hand was also dissipated. Then he fell heavily. The next moment, Turles pointed his palm at Raditz again. Raditz's tiger body shook and immediately raised his hands. Don't kill me, Inles. I thought about it and now I understand. Your suggestion just now suddenly makes sense. It doesn't matter who we fight with. We are all Saiyans, and we should follow the most stringent. I have decided to fight with you in the future. Turtle's mouth curled up slightly. Raditz, you have a really good dream. You compromise with me first, win my trust, and then eat a fruit of the spirit tree, and after your strength soars, you will take the opportunity to kill me. Raditz shuddered. No, I don't mean that. Really? I think you look too much like my father Burdock, and I feel close to you. When Turles heard this again, he remembered the illegitimate child and instantly became angry. Go to hell. As he said that, Turles shot another air bullet at Raditz. Raditz complained in his heart that Piccolo was a pig teammate, and then closed his eyes helplessly. Kakarot, don't forget to revive me. Just when the gas bullet was about to hit Raditz, a figure flashed by and knocked the gas bullet away. The gas bullet exploded somewhere else, causing waves of air. It exploded, but he didn't die. Raditz was stunned. He opened his eyes, raised his head, and asked, "Do you agree?" As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz saw Son Goku in front of him with his back to him. In an instant, Raditz's eyes were filled with tears. Kakarot, you are finally here. If you don't come, I will be dead. Seeing Son Goku, Turles was also surprised. Are you Kakarot? Son Goku ignored him and turned to look at Raditz. Raditz, are you okay? Raditz shook his head. I'm fine, it's all Piccolo's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have eaten the fruit of the spirit tree and killed Tianls. Now, he acted rashly. Not only was he killed, but my plan was also ruined. Son Goku's pupils shrank. What? Is Piccolo dead? Goku looked around. Soon he saw Piccolo lying on the ground with a bloody hole on his chest. Piccolo. Son Goku immediately flashed to Piccolo's side and stretched out his hand to feel his breath. This is troublesome, he's really dead. Raditz was a little annoyed. Hey, Kakarot, are you sick? You and Piccolo don't have a good relationship either. And he practices in the training room every day, aiming to kill you every day. Why do you care so much about Piccolo's death, but don't care about me, your brother? I suspect I'm not your real brother, but my father picked me up. Son Goku exhaled. Because, if he dies, the Dragon Ball on Earth will also be ineffective. Raditz's pupils shrank. What? How can Piccolo's death be related to Dragon Ball? At this moment, Dales, who was left aside, asked. Hey, you two, have you finished exchanging last words? Son Goku turned around and looked at Turles. Are you Turles? Turles nodded, and then suddenly froze. Hey, I haven't introduced myself to you yet, do you know me? Just as Son Goku was about to answer, Enel interrupted him. Forget it, that's not important. Similarly, I give you two choices. First, join my spaceship. Second, die. Son Goku ignored him, but glanced at the tall spirit tree, and felt the breath on the earth. Except for the powerful people like them who have huge energy, the breath of everyone on the earth has weakened a lot. Son Goku's eyes suddenly became cold. He looked at Turles and uttered a word softly, die. Raditz was stunned, and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, so interesting, you actually chose to die right away, you are so stupid. The next moment, his expression froze, because Son Goku's figure flashed in front of him as if teleporting. His fist had penetrated his chest and lungs. Turles looked down at his pierced body in disbelief. His eyes were suddenly filled with horror. How is it possible? The next moment, Son Goku's energy flashed in his hand, drowning Turles in an instant. After the light faded, Turles completely turned into dust in the universe. Lying on the ground, Vegeta still had a breath. When he saw that Son Goku had punched through Turles, his scalp numbed and sweated profusely. Punch through with one punch. Only when the strength is several times greater can one achieve such an easy crushing. His pupils shook violently. No wonder Raditz said he was the weakest among the practitioners on Earth. No wonder the probe invited him to kill Frieza. It turns out that Kakarot and the others have grown to such a terrifying height, which is several times stronger than the oppression he felt when he saw Frieza. Vegeta had a thought that he couldn't believe. A Saiyan can actually grow to such a terrifying level. Could this guy Kakarot become a Super Saiyan? After killing Turles, Son Goku turned back again and looked at the spirit tree. Without any hesitation, he opened Kaioken and his hands were in the shape of calyx. Came Paikagong. A very strong blue ki blast suddenly blasted towards the spirit tree. The incomparably powerful ki blast instantly submerged the spirit tree. In the strong light, the spirit tree turned into an invisible light spot. As the energy dissipated, it turned into pure vitality and fell towards the earth again. The desertified land on the earth sprouted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it became an oasis. The weak ordinary people also recovered. Chapter 105, The Powerful Earthlings. Vegeta is paralyzed. After cleaning the spirit tree, Goku found Vegeta, who was dying. Piccolo was much stronger than him, but he was killed. I didn't expect him to be still alive. His vitality was really strong. So, Son Goku gave him a senzu bean, and Vegeta was soon healed again. Son Goku looked at Raditz. Brother, I'm going home to see Bulma. You take him to the training room. Raditz nodded. Oh, yes, Kakarot, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that my sister-in-law is just an ordinary person. Leave it to me. You go quickly. Son Goku flew home quickly. Feeling the healing of the serious injury again, his body once again gained powerful fighting power. Vegeta was shaking with excitement. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there was such a thing on Earth. I became stronger again. Vegeta shouted, and the breath of his whole body couldn't help but burst out. He released his fighting power crazily, as if he had never been so happy in his life, especially after being beaten for so long, and being shocked by Kakarot's strength. The suffocating feeling in his heart was swept away at once. Vegeta looked at Raditz again. Hey, Raditz, do you still have a lot of senzu beans? Raditz looked at Vegeta's current state and obviously understood what he was thinking. You don't want to use the senzu beans to rely on Arslan's talent of getting stronger with each battle. Vegeta was stunned. Is there any problem? Raditz nodded seriously. Of course there is a problem. Resurrection from the near death can make you stronger, but that is just overdrawing your own potential, and you will soon reach a bottleneck. The most effective way to become stronger is actually efficient and reasonable training. Vegeta's expression froze for a moment. Since he said so, this method must have flaws. The idea just now was extinguished in an instant. Not long after, Soren, Yamcha and others hurried over. They found that the matter had been resolved and the spirit tree was gone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If we had known that Goku could handle it alone, we wouldn't be so anxious. Yeah, look how tired I am. Krillin looked around and asked, hey, where's Goku? Raditz said, after he came and killed Turles and cleared the spirit tree. He didn't even stay for 3 minutes and went home immediately. Krillin was stunned. So anxious. Yamcha laughed, hey, Goku is really a man who values women over friends. I guess he's afraid that his wife will die if the spirit tree absorbs too much vitality. Ha 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 ha. Krillin's pupils shrank. Oh no, I have to go and see how Shana and Huohuo are doing. Oh you. Krillin said, opening the 20x Kaioken and shooting back towards his house. Tien Xinyan, Yamcha, and others were stunned. Shishi teased, why aren't you laughing? Is it not funny anymore? Instead, it smells like dog food. Now, it was Tien Xinyan and Yamcha's turn to be embarrassed. They both scratched their heads awkwardly. Oh, what a pity, I didn't get to see the battle again, it's so itchy. Yamcha changed the subject. At this moment, an energy bomb suddenly shot at Yamcha. He was drowned by the violent explosion without paying attention. Vegeta's pupils shrank, and sweat broke out on his forehead again. Good news, there are still enemies. As soon as the voice fell, a huge universe ship flew over them. The hatch opened in the air, and 12 strange-looking warriors flew out of the spaceship. Seeing that there were aliens, Tien Xinyan, Shishi, and even Jiaoze moved their joints happily. It seemed that they were looking forward to this battle very much, which seemed to be a big fight for them. At this moment, the smoke and dust that hit Yamcha dissipated, and he was unharmed. Yamcha flew up first and said, damn it, they actually attacked me, how abominable? There are 12 in total, each of them hit 3, not even the face. Shishi, totally agree. Jiaoze pointed to the 2 short bald men and said, those 2 are mine. Seeing that they actually treated the enemy as a dish, Vegeta was also very surprised. They are obviously Earthlings, but they actually look a bit like Saiyans and enjoy fighting. Vegeta also wanted to become stronger and go up to try his hand. However, after seeing them fight, he found that those minions were all stronger than him. He just upgraded twice. Vegeta couldn't help but wonder, the spirit tree was destroyed. How come their ability to eat the spirit tree fruit has not degenerated? Vegeta was about to go up, and was blown back by the aftermath of the battle. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists fiercely. He didn't expect that, because of the huge gap in strength, he couldn't fight these people at all. When a common man gets angry, blood splashes 5 steps away. He was a Saiyan prince, but he was only angry for a moment, which seemed no different from the anger of an ant. A nameless fire burned in his chest. Raditz saw this and quickly persuaded him, okay, Vegeta. Now is not the time for you to take action. Wait until I show you the gravity room and the gravity bracelet, and you will understand what kind of hard life we lived in the past. Gravity room, calendar bracelet. Vegeta was surprised. He knew about the gravity room. He just didn't expect that this seemingly backward little Earth actually had such a thing. This planet still looks very backward on the surface, but is the actual level of technology so advanced? At this moment, countless flames of battle broke out in the sky. Vegeta looked up and saw that the Earthlings were beating up those guys who ate the fruit of the spirit tree like beating children. They actually beat them up and made them lose their minds. Vegeta's mentality exploded again. He was not angry that they were strong. He was just angry that they were stronger than him. Damn it! I am the prince of a fighting nation, but I am not as strong as these Earthlings. There is even no comparison. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was so sour. It seemed that every organ was showing that he, King Vegeta, was not convinced. Seeing Vegeta who doubted his life, Raditz felt sour. It was as if he saw the original him, who had never seen the world when he came to Earth. Raditz smiled and said, hey, Vegeta, what do you think of seeing their fight? Vegeta's pupils flickered, and he asked very seriously, Raditz, tell me the truth, what are their strengths? What strength? Raditz thought for a moment and said, we tested it last year, and the highest one was Kakarot, who should have a combat power of 6 million. The one who just left without fighting is the bald Earthling, Krillin, and his ability is not bad. His combat power last year was 4.8 million. At the same time, Krillin is the strongest Earthling and a hero of the Earth. He and Goku have been training together since childhood. Then there is Kakarot's second wife, Shishi, whose combat power last year was about 4 million. That woman is. As he said, Raditz pointed at Shishi who was fighting in the sky. Before Raditz finished speaking, Vegeta interrupted Raditz. How much more? Raditz looked at Vegeta and responded, yes, you heard it right, it starts at 1 million. Among them, except Jiaozi, who does not have a combat power of 1 million, everyone else has more than 1 million. Vegeta opened his mouth wide in shock, and an egg could almost be stuffed in. At this moment, Vegeta felt as if he was isolated from the world. 6 million. How can the combat power reach that level? How is this possible? My combat power is less than 20,000. Kakarot is obviously just a low-level warrior, but he has reached 6 million, more than double Frieza. His steps became weak, and he couldn't help but stagger. The next second, Vegeta looked at Raditz in horror and asked for confirmation again. It's really 6 million, are you right, or did I hear it wrong? Raditz nodded in understanding. Yes, you heard it right, it's 6 million, and it's the data from a year ago. Now, Kakarot should be a little stronger. Vegeta, don't be so surprised. To be honest, when I came here a year ago, it took me a long time to recover. Hearing Raditz's introduction, Vegeta was numb. Vegeta suddenly remembered the invitation in the detector when he came. Come to Earth, Vegeta, let's join forces to kill Frieza. Vegeta had come to Earth just for fun, thinking that the Earthlings would give him a surprise, and that someone with strength close to his would appear. But after he arrived, he found that he, the Saiyan Prince, was a joke. He couldn't even beat the enemy's soldiers, but he still wanted to take the lead. It was really funny. To be frank, any one of these Earthlings could crush him to death with just one finger. Vegeta suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, they had never invaded Earth. Fortunately, he asked Raditz to come here to invite Kakarot, and fortunately, Raditz was Kakarot's brother. Otherwise, neither he nor Nappa would have a good ending. Just when Vegeta was still digesting what he had just said, they had already finished their work. The 12 warriors on the Turtles spaceship were all beaten half to death without exception. Vegeta couldn't understand this scene. Stupid Earthlings, what fools? Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. At this time, Tian Xinyan said, everyone did a good job, even Jiaozi controlled his power so well that he didn't kill anyone directly. Jiaozi smiled. Yamcha said, okay, everyone has had a good fight, so now they go. 0.0 Kidian nodded and said, okay, then you come, I can't do it. Yamcha said nothing, and an energy bomb submerged the 12 people, and instantly blasted them into dust in the universe, leaving nothing behind. Vegeta, who was just cursing the stupidity of the Earthlings, also froze in an instant. Well, fortunately, I just thought about it and didn't say it out, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Zidu, Capsule Company Cave. Bulma was also shocked to see Goku coming back in a panic. What's wrong, Goku? Why is your face so ugly? Seeing that Bulma was fine, Son Goku was relieved. Bulma, you didn't feel anything just now, did you? Bulma said, are you talking about those branches in the sky just now? Son Goku nodded. After those branches came out, I felt weak all over. Now it's fine, nothing's wrong. Bulma said, suddenly startled for a moment, and then her face was full of smiles. She looked at Son Goku tenderly and asked, I know, you came back so panicked, are you worried about me leaving the group? Son Goku didn't answer, nor was he shy. He stretched out his arms and hugged Bulma in his arms. He sniffed the fragrance of her hair fiercely. Bulma felt his warm embrace and was particularly moved. She buried her face in Goku's arms, gently caressing, carefully enjoying Goku's tenderness at this moment. Son Goku hugged Bulma and said, when I was on King Kai's planet, I suddenly felt panicked. I was worried about something happening, so I hurried back. That's all an illusion. Son Goku nodded. I hope so. There were many experts on TV who came out to study the branches and made various analyses. Good news came at this moment. This station forwards a great news. The giant tree in the sky disappeared, and the sun shines on the earth again. The land that was desertified by the strange tree has also returned to its original state. At the same time, the old, weak, women and children who were affected have also returned to normal. In addition, according to gossip, the source of this incident happened in Dongdu, and there was an alien invasion. Many enthusiastic citizens provided clues to this station, and they saw the spherical universe ship, and aliens walked out of it. It seems that aliens look similar to us. In addition, someone found the figure of Mr. Klin, the world hero. Could it be that Mr. Klin saved the Earth again? Many doubts fell on people's minds. At present, the media and reporters have rushed to the home of the world hero Klin to help the citizens find out the truth. Why did the 80-year-old strong old lady suddenly become unable to take care of herself? Why did the 2-year-old child cry non-stop? Why did the 18-year-old girl? If you want to know the follow-up content, please pay attention to the hero interview. Mountain. Chapter 106 Arrival on Namek. Raditz took back Vegeta's broken detector, and Bulma repaired it immediately. Although the detector of Frieza's army could not detect the secrets of the upper echelons of Frieza's army, it could hear some conversations of the soldiers, and some detected energy data and so on. Through the chats of the soldiers, the general movement of Frieza's army could be known. After a simple intelligence collection, Bulma found that Frieza's army was heading to Namek. In short, there was plenty of time. So, everyone arranged to leave in a few days. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. King Vegeta had not shown up since he came, and had been soaking in the gravity room with Raditz. He benefited a lot from the gravity training in the past few days. Every day, he could see his combat power rising intuitively. He felt particularly happy. Today, he finally couldn't practice. Because today was the day to go to Namek and find Frisia to make trouble. In order to prevent the scum-like turtles from invading the Earth, Raditz stayed on the Earth again. In fact, except for Frisia, ordinary people are really not his opponents. Turtles was an accident last time. If the guys who invaded the Earth were as strong as Frisia, it would be useless for anyone to stay. Of course, the most important purpose of his staying was that he was afraid of death and didn't want to go. No one pointed it out. One more and one less would not make a difference. After simply preparing some supplies, everyone boarded the universe ship and headed straight for Namek. When the spaceship entered the universe, after the flight was stable, Ma left the cockpit. Okay, everyone, we expect to arrive at Namek in 7 days. There are showers on the spaceship, chefs, restaurants, and video game rooms. There is also a screening room with a stereo installed, as well as various entertainment facilities, etc. I believe you will have a good experience. These days, I think I won't practice anymore, just relax and have a few days. Everyone was surprised. Krillin said in surprise, it's so cool, there's even a screening room, are there any good movies? Bulma pulled Goku and said, if Krillin likes watching movies, let's go and watch it together. Before coming, I downloaded dozens of new movies. Seeing Bulma pulling Son Goku, Krillin touched his bald head. He said helplessly, I see you two go together, I suddenly don't want to go. Well, isn't there a video game room? Then you two go, I won't be a light bulb, I'll go to the video game room to play games. Yamcha, oh, I want to play games too. Shishi looked at Bulma and Goku, and said, you two go and watch first, do you want something to eat or drink? I'll ask the chef to make something and come to you later. Bulma, then bring me a cup of coffee. Shishi, what about Goku? Son Goku thought for a moment, no, I'm not hungry, but dinner needs to be prepared in advance. I want to eat dumplings. Shishi nodded and said, okay, I want to eat dumplings too. Then I'll tell the chef to make dumplings tonight. By the way, how about leeks and eggs? Okay. Just as they were chatting, Vegeta came over. He said with some dissatisfaction, hey, woman, what's the point of you getting so many leisure and entertainment things on the spacecraft? Isn't there a place to practice? Yamcha, who hadn't left yet, was surprised. No way, it's already this time, are you still practicing? Besides, will practicing for a few more days be useful? Son Goku patted Yamcha, turned his head and looked at Vegeta, and said, since there are so many leisure areas, there must be a gravity practice room. If you don't want to relax, you can also practice. You have just practiced for a while, and your strength needs to be improved urgently. We have all been in a bottleneck for a long time, go by yourself. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect there was a training room on the spaceship, so he went to the training room without saying anything. Shishi looked at Vegeta's back, with a hint of displeasure on his face. You always put on a bitter and vengeful face, and I don't know who you are showing it to. I don't know. Maybe the prince has troubles too. Hey, he just found that after coming to Earth, his strength was at the bottom, and he, who was once praised as a genius, felt uncomfortable. He just wanted to catch up quickly and surpass all of us. SHH, don't tell the truth, he'll be angry if he hears it. Let's go play electric steel. Just like that, they relaxed along the way. Vegeta was practicing alone in the gravity room. And a few days passed in a flash. We'll be arriving at Namek soon. Fasten your seat belts, the impact will be great when entering the atmosphere. Everyone found a place to sit down and fastened their seat belts. Bulma walked into the control room, and Son Goku went to the control room with her. While Bulma was controlling the spacecraft, she looked around at the environment of Namek. Let me see where to land. Son Goku nodded and said, in addition to the landing place, it's best to land near a Dragon Ball. Hey, what you said makes sense, then you check the Thunder Sky. Yeah. Son Goku quickly turned on the Dragon Ball radar. After pressing a few times, he found the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. Bulma, fly to the front left of the spaceship, about 3,000 kilometers away. There is a Dragon Ball there, so let's go there first. Okay, then you should fasten your seatbelt too. After a bumpy ride, the spaceship finally landed steadily on Namek. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead. Too much attention was paid to comfort, and the parameters of the spaceship were not properly adjusted. This landing was too abrupt. Okay, let's all get off. As they spoke, Bulma and Goku opened the hatch and got off the spaceship. Others also got off Namek one after another. Seeing the green water and blue sky, the air was also particularly fresh, and everyone took a deep breath. Shishi, hey, it's amazing, we're here. Krillin looked around the environment and said, this is my first interplanetary trip. Namek is so big, and the environment seems to be similar to that of the Earth. Tien Shinyan nodded. Yeah, it seems that there is no air pollution here, and it is more comfortable. Shishi looked around and said, this place seems to be a primitive society, right? There are no modern buildings or farmland at all. Vegeta snorted coldly. Country bumpkin. Shishi said angrily, who are you calling a country bumpkin? I have never been to an alien planet, don't I know it is normal? Vegeta explained directly, Namek people don't need to eat, they just need to drink water and bask in the sun. Everyone was suddenly enlightened when they heard this. Krillin nodded, so that's it? That, I sensed the breath, it doesn't seem to be too strong. Did Frisia not come at all? Son Goku nodded, I didn't sense his breath either, so he probably didn't come. Bulma said, the earlier you come, the better. Let's collect the Dragon Balls first and then quickly save Piccolo, right? Okay. Then Goku, help put away the spaceship. There is a Dragon Ball not far ahead, which should be only a few kilometers away. Son Goku nodded, leave it to me? You go first, I'll catch up soon. Soon, everyone came to a Namek village. A dozen Namekians looked at them curiously. They also looked at the Namekians curiously. Krillin whispered, these people look too much like Piccolo. However, they all look very kind. Son Goku nodded, well, judging from their faces, most of them are very kind. An elder walked up to the crowd and asked politely, who are you? Bulma saw the manager coming out and immediately stepped forward to introduce herself. Hello, we are from Earth, my name is Bulma. We need to borrow the Dragon Ball from Namek. I wonder what the process is. The elder of Namek frowned. Dragon Ball? You actually know Dragon Ball? Bulma smiled and said, to be honest, there is a Namekian on our Earth, who is a god, and he created Dragon Ball on Earth. However, a bad guy invaded our Earth and killed the god. So the Dragon Ball on our Earth lost its function and turned into stone. So, we came here specifically to find his home planet. Trying to collect 7 Dragon Balls to revive him. The village elders understood immediately after hearing this. That's it? I didn't expect that there are Namekians on other planets. It's amazing. Bulma nodded again. Yes, may I ask, what are the conditions for collecting Dragon Balls? We need to collect them as soon as possible, please. The village elder explained, I'm sorry, I can't give you Dragon Balls directly, I have to ask the elder. And even if we are the warriors of Namek, if we want to get Dragon Balls, we need to go through the levels of strength and wisdom. But it's not as simple as you think. Everyone frowned. Need strength and wisdom. It sounds so troublesome. Yes, we don't have so many troubles on Earth. If you can find and collect 7, you can make a wish. The elder of Namek smiled. I'm really sorry, why don't you wait for a while, I'll go to the elder to ask. Son Goku listened to the elders and felt that something was wrong. The great elder of Namek can know the situation by moving the antenna, and can he communicate with each of them? Why ask for instructions? No? Son Goku immediately realized that he was trying to evade them. Bulma continued to ask, I wonder how long it will take for you to ask for instructions from the great elder. The man raised 3 fingers, 3 days. What? 3 days, the efficiency is so slow, we can't wait. Krillin was a little anxious. The elder of this village immediately said, this village is far away from the great elder's village. I only need more than 1 day to travel, and it must be 3 days to go back and forth. Please understand. At this time, Vegeta walked up and grabbed the village elder's collar very rudely. He threatened as soon as he opened his mouth. You bastard, hand over the Dragon Ball to me quickly, or I will kill everyone in your village. As soon as these words came out, the Chinese people immediately tightened their anus. The dozen or so Namek tribesmen behind were also shocked. Chapter 107 The Most Perfect Plan. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Seeing Vegeta actually threatened the other party with force to ask for the Dragon Ball, Shishi hurriedly stepped forward and tried to stop Vegeta. Let go. Vegeta held the elder and turned to look at Shishi. Isn't your communication ineffective? If you ask me, my method is simple and crude, but it is the most effective. If they don't give it, kill them until they give it. Shishi said angrily, but, you bully the weak like this, what kind of martial artist are you? Vegeta narrowed his eyes coldly. I never said I was a martial artist. Also, if you are strong, but you can't do whatever you want, then what's the point of training? Shishi was stunned for a moment, then looked back at Bulma. Bulma, what he said seems to make sense. Bulma. Son Goku walked towards Vegeta and said, Vegeta, let him go. This is Namek. Even if we use force to get the 7 Dragon Balls, it's useless without their help to make wishes. After all, we don't know Namek language. Several young Namekians immediately ran up and said, quickly release the elder, or we will be rude. 13. Vegeta heard Son Goku's words and let go. Humph, it's really troublesome. If you want to collect Dragon Balls in your own way, then use your way. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. As he said, Vegeta crossed his arms and walked to the crowd arrogantly. Seeing Shishi and Goku communicating with him with goodwill, the Namek elder thanked the two. But he still didn't give them the Dragon Ball. After a while, everyone left the village. Krillin also looked helpless. Really? They didn't even give us the Dragon Ball. When Frieza comes, we'll see if they'll still be so stubborn. Yamcha suggested, I think Vegeta's idea is good. After all, we know Frieza is coming. Giving us the Dragon Ball is also for their own good. Tien Shinyan, you all overlooked a problem. To make a wish for the Dragon Ball on Namek, you need to use the Namek language. If we make enemies with them, I'm afraid they won't help us make a wish. Bulma said, let me explain to you. Actually, I had already learned the Namek language before coming to Namek. What? Everyone was surprised when they heard what Bulma said. You can learn a foreign language in a few days? Bulma, you are really amazing. Hearing this, his eyes widened. So Bulma is so amazing? They are a bunch of old antiques, and it is too difficult to communicate. In my opinion, in order to save time, why don't we just take the Dragon Ball by force? Son Goku said, I feel that they are not so easy to give in. If we use force, I am afraid they will not give us the Dragon Ball if we don't kill a few people. After the communication just now, I learned that their Dragon Balls are scattered in various villages and kept by the village elders. If we use force to solve it, how many people will be killed? Besides, I don't want to kill these Namekians. Although the elder is a bit pedantic, they are not bad people. Bulma nodded, yes. Moreover, they are all Namekians, and there are ways to communicate with each other. If all the Namekians know, our group threatened them to snatch the Dragon Ball from the entire Namek. I am afraid that we will encounter more resistance when we look for other Dragon Balls in the future. So, some things cannot be done rashly. Moreover, if we kill someone to save a Namekian, I think it is meaningless to do so. Everyone nodded. Krillin nodded and said, yes, what you said makes sense. If I have to kill people to snatch their Dragon Balls, I would rather our Earth does not have Dragon Balls. Shishi scratched his head. It's really troublesome. It doesn't work softly or hard. It's really hard to communicate with these old antiques. If we delay a little longer, Frieza and his men will come. It's so annoying. Wait for me. Just as several people were discussing, Bulma took out the detector. He pressed it, and after a moment, Bulma said, the latest information is that Frieza and his men will probably come in 3 days. I have a good idea. Everyone looked at Bulma. Bulma glanced at everyone and said, it's too inefficient for so many people to collect Dragon Balls together. Besides, Frieza is coming. There's no need to argue with each village about power and wisdom. Frieza may arrive before they finish competing in wisdom and power. Let Frieza be the bad guy and we be the savior. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? When Son Goku heard what Bulma said, a strange idea came to his mind. She won't let the story of this planet repeat itself, right? Bulma continued to explain, that is to say, we should rest first, don't waste energy to fight for any Dragon Ball. Just sit back and wait, and stay near the village with Dragon Ball. When Frieza's army invades the village and starts killing people, we will come forward to help solve the enemy. In this way, because we saved their village, they will definitely agree to give us Dragon Ball out of gratitude. There are 7 of us in total, but I'm not a warrior, so I can't participate in the battle. But you can. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Shishi, Vegeta, a total of 6 people. Just enough to go to 6 villages. Finally, each of you will get a Dragon Ball from the village, and rush to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, which is the village of the Great Elder, and we will gather. In this way, the Great Elder knows that we have saved 6 villages, and in order to thank us, he will definitely give us the last Dragon Ball. So 1 Dragon Ball will fall. Hearing Bulma's arrangement, everyone couldn't help but secretly marvel. You don't have to be a bad guy, and you can get the Dragon Ball. By the way, it also ignites the fuse of the battle with Frieza. This plan is perfect. Even Son Goku was surprised by Bulma's wisdom after listening to her analysis. The reason why they don't make enemies with the Namekians is, on the one hand, because they are not bad people, and they will not do bad things for their own efforts. And on the other hand, it is because of the Great Elder. If they all contribute to saving Namek, the Great Elder will definitely help stimulate their potential, and Bulma's plan will invisibly make their results the most perfect. Others praised them one after another. You are worthy of being the first genius on Earth, Bulma. Yes, you are really our smartest military advisor. I will tell you the location of the 7 Dragon Balls later. By the way, Vegeta. Bulma looked at Vegeta and continued, I must remind you. Follow my method, you can't kill the Namekians? Otherwise, you will regret it. Long-winded. Chapter 108 The Power of the Beautiful Young Woman Shishi. Everyone on Earth has mastered breath control. Vegeta also showed his genius. After coming to Earth, he learned it in a short time just by watching them all control their fighting power. So, suppressing breath and hiding their bodies are simply too easy for them. Soon, with the help of Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, the 7 people were divided into 6 groups, and scattered around the 6 villages where Dragon Balls were stored. Bulma didn't know martial arts, so she naturally had to be in a group with Son Goku. They placed capsule houses not far from a village on Namek. They lived in it peacefully. Others also found a place to live not far from the target through their own methods. They either brought their own capsule houses, sleeping bags, or caves. In short, no one made any moves. The village elders had received the news that they wanted Dragon Balls, and almost robbed their Dragon Balls, so they had some precautions in their hearts. But they didn't expect that 3 days had passed and nothing happened. However, on the 3rd day, an accident occurred. A group of people who call themselves Frieza's army descended on this planet. Their goal is very clear, which is to attack each village and ask for the Dragon Ball. When the Z warriors scattered in the 6 villages felt Frieza's breath, some people became nervous, and some people were eager to try. Krillin sensed the strength of Frieza's aura, and exclaimed, what an evil aura, is this Frieza's aura? I hope Frieza doesn't come here, but only a team of soldiers. Otherwise, I can't get the Dragon Ball, and it will be difficult to ruin Bulma's plan. Yamcha felt a group of not very strong auras coming towards his village, and finally smiled. He moved his shoulders and twisted his joints to warm up. After practicing for so long, today, I can finally have a good fight. No, wait a little longer, wait until they can't resist before going on the field, so that I can show the greatness of my savior. Ha 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 ha. Jiaozi felt someone approaching, and hid in a corner secretly, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Tien Shinyan also found a hidden place to lie down casually, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Vegeta leaned against a tree, sensing the breath and analyzing Frisia's movements. Frisia's army relied on detectors, and they could not control their breath. Therefore, Frisia's existence, in the eyes of those who could sense the breath, was just a bright light bulb. Sensing a strong breath, Vegeta immediately confirmed that it was Frisia. He looked into the distance, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stopped in that direction. Hehe, this breath sensing is really convenient for the Frisia army. After a while, Vegeta felt a few more slightly stronger breaths leaving there. Vegeta immediately understood that they were the three leaders Dodoria, Chuyi, and Sabo. They must have dispersed to find Dragon Ball for Frisia. Vegeta's face showed an expectant look again. He raised his fist and clenched it, saying, "Now my strength has improved a lot. I hope someone can come to me and be killed by me. It would be best if it was that bastard Dodoria." Soon, with Frisia at the center, the generals, captains, squad leaders, and soldiers of Frisia's army all dispersed to various villages. Soon, a group of soldiers came to a small village on Namek. This village was the place where the people who had asked for Dragon Ball, the village that the village elders refused to give up. As soon as the captain of the Frisia army landed, he yelled at the people in the village, "Come out, all of you come out." A moment later, groups of Namekians with skin recorded ran out of the house in a panic. There were old people, young men, and children. The children hid behind the adults. An old Namekian walked to the position of the captain of the Frisia army. "I am the head of this village. May I ask who you are?" The village chief glanced at the soldiers around him, with a murderous look, and continued to ask, "And what are you going to do?" The captain of the Frisia army looked around and then looked at the village chief. He said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I am an excellent captain of Frisia's army. This mission is to help the king collect Dragon Balls. If you don't want your village to die, hand over the Dragon Balls quickly." "Dragon Ball? How do you know about Dragon Balls?" the village elder asked in astonishment. The captain raised his mouth and said, "This is not a question you should ask. I have only one goal, I have no interest in this planet. So, what you have to do is to give me the Dragon Ball honestly. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. You know, our Frisia army has always been barren when we go out. If I can leave you away to survive, you should be grateful for the greatness of King Frisia." "Daa." The captain laughed, and the soldiers under him followed suit. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the village elder. "Sorry, if you want to get the Dragon Ball, you must pass the wisdom test and courage test of the wisest elders in each village. The Dragon Ball will not be given to you for nothing." The captain was very happy and his face was full of smiles. However, the words of the elder from Namek made his face full of frost. "You pedantic guy, you are looking for death." The captain raised one hand and pointed at the village elder. An energy slowly lit up from his palm. He could sense that the energy bomb was so powerful that he would die if it touched him. But although the elder was very scared, he was still hard. "You are all bad people. The Dragon Ball is not allowed to be given to evil people like you. Even if you kill me, you will not get the Dragon Ball." As he said that, the elder closed his eyes. As soon as the village elder finished speaking, bang! The energy bomb suddenly passed by the side of the village elder. After a loud bang, beads of sweat oozed out of the village elder's head. However, he was about to repeat that threats were useless and he was not afraid of death. The villagers behind him cried out, "Iluka! Dead? He's dead. Elder, they killed Iluka." It was like a flash of lightning that pierced the village elder's mind. He turned his head in horror and saw the child who was charred by the energy bomb at a glance. Shishi, who was squatting at the edge of the village, gradually touched the crowd. She had just found a shelter when she heard the crying and roaring in the crowd. Shishi's eyes flickered and she looked over immediately. A little Namek who looked like Piccolo was lying on the ground, and his breath had disappeared. Shishi couldn't help but regret, "Oh, what a pity, someone died." Shishi was about to go up, but then suppressed his thoughts. "No, I can't be impulsive. Bulma said that this time Frisia's army came to this planet, and they would definitely kill many people. Anyway, they will all be resurrected. I must hold my temper. I must wait until I see the Dragon Ball before I can make a move. The Dragon Ball of our Earth must be restored." Shishi muttered to himself while observing the people present. Several young men checked on the child. "Iluka." The village elder immediately ran to the child. He placed his hands on the child and slowly activated the healing ray. However, the child was already dead. There was no sign of healing of the wound, nor any sign of awakening. Shishi was shocked again when he saw this scene. "Hey, Bulma knows so much, is this a healing Namekian? If I can bring a few healing Namekians back to Earth, wouldn't that be human-shaped senzu beans? Tisk tisk, I'm so smart." Shishi was thinking and observing the situation. On the first day, they asked for the Dragon Ball, but the other party refused to give it to them. She knew that it was too difficult to get the Dragon Ball in the normal way. These days, you still have to listen to Bulma. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, and people's hearts are always won by tricks. Shishi was still mumbling in her heart at this moment. She also wanted him to take out the Dragon Ball quickly. In this way, she could act quickly. The elder looked at the captain of the Frisia army again. "Damn, you bad guys. You actually attacked the child, so despicable." The captain laughed, "He, you look too old. You should have died a long time ago, and you may not care about your life or death. So, there is no way, I will pick a bone that is not hard enough. Okay, can you give me the Dragon Ball now?" The captain asked again with a threat on his face. "Don't even think about it. With a bang, the captain fired another energy bomb. In an instant, another child died under the captain's energy bomb. In an instant, another flash of lightning flashed through the minds of the elders and villagers. Dead. Another dead. Shishi was also surprised to see this scene. She didn't expect that a small captain of the other side would be so arrogant and domineering. He didn't even finish a few words, and killed another person so quickly. Is this the face of the invader? They acted decisively and ruthlessly, without any delay. In their hands, human life is really worthless. Seeing another villager dead, the villagers and the village chief all looked at the captain with fear. Then, I'll ask again for the third time. If you can't give me the Dragon Ball this time, then I have to kill you all and then search for the Dragon Ball myself? Although, this may be a little troublesome. The captain looked at the village elder again and asked, "Excuse me, can you combine my Dragon Ball?" The village elder was already covered in cold sweat, and his hands were shaking. "Here's the Dragon Ball for you, leave now." The captain laughed and said, "It would have been better if you had done this earlier, go get it." After that, the village elder immediately walked to the back. A moment later, he came over holding a big Dragon Ball. Seeing this big Dragon Ball, which was so many times bigger than the Dragon Ball on Earth, Shishi's eyes lit up. Wow, this Dragon Ball is so big. Just then, they heard Shishi's surprise. Someone asked alertly, "Who is it?" Then, all the Frisia troops looked in Shishi's direction. Shishi covered her mouth in surprise. "I found that they were still looking at their bunkers, so I had to come out. Dado, I'm exposed." The captain picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at Shishi. His eyes immediately brightened. "Hey, this is a girl from outer space, so cute. It's much more pleasing to the eye than the green-skinned monsters on this planet." The village elder's pupils suddenly shook when he saw Shishi. "Is it you?" Shishi raised one hand and said hello to the village elder. Then he looked at the captain of Frisia's army who was holding the Dragon Ball. "Hey, ugly bastard, even though you praised me, I still want to kill you. You kill people casually, you are all bad people." The captain was stunned for a moment. "Kill us to accompany you." Shishi nodded. "That's right." As he said, he immediately started to pose. However, seeing this scene, everyone in Frisia's army laughed. "Ah ha ha ha, it's really funny. Captain, don't be careless, let's see her fighting power first." The captain nodded, and he was also a little cautious. Then he pressed the detector, and after seeing the number, he immediately relaxed. He laughed, "Haha, I thought you were so powerful? It turns out that you don't have any fighting power at all, you are a useless waste. However, the pose is still standard. Why don't you give us another punch to cheer us up?" As soon as the voice fell, the dozen soldiers around laughed. The elder of Namek looked worried. "The Dragon Ball has been given to you. According to the agreement, you should leave quickly." The captain looked at the village chief. "Old man, I wanted to let the people in your village live a little longer, it's really a nuisance." As he said, a bullet hit the village chief. The village chief was shocked. He shouldn't have communicated with such a murderous guy. Seeing that he was about to be crushed to pieces, he closed his eyes in fear. The villagers also retreated in fear. However, at this moment, Shishi's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she appeared again, she was already blocking the trajectory of the energy bomb. She raised her white and tender hand, but easily knocked the energy bomb away. At this moment, the captain's detector suddenly flashed. The captain was shocked. "Okay, what? His combat power has increased so much all of a sudden." At this moment, there was a bang. The captain's detector exploded. Before he could react, he had already kicked him in the face. As the captain screamed, everyone looked at him. Shishi was like a god of war. The seemingly light punch and kick attack made the captain scream again and again, and the sound of broken teeth and broken bones continued to resound through the sky. After 2 breaths, the captain fell heavily to the ground. A dozen Frisia soldiers were shocked when they saw this scene. "Let's go together." However, as soon as they rushed up, Shishi turned into an invisible black shadow and shot over. After a few crisp collisions, a dozen Frisia soldiers were defeated, and his body was placed one by one in the center of the village. Shishi gently patted the dust on his hands, and then immediately picked up the Dragon Ball. The village chief and the villagers were surprised and looked at Shishi. Shishi immediately took 2 steps back. Said, "I stole this Dragon Ball from them, and now it belongs to me." The village chief was silent. As expected, she waited for them to take the Dragon Ball before she took action. He regretted not giving them the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, 2 people would not have died. Seeing Shishi's great power and killing those bad guys, several villagers immediately thanked Shishi. Shishi just waved his hand. "No, don't thank me, I'm doing this for Dragon Ball. Also, you're too ugly, don't get too close to me, I'm scared." After saying that, Shishi flew away. All the Namekians in the village were silent. They could only watch the beautiful girl who saved their village. Oh no, the beautiful young woman Shishi left. After a while, the village elder contacted the Great Elder. "Great Elder, did you see that? In addition to Frisia's army, there is another force from Earth looking for Dragon Ball. I have a suggestion." Then, Chapter 109 Another Dragon Ball. The village where Krillin is. A group of Frisia's troops also entered here. However, this group of people has a leader, Chu Yi, leading them. The team leader kept gathering the people in the village. "Hurry up, come out if you don't want to die." A moment later, 5 Namekians were pushed and shoved to Chu Yi. There were only 3 adults and 2 children. "Move forward and be honest." The team leader immediately reported, "Report to Master Chu Yi, there are only these few people in this village." Chu Yi frowned and asked, "Why, how could there be only 5 people in this village? When I came, the detector found that there were obviously 10 people, where are the others?" Several Namekians saw the formation of Frisia's army, and they all broke out in cold sweat. The village elder stepped forward and said, "The young people have gone to work, leaving only us old people and children." Chu Yi smiled and said, "Very good, so that we can suffer less if we cooperate a little. Forget it, it's useless to me to gather as many people as possible. Now, bring out the Dragon Ball." 1. The elder was startled and immediately retorted, "We don't have a Dragon Ball." Chu Yi smiled and said, "I have a piece of news. There is another rule on your planet Namek. That is, only recognized warriors are eligible to get the Dragon Ball. This news was told to us after several people died in the previous village. Now, let me think about it. Should we wait here for those young people to come back and kill them all? Or should you give us the Dragon Ball, and then we will be safe and sound? And let us take the Dragon Ball and go." Hearing Chu Yi's words, sweat broke out on the Chinese people's forehead, but still said nothing. Chu Yi continued, "The Dragon Ball is carefully collected by the 7 oldest elders on this planet. They compete with each other in wisdom and strength, and also state what wishes they make. Only after passing them can they be qualified to get the Dragon Ball." Hearing Chu Yi's words, the village elder broke out in a cold sweat. What he said was all correct. That is to say, the last village had been almost massacred. Chu Yi continued, "My patience is limited. If you don't want people to die, just hand over the Dragon Ball obediently." The leading elder felt deeply sorry when he heard what happened to the last village. He said angrily, "The Dragon Ball can't be handed over to bad guys like you. Even if I die, I can't give it to you." Chu Yi was stunned. "Ha ha ha, if you don't give me the Dragon Ball, would you rather die?" The elder nodded, indicating that he would rather die than give it to them. Chu Yi sneered. 043. Hihi, it seems that everyone on this planet is stubborn? Since you would rather die than surrender, then I won't make things difficult for you. Chu Yi looked at the 2 trembling children beside the 3 adults. Chu Yi smiled and said, "If the children are killed, will you continue to resist?" The elder was shocked. "What? You didn't even let the children go?" Chu Yi smiled casually and said, "This is also because your people are too stubborn. Otherwise, we would not be willing to spend so much effort. How about it, have you decided to give us the Dragon Ball?" The elder was silent for a long time. Looking at the 2 children trembling behind him, he finally sighed. Seeing this scene, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Dragon Ball is going to be taken out. Krillin, who was not far away, also endured and did not make a move. He was looking forward to the appearance of the Dragon Ball. There is no way, the Namekians are too conservative. Before, Goku and him almost broke their lips, but they refused to give the Dragon Ball. It is required to participate in the wisdom and courage test of the 7 villages. Only after passing can the Dragon Ball be obtained. They had to resort to this last resort because they did not have the time. At this moment, Aunt Chu's detector suddenly beeped. Chu Yi was startled. Wow, what a strong fighting power. As they spoke, 3 people flew to the village. "Elder, are you all right?" The elder saw the 3 young men coming back, still fighting, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "You are finally back." 3 young Namek warriors stood in front of the old man and the child, facing Chu Yi and guarding against him. A young man said, "It's absurd, my uneasy premonition turned out to be true, and there are really bad guys in the village." Dodoria looked at the fighting power of the 3 people and said lightly, "I'm surprised that everyone has more than 1,000 fighting power. I'm about to get the Dragon Ball, and you actually come to interrupt me." A young Namek clenched his fists. "I won't forgive you, you have destroyed the peace of Namek." As he said, the 3 young people came to Aunt Chu. "Elders are around. Be careful when you fight, they are not easy to deal with." The little Namekian also shouted to the 3 young warriors, "Come on." Chu Yi looked at the 3 people and didn't care about them at all. He laughed, "Hehe, you are really brave, you actually want to fight me. However, with a combat power of only 1,000, you are not worthy of fighting with me? You 3, go." As he said, Chu Yi waved his hand, and the 3 warriors stepped forward, and walked towards the 3 young Namekians aggressively. Krillin frowned in the distance. No, the 3 people just hid their breath. They actually just judged their strength based on the surface combat power. Krillin suddenly thought of the detector that Bulma had modified. It seems that it is not a good thing to rely too much on that kind of thing. As the 2 sides touched, the battle immediately opened the curtain tomb. However, as soon as the 3 Namekian warriors fought, their strength began to surge. The 3 soldiers of Frisia's army were no match at all. In a blink of an eye, the 3 Tien soldiers were knocked down. Chu Yi looked at the 3 warriors in surprise. Then he said, "In the battle, the combat power was raised to 3,000. It seems that I really underestimated you. The Namekians can actually control the strength of combat power. Such people are really rare." After speaking, Chu Yi moved his joints. "If I hadn't come here, I'm afraid I really couldn't take you down." Seeing Chu Yi ready to take action, the 3 warriors were obviously a little nervous. They could feel that the opponent was strong, but they still didn't retreat half a step and were ready to fight him hard. At this moment, Krillin, who was hiding not far away, couldn't stand it anymore. Krillin deeply understood that Chu Yi's aura was very strong. far from what these Namekians could contend with. From the performance of the elder who was about to give the Dragon Ball before the 3 young Namekians came just now, it seemed that the status of the elders of this village was higher than that of the first elder they met. And they were obviously more concerned about the overall situation, not so rigid, and not so stubborn. Maybe, they will give Dragon Ball to them out of gratitude for helping to fight against foreign enemies. Just when Qiu Yi punched a young Namekian, Krillin was hit. With a muffled sound of bang, Qiu Yi seemed to be hit by a spaceship and flew backwards. Qiu Yi's body was knocked into a small house, which suddenly exploded and blew out billowing smoke and dust. Everyone was shocked. Who is it? Krillin smiled at the Namekians. He greeted everyone. Hello, I'm from Earth. The Namekians were stunned. They all looked at Krillin. As Namekians, they could sense some kindness and malice. There was no trace of murderous aura on Krillin. A little kid showed joy on his face and couldn't help shouting. Great, you're not in the same group with them. Krillin nodded. Yes, I'm here with my friends to defeat them. You all stay away, I'll take care of these people. The 3 young Namekians immediately said, we'll help you. Krillin shook his head. No, it's just a warm-up for me. The 3 young Namekians were obviously stunned. This kid seems to be very powerful. That kind of confidence is very confusing. The other soldiers saw that Krillin was not tall, BDFG, and thought he succeeded only by sneak attack. They immediately rushed towards Krillin. However, the next moment, Krillin's figure turned into a stream of light, which bounced countless times at the moment when everyone attacked. After a short breath, Krillin's figure returned to its original position again. I saw that all the 10 or so Frisia soldiers fell down. The 8 Namekians behind Krillin, young and old, were all surprised. Good, so powerful, too strong. Krillin smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I am a little embarrassed. After that, Krillin looked at the village elders. There is one thing I need to tell you. Although I am not in the same group with them, I came to this planet for Dragon Ball. A bad guy invaded our Earth and killed a friend of mine. We flew a long way to get here. I want to use your planet's Dragon Ball to revive him. The elder looked at Krillin in surprise. Young man, you are really strong and brave. Thank you so much for saving our village. And you actually went through hardships and dangers to save your friend. You traveled trillions of kilometers across the star field to find a way to revive your friend. You are really a model of a brave man. So, I decided to give you the Dragon Ball, and as an elder, I can also guarantee you and help you get the Dragon Ball from other villages. Krillin blinked in surprise. Really? The elder nodded. At this moment, the smoke and dust behind Krillin dissipated, and Qiu Yi stood up again. Who dares to sneak attack me? The villagers were shocked again. Kenlin turned his head and looked at Qiu Yi. You are fine after taking my move. Qiu Yi laughed and said, you are kidding, you are a nobody, you want to kill me by sneak attack, it's too crazy. Krillin immediately started to move. Yes, I was too fanciful. But I don't need to sneak attack you. Qiu Yi laughed, it seems that you don't know how powerful I am. Then I will let you die more clearly and let you say the real power. As he said, Qiu Yi suddenly raised his hands and swung them towards Krillin. A huge energy wave split into several forks and suddenly hit Krillin. Ha ha ha, big idiot, if you hide, they will die. The Namek people behind Krillin were shocked. Damn it, what a despicable move. It's still over. However, Krillin's face was not panicked at all. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly put his hands in the Kamehameha posture. A very strong ki blast suddenly lit up. The next moment, at the moment when Qiu Yi's huge energy wave hit him, Krillin pushed his hands out. A larger and thicker ki blast pushed back at him. In an instant, Krillin's Kamehameha submerged Qiu Yi's energy wave, and Qiu Yi was horrified. However, ki blast did not stop at all and directly submerged him. It was thick and scattered, and he had no chance to escape. In an instant, Aunt Chu was smashed to pieces by ki blast. The Namekians in the back showed their joy of surviving the disaster, and the 2 children jumped up happily. We won. Great. Krillin fell to the ground with a calm face. On Earth, he had received too many compliments like this, and he had long been accustomed to it. So, he directly asked for the Dragon Ball. The elder was also very helpful, and when Krillin asked, he took out the Dragon Ball. Warrior, this Dragon Ball is yours. In addition, I have contacted the Great Elder. Let Dende go with you to other villages to get the Dragon Ball. Krillin was overjoyed. Really? Thank you so much? I didn't expect the Dragon Ball on Namek to be so big. It's a rift. The elder smiled and said, of course it's true. This is what you deserve. As he said that, Dende walked towards Krillin. Hello, my name is Dende, please give me your advice. Krillin also responded politely, hello, my name is Krillin, please give me your advice. So, shall we go? Yeah. Just then, several Namekians suddenly looked up at the sky. Look, what is that? It seems to be a Dragon Ball. Krillin was stunned, turned his head and looked in the direction they pointed. I saw Shishi flying towards them with a Dragon Ball. Krillin was surprised. Shishi, how come you are so fast? Shishi grinned and said, the ones I met were all small minions, not powerful at all. Look, I got the Dragon Ball, it's so big. The elder saw the stars on the Dragon Ball in Shishi's hand, and immediately said, so you are Mr. Krillin's friend? Since you got the 3 stars, we don't have to go to that village. Dende, you follow them to the next village. Krillin nodded, thank you, elder. Soon, Shishi and Krillin took little Dende to the next village. During the flight, Krillin told Shishi about his rescue process. Shishi was speechless. The elder you met is really easy to talk to. If the first elder we all met was so difficult to talk to, who knows how many people would die on Namek? Krillin shrugged. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have the Dragon Ball in our hands. We don't have to worry about them getting together. Shishi, slow down, suppress your breath. They can't find us at all. Shishi nodded. Well, I know. Hey, Krillin, I can sense Goku's aura. Let's hurry over. I think when we get there, he'll get the Dragon Ball. Krillin nodded. Okay, then let's go faster. He can also sense our aura. Chapter 110 The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. First Shishi wiped out a team, then Krillin killed Chuyi. Not far away, Dodoria and Sabo both noticed something unusual. What's going on? Sabo also pressed the detector and said. The energy reaction of the previous team suddenly disappeared. Why did Chuyi's energy reaction also disappear? Dodoria scratched his head and said, could it be that our detectors are broken? Sabo's eyes flickered. No, someone else should be interfering with our collection of Dragon Balls. Dodoria was shocked. Others? How is it possible? Who dares to go against our King Frieza? Sabo touched his chin and said, who knows? At this moment, the detectors of the two people beeped again. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Dodoria said, this energy reaction is so familiar. But why did the energy reaction of our people disappear? Sabo's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? I know, this energy reaction is Vegeta. Dodoria suddenly clenched his fists. Vegeta, it turned out to be him? Yes, it was his reaction. Dodoria suddenly became furious. Demsian Monkey, betrayed King Frieza. I didn't kill him, but I didn't expect him to come and die. The two looked at each other, and then shot towards Vegeta's energy reaction. The village where Vegeta was. A group of Frieza soldiers threatened and lured, and finally the village elders produced the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Vegeta's figure appeared. He easily killed all the Frieza soldiers. Vegeta's methods were cruel. He had an indelible hatred for Frieza and the Frieza army. Like Shishi and Krillin, at most they were defeated and prevented from doing evil, and that was basically the end. But Vegeta's attack was completely different. Everyone in this Frieza army team died miserably, and no bones were left. Just when Vegeta was about to take the Dragon Ball and leave safely, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. This aura is a bit strong. Could it be Dodoria and Sabo? The next moment, the sun shone wildly. The corners of Vegeta's mouth raised high. Finally, two big fish have come. Vegeta is not as kind as others. The appearance reflects the heart. Outsiders think he is very fierce at first glance. Some people can even feel the murderous aura on him. Even though Vegeta saved the village, the villagers looked at him cautiously. When Vegeta killed Frieza's army, the elders of Namek immediately understood his purpose. He walked towards Vegeta with the Dragon Ball in his arms. Although his hands holding the Dragon Ball were shaking a little, he still presented the Dragon Ball. Well, this warrior, thank you for saving us, this Dragon Ball is for you. Vegeta turned his head and looked at the Dragon Ball, and the villagers who were trembling with fear. He snorted coldly, who saved you? Don't be self-indulgent, I did it for the Dragon Ball. And I just don't like Frieza's army, not to save you. The elder was stunned for a moment, and then nodded immediately. Ah, yes, you just don't like them. As he said, the elder put on the Dragon Ball again. Vegeta felt the speed of the breath coming here, and said, put away the Dragon Ball first? I will deal with these two big fish later, and then trample the Dragon Ball. The elder was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he also felt two evil breaths flying rapidly towards their village. He nodded immediately. Then he turned around and called out to the villagers, another person is coming, everyone hide quickly. Everyone responded and then found shelter. Vegeta flew into the sky, crossed his arms, waiting confidently for Dodoria and Sabo to come. A moment later, Dodoria and Sabo arrived above the village at the same time. The two saw Vegeta at a glance. Dodoria was a little surprised to see him floating in the air alone, obviously waiting for them. Hee, Vegeta, you actually betrayed King Frieza. We wanted to kill you a long time ago. We thought you would hide, but you are waiting for us here? Now, you can't run away. Sabo looked at Vegeta and found that he didn't have a detector on his face. He asked curiously, no, Vegeta, you don't have a detector, how did you know we would come? Vegeta smiled, I don't need that kind of thing a long time ago. I learned a new move that can sense your position, and your fighting power. Sabo was a little surprised, but not much. He suddenly laughed and clapped his hands. Haha, very good, Vegeta. However, King Frieza, whom you have already betrayed, dares to wait for us here. Do you want to deal with the two of us alone? Dodoria laughed. Sabo, don't joke. I guess he must want us to plead for him. He wants to return to King Frieza's command. You know, the king has always been very tolerant of geniuses, isn't it, Vegeta? As he said, Dodoria looked at Vegeta. Vegeta sneered, return to Frieza's command, ugh. How could I, a Saiyan prince, always rely on others? Forget it, let's not talk about him. My only goal now is to kill you two and let me have a good time. Dodoria and Sabo were stunned. Dodoria grinned, looked at Sabo, and said jokingly, Sabo, did you hear that? He said he wanted to kill the two of us. Sabo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an elegant smile. It seems that Vegeta's strength has improved a lot in the past year. Sabo pressed the detector and frowned immediately. Hey, that's not right. Why is your combat power declining? Are you injured? Dodoria also pressed the detector immediately and was stunned for a moment. Am I seeing it right? Dodoria looked at Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, shouldn't your combat power be 18,000? Why is it 5,000 now? Vegeta laughed and said, stupid guy, that kind of thing is out of date. Now I can control my combat power at will. Okay, the reminiscing is over, you two can stop together. Vegeta put on an arrogant attitude and looked at Sabo and Dodoria. Seeing that annoying expression, Dodoria got angry in an instant. You actually let us attack together, you bastard, don't underestimate me. As he said that, Dodoria pushed Vegeta with both hands, and countless powerful ki blasts suddenly hit Vegeta. In an instant, the energy bomb blew up the place where Vegeta was and the ground, setting off a violent explosion and billowing smoke. However, Dodoria's prince's fighting method was still continuing, but he heard Vegeta's voice from behind. It's not that I underestimate you, Dodoria, you can't hit me with this move. Dodoria was shocked. He immediately realized that Vegeta was behind him. Instead of looking back at him directly, he raised his thick arm and punched Vegeta behind him. However, Vegeta actually raised his hand and grabbed Dodoria's fist. Dodoria wanted to struggle, but Vegeta twisted again, clamping Dodoria's other arm. Dodoria was shocked. Sabo, me. Instantly, Sabo flashed and punched Vegeta. Vegeta raised his mouth and kicked Dodoria on the buttocks. Dodoria's fleshy body hit the mountain directly. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the ground rumbled. After Vegeta kicked Dodoria, he kicked Sabo who was attacking with his backhand. Before Sabo touched Vegeta, Vegeta kicked him in the chin. Sabo's body unconsciously retreated dozens of meters away. Vegeta fought two people alone, with ease. The repelled Sabo rushed to his mouth abnormally and smeared the corner of his mouth. A trace of blood appeared on his hand. Sabo's expression, which was originally calm, also showed anger at this moment. Damn it, Vegeta, you made me bleed. I hate it most when someone dirty my face. As he said that, Sabo suddenly attacked Vegeta. However, although he was fighting seriously, all his moves failed frequently. Sabo obviously realized that he was no match for Vegeta, so, he immediately transformed. His body swelled up, and his body was covered with disgusting spots. But his strength was much stronger than before. Sabo said angrily, Vegeta, you forced me to do this. I hate transformation the most. But now, if I don't transform, I will die in your hands? Wake up, let me show you my true strength. As he said that, Sabo blasted Vegeta with a stronger force than before. Unexpectedly, just like before, his attack failed again. He was a little unconvinced, and continued to chase and attack. But Vegeta dodged them all. Vegeta looked at him calmly with his arms folded across his chest. And he was already exhausted and panting. Sabo was shocked. How is it possible? How can you be so powerful? Just when he came to his senses, Vegeta's mouth curled up into a sly smile. Humph, it's so ugly that I don't even have the interest to communicate with you. Then, go to hell. As he said that, Vegeta raised his fist again and beat Sabo. Sabo screamed in pain from Vegeta's beating. Dodoria, who was standing by, had just come out of the ruins and wanted to help. Seeing Sabo being beaten, he was suddenly shocked. How can Vegeta be so powerful? However, at this moment, the detector on his face rang frequently. Dodoria immediately focused on the detector. After seeing the number, Dodoria finally understood why neither of them could beat Vegeta. His combat power reached more than 40,000, which was higher than any of them. He was finally scared. Dodoria shouted, Vegeta, stop. Vegeta didn't even turn his head to pay attention to Dodoria. He had to die too. Sabo begged for mercy with fear in his eyes, please spare me. As long as you join forces with us, we will definitely defeat Frieza. But Vegeta obviously didn't think of letting him go, nor Dodoria. When they were under Frieza, Dodoria, Chuyi, and Sabo, they were high and mighty and humiliated Vegeta many times. Vegeta could no longer tolerate the humiliation of the past. Now that he has the strength, how could he let them go? Sabo, I didn't expect you to have such a miserable day. I want to kill Frieza, and I don't need you to join forces. You are not worthy. As he said that, Vegeta picked up Sabo and beat him again. He was beaten so hard that his bones were broken and he vomited blood. After just a few punches, Sabo was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up again. Vegeta had vented enough. He pointed at Sabo with one hand, and an energy bullet slowly condensed. Ha 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 ha, it seems that the results of my training these days are very good. Besides, I didn't use the full calendar to beat you two. After many years, I can finally kill you two bastards. Go to hell. Just when Vegeta was about to kill Sabo, Dodoria called him to stop. Stop, Vegeta. 0, 0. If you can spare both of us, I have a secret to tell you. Vegeta dispersed the energy, turned his head and looked at Dodoria and asked. Secret? What secret? Dodoria swallowed. The secret is about Saiyans. The secret of Saiyans. Vegeta asked. Dodoria heard his interested tone and was obviously a little motivated. Yes, yes. But I'm a little worried. After I'm done, you won't kill us, right? Vegeta snorted coldly, if you don't tell me, I'll send you two to death now, tell me now. Seeing Sabo's broken bones and horrible, almost with only one breath left, Dodoria's fat trembled, and he immediately took 2 steps back. Your Saiyan planet Vegeta was not actually destroyed by a meteorite. Vegeta was obviously stunned. What did you say? Dodoria's face dripped with sweat. He said as he stepped back. A Saiyan cannot defeat Lord Frieza by his own strength. But if many Saiyans unite, they may win. Vegeta's eyes were stern. Go on. Dodoria swallowed again and continued. Some Saiyans are born warriors like you. Moreover, as the population increases, such people are also increasing. King Frieza is glad that he conquered you Saiyans and forced you to serve the Frieza army. So, my Frieza country was able to conquer countless planets in a very short time. However, as the number of Saiyan warriors increased, King Frieza felt uneasy. In fact, if they were all warriors at your level, even if many of you Saiyans united, they might not be the opponent of Lord Frieza. What is most worrying is that among your Saiyan race, there is still a legend of Super Saiyan, worried that your race will have Super Saiyans in the future, and powerful warriors that cannot be controlled. King Frieza decided that it was necessary to take measures in advance. So, King Frieza will Saiyans were summoned back, and the planet was destroyed in one fell swoop, and the Saiyan race was completely extinct. Hearing the news from Dodoria, Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. Vegeta felt something was wrong a long time ago. Their Vegeta planet didn't explode early or late, but it happened that the planet was attacked by a meteorite after Frieza summoned the warriors. It was a bit of a coincidence. In addition, although most Saiyans were not as strong as him, however, the strength of many people should not be underestimated. As a warrior of a fighting nation, once they noticed that a meteorite fell on the planet, they could counterattack in advance and smash the meteorite with a gas bomb. I see. Vegeta suddenly realized. Dodoria felt that Vegeta was moved by his words, and continued, only you, Vegeta. You should thank King Frieza, who is a leader who appreciates talents. He felt that it was a pity for a young genius like you to die. Therefore, he specially assigned a task to your team, which saved you from death. Now, as long as you are willing to admit your mistakes to King Frieza, and help find the Dragon Ball, King Frieza will definitely let bygones be bygones. Enter. Chapter 111 The Ginyu Force arrives. After listening to Dodoria's truth, Vegeta was silent for a long time. There were more than 10 Namekians in their village. They also heard Vegeta's experience and felt sorry for him. The village elder was the wisest person in the village. He heard these words and made up a perfect story in his mind in an instant. It turned out that this person was also a member of Frieza's army, but he rebelled. No wonder he was as murderous as them and didn't look like a good person. No wonder he was so cruel to Frieza's army. It turned out that the warriors of their race were conquered. It seems that after the establishment of the Universe Empire, Emperor Frieza, in order to consolidate his position, completely wiped out the heroes who had fought all over the world. Thinking of this, the village elder sighed secretly. He didn't sympathize with Saiyans, nor did he hate Frieza's army. He just felt that many people in the world were controlled by the stupid thinking of hatred and desire, which caused so many disasters. He thought, if more people were like them, the Namekians, and had the wisdom of not competing with the world, how good would the world be? Just when Vegeta was silent, Dodoria had already hidden hundreds of meters away. He felt that the distance was far enough, and immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, this incident is a big blow to you. I will take this opportunity to return to King Frieza. Goodbye, Vegeta. With that, Dodoria turned around and ran. However, Vegeta showed a wicked smile on his face. You are wrong, Dodoria. My people were destroyed, my planet was bombed, although I am surprised. But I don't care about those things. What really matters to me, what makes me hate you, is that I have been driven and used by Frieza since I was a child, and I have been bullied by you. As a Saiyan prince, I am unwilling to accept this. Therefore, I hate you and Frieza to the core. And you, Dodoria, do you think you are safe by keeping such a distance? Do you still want to escape from me? What? Hearing this distance, Vegeta noticed it, and Dodoria's fat face trembled. While speaking, Vegeta turned into a stream of light and questioned Dodoria. Dodoria was startled. He immediately realized that Vegeta's speed was faster than before. At this speed, his combat power must be more than 40,000. Dodoria was about to beg for mercy again, but he saw an energy wave blasting towards his face. There was no way to hide. Dodoria screamed in fear. The energy bomb exploded right next to her face. After a violent explosion, Dodoria's body was blown into dust in the universe. Vegeta felt the tremendous power on his body and felt happy. He looked at his palm and sighed. I didn't expect it. I have only been training on Earth for such a short time, and I have become so strong. Dodoria and Sabo together are not my opponents. Vegeta's figure flashed and fell to the ground, pointing at the seriously injured Sabo with one hand. Hehe, looking at your posture, do you want to crawl away? It's a pity, Vegeta, will never let you have a chance to survive. As he spoke, the energy bomb exploded at Sabo. Sabo's face was filled with fear, and he wanted to run but was powerless, so he could only drown in the sea of energy. Soon, Elder Yin presented a Dragon Ball. Vegeta picked up the Dragon Ball and sensed the breath of others. Some people have already started to gather, and they can sense a faint breath, including Kakarot. So Vegeta turned into a stream of light and flew towards the breath of Son Goku and others. On Frieza's spaceship. Since Frieza brought his army to this planet, he has not received a single Dragon Ball, and he has suffered heavy losses. After receiving the news that several teams were wiped out and the senior General Yi was killed. Just now, the news came that his confidant Dodoria and Sabo were killed. At this moment, Frisia was furious. Damn it, damn it! Who dared to go against me? An adjutant immediately advised, King Frisia, don't be angry. I have contacted the Jinyu force, and they will arrive on this planet soon. With their help, they will definitely help you collect 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible. Frisia asked back, are they almost there? Reporting to the king, their original target was the planet Adrak, and they were about to pass by us. They received the news and immediately turned around. As expected, they are about to arrive. Frisia nodded. It's good that they can come, otherwise I have to do it myself to find Dragon Ball. The adjutant walked out of Frisia's office, sighed, and said, for many years, my Frisia army has not suffered such a blow. On the trip to Namek, even Dodoria and Mr. Sabo died, which really surprised me. Although their strength cannot be compared with the king, but the setbacks they encountered on this planet really gave me a bad feeling. He looked towards Frisia's office. I guess King Frisia feels the same way. Frisia's face was also uncertain in the office. At first, he thought Vegeta was a threat to him. But then he thought again, that was not right. Vegeta has always been under his control and there is no way he can threaten him. Frisia thought of the message left by Nappa a year ago. There is a Saiyan on Earth called Covet. It is said that a group of Earthlings have gathered to bring Vegeta to kill him. When Frisia heard this news, he just smiled indifferently. For him, this kind of thing is really ridiculous. He was too lazy to go so far to find that remote planet to destroy them. Since he ruled the Frisia army, the entire universe has never encountered anyone who is 1/10 as powerful as him. He is a natural king, an invincible existence. However, today, Frisia's mind. I couldn't help but think of that Super Saiyan legend. Just when Frisia was daydreaming, a soldier ran in to report. Report to King Frisia, the Jinyu force wants to see you. Frisia stood up all of a sudden. So fast. As expected of the Jinyu force, they are so efficient. Oh ho ho ho. As he spoke, Frisia walked out of the spaceship. When the 5 Jinyu force members saw Frisia, they immediately danced with excitement. A pineapple-headed man made a strange dance pose, and then made a very funny move. Like a ballet move, and shouted to Frisia, Jinyu force, Recom. A blue-skinned guy seemed to have done a broadcasting body shit. He put his hands up. Bart. A guy with white hair, red skin, and an earthly look knelt on one knee, with his hands open and raised. GIs. A green-skinned little man opened his hands like he was flying a plane. Goldo. The last guy with 2 horns on his head and purple skin was the most unrestrained. He spread his legs and looked down at Frisia through the visor. Jinyu. Finally, the 5 people changed into a neat but uncoordinated combination again, and shouted to Frisia, Jinyu force, come and report. Frisia's face showed a trace of unnatural look. Frisia, I was waiting for you, and you came. You are so straightforward. Jinyu smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. King Frisia, please tell us our mission this time. Frisia said, I came to this planet to collect 10 Dragon Balls. But someone snatched the Dragon Balls away first. You know one of the people in that group, Vegeta from a year ago. The Frisia army I brought with me, as well as several generals, died on this planet. There was really no other way, so I called you here. So, your mission is very important. The first is to collect 7 Dragon Balls. And the second is to kill those who hinder me from collecting Dragon Balls. The captain of the Jinyu Special Forces looked confident. It's easy, King Frisia. My detector has already grasped Vegeta's movements. And the energy reactions of his companions have also been captured. Jinyu pressed the detector and continued. He is moving at high speed not far away. At the same time, someone is moving towards him at high speed. It seems that Vegeta is going to meet up with 2 companions. Frisia nodded. I see, it seems that he found helpers on Earth, probably Kakarot and the others. You must be careful, Vegeta can defeat Sabo and Dodoria, it's strange. His friends can also defeat Chuyi. I think they are quite strong. Jinyu smiled and said, don't worry, give it to us. After that, the Jinyu force once again posed in an awkward pose. Jinyu force. Come on. Move out. After shouting the slogan, the 5 people immediately flew away. Chapter 112. Everyone is showing off, except Vegeta, who is getting beaten. A moment later, Vegeta came to the place where Son Goku and the others were gathered. Kakarot, Krillin, Shishi, Tian Xinyan, and Yamcha all held a Dragon Ball. Bulma glanced at everyone and the Dragon Balls in their hands, and smiled. It seems that my plan is good. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. The 6 Dragon Balls were actually gathered together. Bulma said, Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, Yamcha, and Vegeta. I didn't introduce you 4 to me. This is Dende from Namek. He is a genius of the Dragon Clan and a master of healing. He will take us to find the Elder. There is the last Dragon Ball. Of course, the Dragon Ball is just a purpose. Dende said that the Elder has a way to help everyone improve their combat effectiveness and stimulate their potential. You are trying your best to practice and become stronger every day. I think you definitely don't want to miss this kind of thing. Goku knew about this a long time ago. Shishi and Krillin were with Dende and heard him talk about it. However, others have not heard of it. Hearing this, Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, Yamcha and Vegeta were all stunned. Can it stimulate potential? Can it become stronger? Hearing that it can stimulate potential, Vegeta couldn't help but clench his hands. Speaking of potential, who has more potential than him, a Saiyan genius? Bulma nodded, that's right. The Great Elder has a guard named Nero, who is very strong. It is because the Great Elder has stimulated all his potential. Is it right, Sitong? As he said, Bulma looked at Dende. Dende nodded. That's right, as long as there is potential, the Elder can help stimulate it. Hearing this news, several people were very happy. 13 Bulma continued, okay, we almost wiped out Frisia's army, so we shouldn't stay for too long. Let's go find the Great Elder. Everyone nodded. In order to prevent the spaceship from being shot down by Frisia's army, they chose to fly forward. Dende flew in front, and everyone else followed. Goku was responsible for holding Bulma, and Bulma also picked up a Dragon Ball. Although it was a bit heavy, it was actually very comfortable to hold such a big Dragon Ball. However, at this moment, a flash of lightning flashed through the minds of several people. Everyone looked in another direction. Shishi asked, Goku, it seems that 5 people are coming towards us. Son Goku nodded and said, I sense it. Son Goku looked at Bulma in his hand, and then looked at everyone. Let's not go to the Elder first, it's too dangerous. According to their speed, it can be calculated that they will arrive in about an hour. Let's kill the people chasing us first, and then go to the Elder. Bulma in Son Goku's arms nodded. Okay, but Goku doesn't have to do it. Shishi doesn't have to do it, leave the opportunity to them. The 5 of them are just right, you two stay and protect me. Son Goku and Shishi nodded. Everyone was very happy when they saw that Son Goku and Shishi did not take action. There were 5 people chasing them, and they were also 5 people fighting. 5 against 5, they could have a good fight, it was a rare opportunity. Shishi sensed their aura, then compared it with her own, and said, the aura of these people is very evil, and they are much stronger than the previous Frisia army. But fortunately, there is no gap with us. It doesn't matter if I don't participate, anyway, I will crush them, and the opportunity is given to you. Krillin nodded, then I will have a good fight to have fun. I didn't expect that we could grow to the level we are today. Yamcha moved his joints and said, fortunately, we have been practicing and getting stronger. Today, many years of practice finally came in handy, and I am very happy. Tien Xinyan, Jiaozi were also eager to try. Vegeta saw that everyone was looking forward to it, and said cautiously, don't be careless. These 5 people should be the strongest Jinyu force under Frisia. They not only have strong combat power, but also incredible abilities. Tien Xinyan asked curiously, what do you mean by incredible abilities? Vegeta thought for a while and said, I heard that among them, there are warriors with the fastest speed in the universe, and people with the ability to control time. There are also abilities that I don't know. The fastest speed in the universe. People with the ability to control time. After hearing this, several people were surprised. Bulma immediately said, everyone, don't worry, selling calendars is the hard truth. Doesn't Jiaozi also know the immobilization technique? If the strength exceeds a certain level, then time control may not be effective, everyone just needs to play well. Jiaozi was stunned for a moment, and seeing that everyone was looking at him, he nodded. Yes, Bulma's analysis is correct. They are much stronger than me, so I can't control them. Everyone seemed relieved. Bulma looked at Son Goku, then at everyone. Besides, we have 2 more people. In case of any accidents, Kai and Goku can't take over. Son Goku scratched his head and said, you can do your best. These people are not strong, just don't suffer losses because of being too careless. Everyone nodded again. Soon, Son Goku took Bulma, Shishi and little Dende to hide in the distance and found a good place to watch the battle. Tien Xinyan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Krillin, and Vegeta. The 5 people lined up in a team, waiting for the arrival of the Jinyu force. The 6 Dragon Balls were not placed next to Bulma, but not far from them. A moment later, the 5 members of the Jinyu force fell from the sky. Jinyu looked at the 5 of them. Hello, Vegeta. I didn't expect you to put together a 5-man team. However, Vegeta, the team you formed is not in good shape. 3 short and 2 tall, not coordinated at all. Then, Jinyu looked at everyone and said, come on, let's show our style. Several people nodded, and then started a dance. Finally, the 5 words of the Jinyu force came out, and several people appeared on the stage as if they were walking on stage. Krillin and his group looked a little awkward, but they didn't say anything. After all, they have been professionally trained. Although the 5 people's entrance dance was a little funny, Vegeta, who always had a bad temper, didn't mean to laugh at all, and even clenched his fists tightly, not daring to move rashly. The aura of these people, except for Guldo who was a little weaker, the other 4 were stronger than him. Jinyu saw the 6 Dragon Balls beside them at a glance, shining there. Bard asked, the 6 spherical objects behind you are Dragon Balls, right? You have already collected 6, and you only need 1 more to complete them. Hey, are you talking? Are you all dumb? Krillin took a step forward. Yes, these 6 are Dragon Balls. Jinyu's expression was very calm, and he immediately suggested. From the detector, I can see that your energy fluctuates. You should have the ability to control your combat power, right? You can defeat Sabo and Dodoria, so you must be very powerful. We haven't encountered an opponent worth fighting for a long time. Now, the opportunity has come. You are 5 people, and we are 5 people too. Why don't we fight each other, and whoever wins will take the Dragon Ball away, how about it? Krillin didn't expect the other party to be so disciplined, and immediately responded, okay, then, how do we fight? Do you want a one-on-one fight, or do you want to fight together? Several members of the Jinyu Special Forces looked at Krillin with their hands on their hips. Gi suggested, one-on-one, we prefer to fight alone. The group of people on Krillin's side also nodded in agreement. Okay. Jinyu laughed, very good, then let's decide by rock paper scissors. As he said, the 5 Jinyu Special Forces gathered together and started rock paper scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Draw. No winner, damn it. Seeing them playing rock paper scissors leisurely, Sano Bayashi and the others were a little surprised. How about we play rock paper scissors? Vegeta, Tien Xinyan, Jiaozi and Yamcha also surrounded Krillin. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Seeing that both teams started playing rock paper scissors, Bulma was a little unhappy. A life and death battle, why are you guys making it like a fight? Son Goku said with some concern, I don't care about rock paper scissors or something. I just hope that the dance on the other side will never be transmitted to Earth. Bulma rested his chin on his head and looked at the other party's awkward dance posture. And laughed, how is it possible? Who would learn such an ugly posture? Son Goku wanted to refute, but suddenly saw Shishi who was watching carefully beside him. He and Shishi didn't give birth to Son Gohan. So no one should inherit this eye-catching technique and bring it back to Earth. No, although there is no Gohan, but this time there are more people who forgive the Jinyu Force. It is known that Krillin and Vegeta will not do such stupid things. It is not certain whether Jiaozi, Yamcha, and Tien Xinyan will become such stupid fighters. Son Goku couldn't help but sweat. I hope they won't, it's too eye-catching. Dende looked at the dance of the Jinyu Force, and then looked at Bulma and Goku. I think their dance and posture are not okay. The elder once said that every nation has its own customs and culture. Bulma was stunned for a moment, and wanted to refute, but seeing Dende's serious face, she had to nod. You're right. Shishi also nodded, if a child does that action, it should be acceptable. After a while, the two sides of the barrier abandoned the order. Guldo vs Jiaozi. Krillin vs Bart. Yamcha vs Geese. Vegeta vs Rikum. Tien Xinyan vs Captain Jinyu. Looking at the 5 people fighting, Son Goku couldn't help but worry. Although Vegeta will catch up later and far exceed Krillin and the others. However, Vegeta is the weakest among them now. His fighting power should be close to Rikum at present, but it seems to be a little short. Son Goku saw Dende from the corner of his eye. For some reason, a picture appeared in Goku's mind. Whether it is a human or a ghost, everyone is showing off, only Vegeta is being beaten. Chapter 113 Vegeta's Weakness. How lucky, Guldo is the first to appear. Likum said enviously. What is there to envy? The little guy on the opposite side is the weakest at first glance, and there is definitely no interest at all. Ruozu walked in front of Guldo and asked in disbelief. I obviously suppressed my aura, how do you know that I am the weakest among us? Guldo's mouth twitched. Humph, see, I knew that the opponent I drew was not interesting at all. I have bad luck, there is nothing I can do, I can only clean up the garbage. Okay, start, it hurts. Likum urged. Guldo looked disdainful, as if he could kill the little guy in front of him without any effort. Jiaozi did not dare to be careless at all, floated into the sky, and looked at Guldo. He did not give the other party time to react, just pointed his finger, and a whole wave gathered instantly and shot towards Guldo. Guldo was shocked. He watched a wave of energy blasting towards him. It was in front of him in an instant, and there was no time to think about it. Guldo shouted the word still as if in an emergency reaction. In an instant, the time of the entire space stopped. A whole wave with powerful force just shot over Guldo's head. Guldo was startled and immediately trotted, avoiding the attack position of the whole wave and the attack radius. It seems that he is familiar with the route. Goku, Bulma, and Shishi was surprised. This was the first time they had seen a move that could freeze the whole wave. It was indeed called Time Stop. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his time stop is only regional, otherwise it would be too powerful. Bulma finished speaking, and Guldo ran out of the whole wave's attack radius. At this moment, he released his superpowers and gasped for breath. The whole wave hit the ground directly, exploding into a cloud of dust. Jiaozi above seemed to realize that he had missed the target and looked around. The next second, Jiaozi saw Guldo. Whole wave. ABU. Another whole wave hit Guldo. Guldo was startled and shouted time stop again. He looked up again and saw that another whole wave was about to hit him. Guldo was horrified. He looked at the other members of the Jinyu Force. He felt a little uneasy. His speed was so fast, the energy wave was a bit strong, and the bombardment was so frequent that he was a bit overwhelmed. No, I can't use time pause to consume my physical strength anymore. I must kill him as soon as possible. After dodging Jiaozi's second whole wave, Guldo took the lead. He put his hands on his shoulders and shouted at Jiaozi. In an instant, a mysterious force bound Jiaozi. Jiaozi was startled. This feeling was exactly the same as his superpowers. He tried to move and found that he was like being stuck in a quagmire, but he could still move a little. It was as strenuous as moving in a quagmire. Seeing that Jiaozi finally couldn't move, Guldo wiped the sweat from his forehead. You little devil, you are really not simple. You can make me use space stillness. Unfortunately, you were caught by me. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Guldo looked around and ran towards a tree. Then he cut the tree into a sharp wood. I will make you into a skewer and roast it on the fire. It must be delicious. Goldo looked at Jiaozi and raised the wood to throw it at Jiaozi. At this moment, Jiaozi opened his hands towards him and his eyes widened. Instantly, Goldo also felt that his whole body was wrapped in the mud and he couldn't move. So, the figures of Jiaozi and Goldo were frozen. The Jinyu force who were watching the excitement were all stunned. What's going on? Why is Goldo not moving? Tian Xinyan saw Jiaozi using the immobilization technique and was evenly matched with Goldo. He immediately shouted, Jiaozi, hurry up and don't let him use the time pause. Jiaozi's eyes flickered, and he already understood. He struggled to move out of the quagmire of Goldo's acupuncture. But at the same time, he did not remove the immobilization technique. And, while he was using his superpowers, he kept approaching Goldo. However, he flew behind Goldo. Goldo was shocked, and he realized at this moment that his acupuncture technique seemed unable to completely control the opponent. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, and others were also concentrating, fearing that the other members of the Jinyu force would not follow the moral code of martial arts and disturb the competition. However, the rest of the Jinyu force had no intention of coming to help. They all put their hands on their hips and watched the two men's competition. Dongdongbo. It was unknown how long the two men had been competing. The moment Jiaozi released the immobilization technique, a Dongdongbo shot at Goldo. After a violent explosion, Goldo was submerged in the Dongdongbo. At this moment, Jiaozi also freed himself from the quagmire-like restraints and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. It's almost like my superpower. Just then, a gust of wind blew by. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Goldo lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Jiaozi immediately laughed happily. Tianjin, I won. Tian Xinyan nodded to Jiaozi to show his approval. The other members of the Jinyu force were all surprised. Ji said, oh, Gildo lost. Bart said reluctantly, it's not easy for the captain to develop such a good dance. Without one person, our Jinyu force's formation will not be perfect. Likum crossed his arms and said unhappily, he's dead, there's nothing we can do. Captain Jinyu had to restudy the formation of 4 people. Jinyu continued, we'll talk about this later. Who's next? Bart immediately said, oh, it's me, Captain. It's my turn to fight. Jinyu nodded. Very good, don't be careless, don't embarrass our Jinyu force. Bart nodded, don't worry, Captain. Soon, Bart walked to the front and posed a charming posture. Jinyu force, Bart. Seeing that they were from Frisia's army, but they were quite disciplined. Krillin also introduced himself to him. He put his hands together and nodded to Bart. Earth Turtle Immortal style, Krillin, please teach me more. Shishi rested his chin with both hands, looked at Gaku in disbelief, and said, Gaku, I didn't expect that these guys were Frisia's men, but they were still quite disciplined. Son Gaku nodded, yes, this is a life and death battle. People who are so polite are rare even on Earth. Bulma said, I feel like they are just stupid, but it's better this way, it's easier to deal with. Gaku and Shishi nodded. Shishi said, yeah, I feel like he's missing a string in his brain. Indeed, he feels a little bit stubborn. Bulma looked at Krillin and Bart, both of whom were very polite and behaved very politely and rigidly. She immediately felt that although these people were in different camps, they were not so evil. At least they would not attack by surprise. She actually took out a cigarette and a lighter and put one in her mouth. At this moment, Gaku suddenly found that Gaku and Shishi were looking at her. She took out the cigarette box again, shook it in front of the two of them, and asked, why, you two want to have one too? Shishi quickly waved her hand, no, Son Gaku, smoking is harmful to health and will affect my strength. Bulma rolled her eyes at Shishi and Gaku respectively and lit up on her own. Klin's strength is far superior to Bart's. Therefore, Krillin could kill him in one move. But Krillin felt that the other party was quite polite and might repent. So he fought with him for dozens of moves before defeating him, and did not kill him. However, Krillin might have thought too much. Bart lost himself, but he did not see that Krillin was better than him in both hard power and fighting skills. He thought that he was careless for a moment and lost to Krillin. Therefore, even though he was severely injured, he still thought about the opportunity to fight back. Similarly, the battle between Ji's and Yamcha also started soon. The two seemed to be equally strong, and it was hard to tell who would win. However, Yamcha still had more practical experience. Even if he controlled his strength to the same level as him, he still easily defeated him. Jinyu was wearing a detector and had a toothache. From the perspective of energy, how come the strength of both sides is similar, but we are the ones who lost? It's very frustrating. Likum laughed, he, Captain, they are too careless. Let's see how I perform. Likum walked forward. Vegeta, you have kept me waiting for a long time. Now it's our turn to fight. Vegeta also stepped forward, snorted coldly, and did not speak. Instead, he made a starting move. Likum saw this starting move and immediately became playful. He immediately made a move that he thought was very elegant, like a ballerina, spinning several times on one foot. Finally, he stopped in this position and looked up at Vegeta. How about it, Vegeta, my posture is cool, right? Vegeta, the other people watching the game were also silent. This B's appearance looks the closest to a macho man. However, his dancing style was the most sao. Making those ballet-like movements, it was simply eye-catching. Vegeta was not careless when he saw such a look. He shouted, and his aura suddenly surged. In an instant, Vegeta's aura reached the highest level. Rikum's detector also beeped at this moment. Before he could see the reading, Vegeta rushed towards him and punched him in the face. In an instant, Rikum flew backwards. Vegeta chased him closely, and added a flying kick, a side kick, a knee strike, and a dunk. A set of combined punches was coherent and smooth. He didn't dare to give him a chance to fight back. With Vegeta's last dunk, Rikum's body shot out backwards, piercing a mountain, exploding countless rocks. And the rolling smoke and dust submerged him in it. However, after such a set of combos, Vegeta didn't relax. He opened his arms, and two electric current-like energies gathered in his palms. As his breath condensed and saturated, he put his arms together. Gallic Cannon. A strong Qigong appeared between his hands. Seeing Vegeta use such a large ki blast without any sense of measure, Goku, who was watching the battle not far away, quickly pressed Bulma down, fearing that she would be injured by the aftermath of the battle. Who knew that as soon as he pressed it, he heard Bulma's exclamation. Son Goku quickly let go of his hand, but saw that Bulma had a cigarette butt in her mouth, and the sparks burned her lips. Fortunately, Bulma swept the cigarette butt away. Son Goku was startled. When did you light another one? Bulma blew on her lips and complained, it's over, I'm injured. I don't know if the sensu tube doesn't work, will it leave a scar? As she said that, Vegeta curled her lips and looked at Son Goku. At this moment, Vegeta's Gallic Cannon was condensed. Instantly, a powerful ki blast suddenly blasted into the smoke where Likum was. At this moment, Shishi suddenly attacked, and Shima's head bag was caught in Wangli. Just as Bulma was about to explode, she sensed something unusual. A wave of air swept towards them with smoke and dust. She immediately felt as if her back had been baptized by a strong wind. Bulma was speechless. Seeing that Shishi had saved her, she had to suppress her complaints. After a moment, Bulma raised her head and looked in the direction of the battle. Vegeta was seen floating in the low air, his arms still in the ki blast posture, breathing heavily. A huge earth pit was blasted in front of him by the ki blast. Because this round of Gallic Cannon was fired by rubbing the ground. It was not very deep, only a few dozen meters. But it spread far away and there was no end in sight. Did you win? Bulma couldn't see her opponent and looked left and right at Shishi and Goku. Shishi looked at the smoke cautiously and said uncertainly, it's not clear yet. The smoke hinders the perception of the breath. At this moment, a gust of wind blew and the smoke dispersed a lot. Shishi's eyes suddenly became stern. I sensed that he is still alive. Vegeta can't beat him. Just at this moment, a stream of energy swept through the smoke and dust, dispersing the smoke and dust. Likumu's clothes were torn to pieces by the explosion. He stood there with his legs crossed and his arms keeping his body balanced. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouth with one tooth missing. Hi, Vegeta. The warm-up is over, I'm going to get serious. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Damn, he's not hurt at all. In an instant, Vegeta's breath wilted. Krillin and others not far away seemed to sense something. Why did Vegeta admit defeat immediately after he couldn't beat the opponent with one set of moves? Mano, is this a fight? Just thinking about comparing strength, doesn't he try strange moves? When he meets a strong enemy, doesn't he try to challenge himself? Tien Xinyan is well versed in martial arts, and immediately loudly comforted. Vegeta, don't be discouraged, fight well. Your strength difference is not big, you should have a chance. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and the languid aura suddenly disappeared. Humph, why don't you mind your own business? While talking, Vegeta once again took the starting stance. It was obvious that Vegeta had listened to their words. While Vegeta was taking the starting stance, his eyes kept looking at Ricolum, trying to find his weakness and attack again. Ricolum shouted, Yo-ho, punch. In an instant, Ricolum made fists with both hands and shot towards Vegeta. The power of those two punches was very strong, and Vegeta knew he couldn't bear it. But at that speed, he could barely keep up. So, Vegeta looked solemn, and immediately dodged the two fists when Ricolum's attack arrived. Swish. Two fists swept by, and Vegeta was glad that he dodged them. However, in an instant, Ricolum kicked Vegeta on the back. Then there was another knee strike, which pushed Vegeta out. Not far away, Son Goku watched Vegeta's fight and shook his head secretly. Vegeta managed to dodge the first move, and instead of thinking about counterattacking quickly, or continuing to dodge the next move, he was actually thankful for a moment. Such a flaw would only make him get beaten even harder. It was simply stupid. In a duel between masters, basically there can be no flaws. You must be cautious at all times, and be cautious again. Moreover, the mentality is the foundation of fighting. As long as your mentality does not collapse and you hold on, even if the opponent is stronger than you, as long as his mentality is not as good as yours, he will sooner or later show a flaw. After just watching him for a few moves, Son Goku understood Vegeta's weakness. However, at this moment, Son Goku was suddenly stunned. Unconsciously, I seem to have entered the realm of farming. And I have a mental understanding of martial arts. Chapter 114 Vegeta, smells so good. Originally, Vegeta thought that he could not beat Rikum, and he had no strong will to resist. However, when he was fighting, he suddenly found that it seemed that only Captain Jinyu was still standing in the Jinyu force, and Kakarot behind him, as well as the few Earthlings, were all intact. In a hazy state of consciousness, Vegeta seemed to think that we had a great advantage. However, another thing hit Vegeta again. They all defeated their opponents. And I, King Vegeta, was beaten by someone. For a moment, Vegeta suddenly became angry. Why? I am the Saiyan Prince, a rare young celebration group. I have fallen to the last place. This is unbearable, absolutely unbearable. The beaten Vegeta suddenly stood up and shouted. Vegeta, who was shot backwards, stepped on the ground and fought back again. Rikum thought that Vegeta had no fighting spirit and that his victory was already in his grasp. However, at this moment, he actually saw Vegeta rushing towards him. A silly smile appeared on the corner of Likum's mouth. The next moment, Vegeta's attack arrived. The powerful fist suddenly hit Likum. Likum did not dare to be careless. He immediately raised his arms and crossed them forward to resist Vegeta's moves. Pa pa pa. Vegeta's set of consecutive punches hit Likum's defense. After several consecutive punches, Vegeta began to breathe a little. Likum also felt that his arms were a little numb. If he hadn't defended, these attacks would have been enough to hit him. Likum couldn't help but secretly praise Vegeta. Finally, when Vegeta's strength was exhausted, Likum hit 953 with a backhand strike and hammered Vegeta's chest. Ugh! Vegeta screamed and spit out a mouthful of white liquid from the corner of his mouth. The next second, Lim's moves were connected. He was seen swinging his fist as big as a sandbag, hammering at Vegeta continuously. Vegeta groaned miserably. While hitting him, Likum laughed, ha 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 ha, good job, good job. Vegeta, you are better than I thought. As he said that, Likum hit him hard and knocked him to the ground. The next second, Likum posed a seductive posture again and knelt down on Vegeta's lower back. If this knee hit Vegeta's lower back, he would be half disabled. However, at this moment, Vegeta actually reacted, slapped the ground hard, and shot into the sky. Likum crushed the earth and looked up at Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, he chased Vegeta again. Vegeta was not as fast as him, and was caught up in just a breath, and was hammered down by Likum again. This time, Vegeta fell into the water. Likum in the sky seemed to enjoy this battle as well. He looked at the ripples on the water, with a silly smile on his face. At this moment, Vegeta's figure burst out from the water and punched Rikum in the abdomen. Rikum groaned miserably, and his body retreated with the impact of Vegeta's punch. Vegeta also used all his strength to punch him in the abdomen, trying to do more damage. However, Rikum retreated a few steps, and he endured the pain and stopped. The next moment, he used his mighty body to grab Vegeta, and then held him and went to the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a big hole by BDCG, and Vegeta was actually planted upside down in the ground, leaving only his two legs exposed. Leak, leak, leak. Rikum took Vegeta out with a silly smile. However, he didn't expect it. As soon as Vegeta was lifted out of the ground, Vegeta's hands had already condensed a gas bullet, and a wave hit him in the face. After a loud bang, Likum felt pain and finally let go of Vegeta. However, at this moment, Vegeta was already at the end of his rope. He fell to the ground, with countless bruises on his face and scars all over his body. He was panting heavily, staggering, and even standing up was a bit difficult. At this moment, Likum, who had just been hit, stood up again. Most of his hair had been blown away by the energy wave, and his face was also covered with bruises and bloodstains. But he still showed a silly smile full of fighting spirit. Good, Vegeta, you fight beautifully. Other people watching the game were also surprised. What a weirdo. Likum put his hands on his hips and asked Vegeta, do you have any more powerful moves? If not, prepare to die. Vegeta looked at Likum breathlessly and said angrily, you ugly bastard. You actually teased me like a child, damn it. He wanted to fight back, but neither his injuries nor his existing physical strength were enough to support him to continue fighting. Finally, Vegeta lay on the ground. Likum was stunned for a moment, and then said with some disappointment, I thought you had some tricks, but it turns out that it's no longer useful? Then, give me your life. As he said that, Likum once again posed in a charming posture, and the next moment he opened his mouth wide towards Vegeta. A powerful energy wave suddenly blasted towards Vegeta. Vegeta at this moment, how could he have much strength, nor did he have the breath to resist. He could only die. Seeing that he was going to kill Vegeta, Krillin and his group were all shocked. Tien Shinyan took the lead and used a hard Qigong to block this mouth cannon for Vegeta. The violent explosion raised smoke and dust, and Tien Shinyan and Vegeta were wrapped in it. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Tien Shinyan was unharmed, and Vegeta was already lying on the ground. Tien Shinyan stood straight and looked at Rikum. He said seriously, he is already dying, there is no need to kill him, I will fight you. Rikum was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Jinyu behind him. Captain, this is your opponent, he wants to fight me, what should I do? Jinyu crossed his arms and said confidently, it doesn't matter, since you are having so much fun, I will give it to you. Rikum was overjoyed, hee, thank you Captain. Then, Rikum faced Tien Shinyan directly. Hee, it's really boring to fight a dying Vegeta, I hope you can let me have some fun. Tien Shinyan took a step forward and opened his starting position. As you wish. Krillin saw that Vegeta was already dying, and immediately went over to help him up. Unexpectedly, he was insulted by him for helping him up. Mind your own business, bastard. Why don't you attack him if you have the time, you naive guy? Krillin frowned. Hey, Vegeta, what are you talking about? This is a fair one-on-one fight. You lost, and I'm here to help you. Tien Shinyan is fighting him fairly over there. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Tien Shinyan. The expression on his face changed a little, but he still hid a deeper anger. It seemed that he was angry that he couldn't beat the other party, but they were all stronger than him. He was so angry, but he was helpless, which made his expression particularly wonderful. None of your business. Vegeta snorted coldly and prepared to drag his broken body back. However, at this moment, Krillin stretched out his hand and a senzu bean came into view. Seeing the senzu bean in Krillin's hand, Vegeta, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and could not walk. Krillin showed a sincere smile. Eat it, you don't have to be so angry, the advantage is on us. Before Krillin finished speaking, Vegeta grabbed the senzu bean and put it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, Vegeta immediately recovered and his physical strength was full. It smells so good. Because he had experienced serious injuries and difficult battles. Eating the senzu bean this time also made his strength improve a lot again. He could deeply feel that an endless amount of power was gushing out of his body. Vegeta turned his head and looked at Rikum. He had a feeling in his heart that if he fought Rikum again, he could beat Rikum like beating a child. The battle between Tien Shinyan and Rikum began. Rikum, whose battle scenes were very funny, faced Tien Shinyan, who fought very rigorously, and the style of the painting was not at all inconsistent. Rikum flirted and attacked with his mouth, and all kinds of tricks emerged one after another. But they were all blocked by Tien Shinyan with the most rigorous moves of a martial artist, and then counterattacked. Punching, kicking, attacking, blocking. The moves were completely different from Rikum, and each move was quite master-like. Jinyu on the side was watching as if nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he saw that Vegeta had recovered as before, and the battle behind him was full of scars. In an instant, he realized that something was wrong. No, we lost one Guldo, and Gi's and Bart were seriously injured. Now there is only Likum and me. It seems that Likum is not a match for the three-eyed man on the opposite side, and the opposite side is actually unscathed. A sense of crisis arises spontaneously. At this moment, the battle between Likum and Tien Shinyan has entered a white-hot stage. Tien Shinyan's strength has also begun to be released. Jinyu's detector suddenly beep-beep, rang. His detector is specially made, with more complete functions, and it can search a higher combat power range and will not explode easily. Jinyu can't help but look at the detector curiously. However, it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you look at it. The combat power of the three-eyed man is maintained at several thousand. However, at the moment he makes a move, his combat power can immediately become 7 or 8. Jinyu was shocked. This guy is a hidden master. He immediately planned in his mind. Let's take a look. It seems that Likum can't force him to use his full strength. Let me do it later. I will definitely force him to use his full strength. If his strength exceeds mine, I will take his body. Jinyu thought so, and the smile on his face became more and more obscene. At this moment, the more he looked at Tien Shinyan's body, the more he liked it. Chapter 115 Krillin, you've grown taller. Whether in terms of fighting power or fighting skills, Tien Shinyan is far superior to Likum. Likum fell down after the two fought for a while. Tien Shinyan also did not kill him, but just beat him so hard that he could not move. Vegeta, who was standing by, saw Gi's, Bart and Likum lying on the ground dying, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his face. He raised his palm and a wave of energy blasted at the three people lying on the ground. The energy wave exploded instantly when it touched them, flooding a large area of the ground. After a violent explosion, the three people were blown to pieces. Krillin and the others were shocked. Krillin asked, Vegeta, are you too cruel? They can't fight anymore, there's no need to kill them. Yamcha also nodded. That's right, I think fighting with them is quite enjoyable. Vegeta glanced at the people on Earth and snorted coldly. Humph, how disgusting. I really feel sorry for your kindness. You will die from this sooner or later. Don't think that they are not guilty of death just because they look funny. The number of people they have killed is beyond your comprehension. Everyone was silent for a while. Indeed, if they were not as strong as them, they would only be beaten by them like they beat Vegeta, and then die humiliatingly in their hands. It seems that only when Vegeta was beaten and almost killed, did he understand the despair of being killed. Tien Shinyan also glanced at Vegeta. If he hadn't blocked that move for him just now, Vegeta would definitely die. At this moment, Captain Jinyu was the only one left in the Jinyu force. Jinyu looked at his men and saw that they were all gone, and his face was very unhappy. The team that was formed with great difficulty was killed all at once. However, Jinyu was not very sad at this moment. Instead, he walked forward and couldn't help but applaud Tien Shinyan. Ha 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 ha, it's amazing. We are the Jinyu force. I always thought that. In this world, only King Frieza is stronger than our Jinyu force. Jinyu glanced at several Earthlings, and finally his eyes stayed on Tien Shinyan. Now, I understand why you can kill Dodoria and the others, and why Frieza was so anxious to find us. It turns out that you guys are so strong. If King Frieza didn't call us here to support him, I'm afraid he would have to work hard on his own. As he said, Tien Shinyan looked at Vegeta, who was 1 pound. The corners of his mouth lifted high, and he laughed. Vegeta, you are such a fool. Do you think that you can defeat King Frieza by betraying King Frieza and joining forces with them? Ha 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 ha, you are too naive. You can't touch a hair of King Frieza together. You don't understand the horror of King Frieza at all. Vegeta snorted coldly and said nothing. At this moment, Tien Shinyan looked at Jinyu. Hey, do you still want to fight me? Jinyu laughed, of course, don't think it's great to defeat my 4 team members. Let you ignorant guys see how powerful I am. As he spoke, Jinyu struck a certain ballet pose. However, no matter how he posed, it was not harmonious. The next moment, Jinyu suddenly became angry. He said to everyone, damn it, it's all your fault. I can't form a beautiful special battle formation by myself. Krillin, Jiaozi, Shishi, who was watching the game, was also speechless. They are so ugly, but they still love dancing. It's really weird. Bulma nodded. Yes, with such a passion for styling, I think Jinyu is suitable for debuting in a girl group. Jinyu squatted, looked at everyone, and said, no matter where you come from, I will never let you off. Come on, it doesn't matter whether you come one by one or together. Tian Xinyan stepped forward again and opened his starting posture, saying, I only need one person to deal with you. Jinyu supported the detector and said, you are quite confident, ha 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 ha. I, Jinyu, am the #1 person under King Frisia. This is the first time I have heard such arrogant words in my life. Don't look at the fact that there are so many of you, and each of you is very confident. In front of a real master, the number of people will not play a big role. Let me tell you a secret, in fact, I am also one of those people whose combat power can change freely. Hearing this, Vegeta was obviously stunned for a moment. Jinyu's strength is indeed the best under Frisia, but he has not heard how strong he is. Moreover, Vegeta before did not know anything about the Jinyu force. At his previous level, he could not even touch them. The battle between the two quickly began. Jinyu shouted, and his aura suddenly surged. The next moment, he swung out with one hand, and a purple gas bomb was thrown towards Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan's figure flashed, dodged the gas bomb, and flew into the sky. However, Jinyu flashed into the sky at this moment, and kicked directly at Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan almost didn't react. Fortunately, he didn't let his guard down. Although he was thinking about what to do next when he dodged the gas bullet, he still found the sneak attack at the critical moment and dodged the kick in a very dangerous situation. Krillin and others who were watching the battle also watched the two fight. Krillin couldn't help but say in surprise, this Jinyu's combat power should be over 100,000. Yamcha nodded, yeah, it's finally a little interesting. Jinyu was more and more surprised in the fierce battle. This man's strength is unfathomable. He has already improved to the strongest combat power. But this guy is still at ease. As the round ended, Jinyu and Tian Xinyan pulled away. He asked excitedly, you haven't exerted your true strength, right? Tian Xinyan was stunned. You figured it out. Jinyu smiled and said, of course. You want to use the accumulated power to deal with King Frisia, right? Haha, I advise you not to dream. I still say that you can't guess the strength of the king. It's so hard to meet an opponent like you. Come and fight me with all your strength. Tian Xinyan looked serious. All your strength? It seems that you didn't use your full strength. Okay, then I understand. Jinyu smiled, that's great, otherwise you will die unjustly. Tian Xinyan said seriously, use your detector to take a good look at my energy value. Don't be scared. As he said, Tian Xinyan shouted, and the powerful information suddenly soared. Jinyu's detector value also jumped up. 100,000. 100,000. 150,000. How is it possible? It's still rising. Jinyu's eyes showed a look of fear and surprise. Not far away, Goku, Shishi and Bulma were all watching leisurely. When Bulma saw Jinyu, she suddenly remembered his powerful ability exchanging bodies. Although the strength of all the members is very strong now, it doesn't matter if one of them is replaced by him. However, whoever has his body replaced will inevitably be beaten up. She wanted to ask Tian Xinyan to end the fight quickly, but she didn't know how to start, so she could only worry about Tian Xinyan. May the best of luck to you. Just as Jinyu read the value of 200,000, Tian Xinyan shouted, Kaioken. Instantly, Tian Xinyan's fighting power surged again. 200,000. 400,000. Bang. Even if his detector had a high upper limit, it would inevitably explode at this moment. Affected by the aftermath of the explosion of the detector, Jinyu was even more surprised. It was too strong. He couldn't wait any longer. Such fighting power was too powerful. Can't wait any longer. Jinyu first dug a hole in his chest, and then fired a mouth cannon at Tian Xinyan. Change body. A strong light suddenly blasted towards Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan's figure flashed and dodged this move. His breath stabilized, and he looked at Jinyu calmly. I have increased my power to the extreme, and also opened up twice the Kaioken. My speed is no longer at the level that you can attack by sneaking. Show your true strength. However, at this moment, Jinyu's body was confused. Huh, why am I here? Isn't I watching the competition? SHH, it hurts. Jinyu's hand covered his still bleeding chest. Is this my body? Jinyu's body looked around at itself. Tian Xinyan was also a little confused as he watched Jinyu's body checking itself. What's going on? What happened? Why did you hurt yourself? Tian Xinyan asked. Just then, Vegeta understood. He immediately pointed his finger up at Krillin and shouted, oh no, Jinyu's ability is to exchange bodies. His body exchange with Tian Xinyan was avoided, and now he has exchanged bodies with Krillin. What? Everyone who heard this was shocked, and then they all looked at Krillin. At this moment, Krillin's body also moved, and then he made a few graceful ballet-like poses. Everyone who saw this scene finally believed it. At this moment, Krillin, who was using Jinyu's body, showed an evil smile on his face. It was actually dodged, and a smaller person replaced it. But fortunately, I can feel that this body is also very powerful. At least it is stronger than my original body. Yamcha, Jiaozi, all retreated, a little further away from Krillin's body. Jiaozi panicked and said, "Oh no, Krillin is our strongest earthling." Yamcha was also surprised and didn't know what to say. Jinyu, who had changed into Krillin, was obviously surprised when he heard Jiaozi's words. He pointed at himself and asked, "Is this body the strongest earthling?" Yamcha was stunned for a moment. Goku is a Saiyan, so Krillin is indeed the strongest earthling. So he nodded. Yes, yes. Jinyu, who had changed into Krillin, suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I hit the mark by accident and changed into the strongest. At this moment, Jinyu, who had changed into Krillin, saw Vegeta, who was not far away, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Jinyu, who had changed into Krillin, flashed and punched Vegeta directly. Vegeta was caught off guard by his sneak attack, and he screamed. His body shot towards the mountain like a meteor, causing a violent explosion. Jinyu, who had changed into Krillin, felt this powerful force, looked at his fist excitedly, and roared to the sky again. Ha 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 ha, I actually got the strongest body, the heavens really helped me. At this moment, Krillin, who had changed into Jinyu, completely understood. His face was full of disappointment, even despair. Oh no, this shouldn't have happened. My attention was just on Tien Shinyan, I was too relaxed. I changed with this body, what should I do? Krillin, who changed into Jinyu, couldn't help looking around and begging his friends for help. Bulma saw that Krillin had been replaced by Jinyu, and just now he was doing those eye-catching actions, and his mouth twitched a little. I didn't expect to see Krillin doing that kind of dance so soon, I'm really not used to it. Bulma watched Krillin's body fly away and Vegeta was laughing wildly there, and asked, Goku, what do you think? However, Goku didn't answer. Bulma felt a gust of wind blowing around her, and Goku disappeared. Bulma looked forward and saw Goku bursting towards Krillin who had changed into Jinyu. Son Goku asked with concern, Krillin, how are you? Krillin, who was using Jinyu's body, was still covering his chest. It's over, Goku, I changed that guy's body, what can I do? Son Goku immediately handed him a senzu bean. It seems that the injury is not serious, but don't worry about that for now, eat it. Bulma was a little speechless when she saw this scene. She didn't want Goku to go over. Fighting the Jinyu force is just a warm-up. There is a little risk, which is Jinyu's ability to change bodies. As long as Goku's body is not changed, it doesn't matter to others. In fact, no one cares, after all, Jinyu can't Kaioken. But it seems that Goku and Krillin have a very good relationship. Even if he changed his body, seeing that he was seriously injured. Goku was the first to go over to give him the senzu beans. Krillin, who changed into Jinyu, took the senzu beans and ate them. The injury recovered in an instant. However, the body is still the same body, and Lin is still frowning. Goku, if Shinyo sees me like this, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. Son Goku looked him up and down. Said, Krillin, I think the body you changed into is not bad, at least it is tall, and the fighting talent is not lower than yours. The upper limit is also higher, and it will become stronger faster through training, and it will soon catch up with your current strength. Krillin, who changed into Jinyu, twitched his mouth. Goku, don't joke, this body is clearly a monster. I still like my own body. After saying that, Krillin, who changed into Jinyu, looked at his own body and shouted, Hey, you guy, give my body back quickly. Jinyu, Krillin's body, pointed his thumb at himself. He laughed loudly, hee, this body, although not tall, is very strong. It seems to be a little shorter than King Frieza, which is really perfect. I guess King Frieza also likes such subordinates. I won't give it back. Jinyu, Krillin's body, glanced at everyone and said, just now I thought I had a sure win. I didn't expect that I was the only one left in my Jinyu Special Forces. I finally found that your strength was beyond my imagination. Just now there was a moment, I thought I was not the opponent of so many strong people like you. I might as well leave you to King Frieza to deal with. However, now the situation has reversed. I got the strongest body, so, Jinyu, Krillin's body, suddenly rushed to the side of Jiaozi and Yamcha. Both of them were ready to fight back. Unexpectedly, Jinyu picked up a Dragon Ball, and then shot it towards Frieza's square. Everyone was shocked. He ran away. You said so many harsh words, but you ran away just because you didn't agree with me. Krillin, Jinyu's body, immediately shouted, Goku, help me quickly and get my body back. Son Goku nodded. Okay. However, Son Goku didn't rush out yet. Tien Shinyan with Kaioken turned into a stream of light and directly stopped Jinyu holding the Dragon Ball. Can he run away? Jinyu, Krillin's body, was surprised. How is it possible? How can you be faster than me? Chapter 116 The Great Elder's Potential Stimulation. Being intercepted by Tien Shinyan, Jinyu, Krillin's body, was furious. He suddenly opened his mouth and shot a ki blast at Tien Shinyan. Tien Shinyan crossed his hands and concentrated his aura. The ki blast bounced back the moment it hit Tien Shinyan. Jinyu, Krillin's body, was startled and wanted to dodge, but found that the speed was too fast and it was too late. He had to withstand his own attack. However, the energy hit his body like a breeze, without any damage, and the energy wave dissipated directly. Jinyu, Krillin's body, blinked his big eyes. What? Is this really the power of the strongest earthling? How can it be so weak? Tian Xinyan raised the corners of his mouth high. Yes, Krillin is indeed the strongest among the people on Earth. But you are not adapted to his body, and you can't exert his power at all. So, quickly switch back with Krillin. Jinyu didn't believe it and said angrily, stop talking nonsense to me. How can you guess my ability? I can withstand that kind of damage without any effect, which means that this body is not very strong. As he said, Jinyu, Krillin's body, put down the Dragon Ball and punched Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan quickly blocked it. After all, Krillin's body is very strong. Even if he is not adapted, his attack is very fierce. In addition, Tian Xinyan didn't want to damage Krillin's body, so he had to fight with him. The battle between the two seemed very fierce. But Tian Xinyan held back his strength everywhere, and didn't seriously injure Krillin's body. But Jinyu, Krillin's body, didn't have that concern at all, using all his strength to release his power crazily. As the battle continued, Jinyu, Krillin's body, became stronger and stronger, and Tian Xinyan consumed more and more energy to deal with it. Tian Xinyan couldn't help but look solemn. Oh no, he is getting better and better at adapting to Krillin's body. Jinyu, Krillin's body, realized that he was adapting to this body at a rapid speed, and he was also very excited. Strong power, and beautiful body, Jinyu will get it completely, so happy. In the future, when I form the Jinyu Special Forces, my small body can finally be lifted up by everyone. Hearing Jinyu's words, Tian Xinyan couldn't help but think of his opening dance. Thinking of the dance scene of Krillin being lifted up by a group of big men, Tian Xinyan's face suddenly turned red. Not to mention seeing it, even thinking about it makes people feel uncomfortable. You can't just think about it, it's too hot for the eyes. Tian Xinyan looked at Krillin who was using Jinyu's body in the distance and shouted, sorry, Krillin. I have to subdue your body. Krillin nodded quickly. I didn't expect that he was not used to my body yet. And he didn't know Kaioken, so I was completely relieved. Tian Xinyan, don't let him continue to adapt. It's okay to hit harder, just don't blow my body to pieces. Tian Xinyan nodded. I understand. As he said that, Tian Xinyan shouted, raising more strength, and it was obvious that he was going to beat Jinyu, Krillin's body, violently. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the mountain at a high speed. It hit Jinyu, Krillin's body, directly, and directly knocked him dozens of meters away before stopping. Tian Xinyan was stunned for a moment. He saw the figure clearly. Vegeta. Others also looked at Vegeta. Krillin, Jinyu's body, scratched his head and asked, where did he come from? Yamcha explained, just now, after he switched bodies with you, Vegeta was too close. Your body immediately punched Vegeta, and he hit the mountain. Krillin, Jinyu's body, nodded. I see. In fact, I can't use the power of this body. Besides, I don't want to adapt, I just want to return it quickly. Son Goku patted Krillin on the shoulder and said, don't worry, if he doesn't want to trade with you. If you have a chance to find a Dragon Ball, I, Shenron, will make a wish to help you get it back. I can also change it for you with a 5 cm higher one. Krillin, Jinyu's body, looked at Son Goku excitedly. Hey, this is a good idea, but it's a waste of a wish. It's okay, anyway, we have the Dragon Ball radar, and my Dragon Ball is very easy for us. Krillin finally nodded with relief. You are still the most considerate, Goku. After being knocked back dozens of meters, Jinyu, Krillin's body, stopped retreating forcibly. He turned his head and looked at Vegeta, with a smile on his face. Hey, it's Vegeta, what are you doing here to make trouble? Do you want to be beaten by me? Vegeta looked at Krillin's body and snorted, Jinyu, you bastard, you pissed me off? Why did you attack me after changing your body? You think I'm the weakest among this group of people, you look down on me, right? Jinyu, Krillin's body, raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's a big deal. To be honest, I have never looked down on you Saiyans. Vegeta said angrily, damn it, you insulted us Saiyans, I'll make you pay. Tian Xinyan saw Vegeta's angry face and said, Vegeta, I'll give him to you. But please be careful not to damage Krillin's body. Vegeta's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't have so many scruples. The reason why he came to fight with Jinyu was because Jinyu looked down on him and attacked him just now. He wanted to fight back. On the other hand, he was worried that these soft-hearted earthlings would be reluctant to take action and make mistakes. The next moment, Vegeta attacked Jinyu, Krillin's body. The powerful fist did not hold back at all, and hit Jinyu's abdomen. Jinyu, who did not control Krillin's body, met Vegeta who had just recovered from a serious injury. He did not dodge for a while and took the blow hard. At the moment when Jinyu groaned, Vegeta's next move followed. He also swept his leg and hit Jinyu in the face. And then his figure flashed. And he came behind Jinyu and kicked him hard at the vulnerable part of his lower back. Crack, crack. Jinyu's, Krillin's body, waist was broken at this moment. Seeing that his body seemed to be broken, Soren hurriedly dissuaded him. Hey, Vegeta, don't use such a heavy hand on my body. Vegeta didn't care about that. With such strength, he couldn't be killed easily. Without serious external injuries, it was impossible to kill him. In order to prevent him from changing bodies again, Vegeta shot down Jinyu and directly condensed an energy bomb to kill him completely. However, Jinyu at this moment was not afraid, but showed a cruel smile. Change body. At the moment when Vegeta condensed the energy bomb, a beam of light burst towards Vegeta. Vegeta was horrified. He didn't expect that the opponent's ability didn't even need to charge, it was instantaneous, and the speed was so fast. At this critical moment, Jinyu's original body suddenly shot out and blocked the beam of body change. Jinyu below was horrified. Get out of the way. However, everything was in vain. This beam of light just changed him and Krillin back. Krillin, lying on the ground, felt the pain all over his body, and his forehead was sweating. But he couldn't stop smiling. Great, I finally got it back, I still like my own body. At this moment, Jinyu, who had finished changing his body, was distracted for a moment. He immediately scanned the other people on the field. The distance was not far, so he could change anyone at random. Just when he was about to start the body change again, the omen of death came from the sky. Jinyu, go to hell. Jinyu was startled and immediately looked up, only to see Vegeta's energy ball had condensed into a radius of several meters, and the destructive energy was crushing towards him with a hint of lightning. In an instant, he was completely submerged. Others watching the battle could not help but sigh at Vegeta's cruel methods. He was cruel to others, but even crueler to himself. He almost got swapped just now, but he didn't interrupt the charging. If the swap was successful and the energy bomb was sent out, then his body and Krillin's body would disappear at the same time. Boom! With a burst of explosions, Jinyu's aura was blown up by the energy bomb. His body turned into scattered pieces of meat, and the land was dyed scarlet. Son Goku was about to feed Krillin senzu beans, but Dende had already run over. He released healing rays with both hands, and Krillin was healed in just 2 breaths. Krillin couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, Dende, your ability is not inferior to senzu beans, it's amazing. Dende said shyly, don't say that. You saved the people on our planet and fought with them. I'm already embarrassed. Now, I can help you with treatment. I can finally help a little. Seeing that the enemies were eliminated, Bulma and Shishi also came over. Bulma looked at everyone and said, hey, we have wasted a lot of time. Now it's time to find the Elder to collect the last Dragon Ball, and then it's time to fight Frieza. Everyone nodded. Then he took 6 Dragon Balls and rushed straight to the village where the Elder was. A moment later, everyone came to the village where the Elder was. On a high mountain, a house like an insect stood on the top of the mountain. That was the residence of the Elder. After everyone landed, a young named Kian walked out of the house. Dende immediately smiled. It's Niru? The enemy didn't attack this village, and you are all safe and sound, it's great. Niru glanced at everyone, and then set his eyes on Dende. You came at the right time, Dende. The Elder already knows what happened on the planet in the past few days. Dende was stunned for a moment, the Elder knows everything. Niru nodded. Dende asked again, then why don't you hide? Niru said, the Elder is old and it is not suitable for him to move anymore, so I stayed here to protect him. Dende nodded. I understand. Everyone on Earth looked at Niru, and couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. Too similar, he is exactly the same as Bike. Bulma suddenly remembered that Piccolo came to Namek and assimilated with Niru, and then barely kept up with Goku. Now, Niru doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Is Piccolo disabled? Thinking of this, Bulma shook her head. It's better for Piccolo not to fight. It's better for him to stay in the Temple of Heaven than to fight. If he dies, it will be very troublesome. Niru continued, everyone, please come in, the Elder is waiting for you. Everyone entered the Elder's house. A fat, very old Namek man sat on a chair, squinting at everyone. Welcome, welcome, you are all from Earth, right? First of all, thank you for saving my children. Vegeta was stunned, your children? How do you know that your children are among the people we rescued? The Elder nodded, yes, of course I know. Because everyone on Namek is my child. What? Everyone on Namek is your child? Except for Goku and Bulma, everyone was greatly surprised. Dende explained to everyone the process of the Great Elder giving birth, and everyone was amazed. Everyone was amazed at the wonderfulness of this world. Krillin stepped forward and said, Great Elder, can you give us the last Dragon Ball? We also have Dragon Balls on Earth, but the person who made Dragon Balls was killed. We need to revive him to restore the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Great Elder asked curiously, what, there are Dragon Balls on Earth? Are there Namekians there too? Krillin nodded, so you only know what happened on Namek. You don't know the gods of the Earth we are talking about, or Piccolo? A long time ago, when this planet encountered a natural disaster, he took a spaceship to our Earth. The Elder suddenly realized. I remember, it was Kadaz's child. It's really surprising that he managed to reach Earth safely. That child is indeed a genius. Not only can he make Dragon Ball, but he can also give birth. I guess there are many Namekians on Earth, right? Krillin was stunned. No, he can't have children. Bulma immediately stepped forward. In order to become a god, that person must not have any evil thoughts, so he was separated into 2 people, and the ability to reproduce was given to the other half of the evil clone. That clone was called Piccolo. However, that clone was evil in nature and constantly used force to bring disasters to the Earth. It was sealed by the martial artist for more than 300 years. Not long ago, Piccolo made a comeback, but he was already old. The children he gave birth to were all freaks who helped him do bad things. Later, he was killed by turtles. Bulma's little mouth told Piccolo's story. But Bulma thought the Elder should sigh. As a result, the elder said, "You speak too fast, I'm old, my brain can't keep up." Everyone. Not only did everyone freeze for a moment, but even Bulma was choked at the time. So what she said was in vain. The elder smiled kindly and looked at everyone. Said, "Earthlings, can you 0.0 come over for a while?" Bulma was immediately surprised and said, "Krillin, go quickly. The elder is going to help you stimulate your potential." Krillin walked over immediately. Others also looked at the elder excitedly. The elder put his hand on Krillin's head. After a while, the elder sighed. "In order to become a god, you need to abandon evil and become two people. How stupid, a rare talent is divided into two halves. If he is still there, if the two people merge into one, they will be very strong if they practice well. No one on earth should be able to kill him." Bulma immediately said, "Great elder, you don't need to persuade us on this matter. Those two guys have different personalities, and it is harder than climbing to the sky to get them to merge now. Don't worry about him for the time being. Now Frisia's men have been dealt with by us. In order to prevent him from coming, please help the rest of us improve our strength first. We are here to fight Frisia." The elder nodded. Yes. As he spoke, the elder touched Krillin's head, and a guiding force spread through Krillin's body. Instantly, Krillin's aura surged at an extremely fast speed. Everyone around was shocked. Krillin's aura was unprecedentedly high. His combat power increased by at least several times. When Bulma saw this scene, she immediately took out the detector and put it on. Beep beep. The detector started to work violently at this moment. Seeing the final number, Bulma was also shocked. Oh my god, Krillin's combat power has reached more than 2 million. When everyone heard this number, they were also shocked. 2 million. Tian Xinyan took a breath, it's too scary. If Kaioken is activated, wouldn't it be tens of millions? More, how much? Chapter 117 Super Saiyan Transformation. Everyone could intuitively feel Krillin's powerful aura, so they naturally asked about it. "Krillin, how do you feel?" Krillin was shaking with excitement. "Great, my skills have become stronger. It's hard to believe, it's like I've been reborn." Bulma said in surprise, "Quick, quick, Goku should hurry over." "Hurry up? Everyone should stimulate their potential." Shishi saw the old appearance of the elder and said with some concern, "The elder's use of power like this will not affect your lifespan, right? Let's make a wish first, and then see if we can improve our strength." The elder shook his head. "No, I didn't waste any energy. That's your own potential, I just help guide it out, it won't affect my lifespan. Come on, those who want to guide their potential come here, the more people who uphold justice, the better." Vegeta was originally very disdainful of this kind of external force enhancement. However, seeing the elder's potential stimulation, Krillin, who was already very powerful, suddenly increased several times. It was so terrifying. He had previously used Xian's talent to recover from a near-death injury, but at most he could only improve his merit by 30%. But the Great Elder's potential stimulation could increase a person's strength several times at once, which was unheard of. He couldn't help but move forward. The Great Elder was like a ruthless guiding machine, helping Krillin to guide his potential, and successively helped Tian Xinyan, Shishi Yamcha, and others to stimulate their potential. Everyone has different talents, and the time of practice is different, so the results are different. But they are not much different from Krillin. Shishi and Tian Xinyan have both broken through the 2 million mark. Even Jiaoze has broken through the 1 million mark. Just as Son Goku was about to step forward, Vegeta took the lead and came to the Great Elder's seat. Just as Vegeta was waiting for the Great Elder to stimulate his potential, the Great Elder touched his head, but the action stopped. There was no response for a long time. Vegeta was stunned. He looked up and asked, "Hurry up, are you still touching my head? Could it be that my potential is too big and the guidance is slow?" Vegeta thought secretly. "Who knows?" The elder shook his head. "I saw a tail behind you, you should not be from Earth." Vegeta said proudly, "That's right, how could I be from Earth? I am the most powerful fighting race in the universe, Saiyan." The elder suddenly realized. "So that's it, you are Saiyan." The elder withdrew his hand and continued, "The Saiyan is a brutal race. Since joining Frisia's army, they have been slaughtering planets. Not only that, I can't feel a trace of justice from you. So, go. In order to prevent you from doing bad things, I will not stimulate your potential for you." Vegeta was shocked. "What?" Nero stepped forward and explained, "The elder only stimulates the potential of those who are just, you don't deserve the elder's guidance." The next moment, Vegeta reacted. Vegeta is very self-aware. He knew from the beginning that he was not a good person. His hands were stained with innocent blood. In order to occupy the planet, he had killed countless people. He came to Earth and did not kill anyone. One reason was that he had a little tentative deal with Goku and the others. The second reason was that he was far from being able to defeat them. Otherwise, if the Earth was an ordinary planet with no other value, he would slaughter all the people on Earth without hesitation and sell the planet. If he died, he would definitely go to hell. If there was reincarnation, he would never be reborn. Others were stronger than him and had received such a powerful potential stimulation. Vegeta also wanted to. However, because his resume was all about killing, he could not get the guidance of the Great Elder. Vegeta was a little disappointed, but not much. He had expected this result. At this time, Yin Min Lao looked at Son Goku. "Young man, come here." Son Goku thought for a moment and said, "Grand Elder, I want to ask you for a favor." What? Son Goku asked. We are about to fight Frieza. One more fighting force means one more hope. So, can you help Vegeta stimulate his potential? Bulma saw Goku pleading for him, and also helped, saying, yes, Grand Elder, please help. After killing Frieza, I believe Vegeta will not kill people indiscriminately in the future. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then angrily said, hey, Kakarot, you two don't need to mind your own business? Vegeta, never expect charity from others. As he said that, Vegeta clenched his fists and said, we Saiyans have endless potential, but I still have to get my own strength. You go and stimulate the potential, and I will become a Super Saiyan sooner or later, surpassing all of you. Son Goku and Bulma looked at each other, both speechless. You don't give others any chance to step aside. Who would care about you with such a proud attitude? Krillin immediately advised, Goku, don't worry about him, just go. Shishi nodded and said, yeah, Goku, why do you care about him? The potential stimulation also depends on the foundation and the degree of practice. Vegeta has only practiced for a few days, and his combat power is still so low now. Even if he stimulates his potential, with his current strength, he can't improve much. In my opinion, whether he stimulates his potential or not, he can't help Frieza at all. You go quickly, the decisive battle will start soon. Hearing this, Vegeta's mouth twitched again. He glanced at Shishi, and then couldn't help cursing Shishi 100 times from the bottom of his heart. Damn, this bastard. You actually said that I am the weakest and can't help even if I stimulate my potential. I am really angry. If I had a gravity bracelet and a gravity room, you wouldn't even be qualified to carry my shoes. Isn't it just potential stimulation? I don't care about that. In the future, after I work hard to become a Super Saiyan, I will let you see what real power is, and I will trample you guys under my feet. Just when Vegeta was thinking in his heart that he should not bully the poor young man, the elder sighed and waved to Vegeta. Vegeta, come here. Vegeta wanted to be tough and arrogant, but his legs had their own ideas and actually walked towards the big ball table. The next moment, the elder put his hand on Vegeta's head again. In an instant, Vegeta's breath began to surge with a terrifying momentum. Vegeta, who was still immersed in some embarrassing emotions, suddenly got up with his eyes wide open. Strong, worthy of potential stimulation, it's really strong? Feeling Vegeta's strength surge, the others were also amazed. Jiaozi, wow, Vegeta has such a strong aura, so amazing. He has grown to this point all of a sudden, his potential is too outrageous, right? Krillin said in disbelief. Shishi took Bulma's detector and put it on, pressed the switch, and then read the number. Exclaimed, 1,350,000. Wow, so much? Vegeta's combat power was only 18,000 a few days ago. I didn't expect it to break 1 million so quickly, what a genius. Yamcha, Tian Xinyan were also amazed. Tianjin said, it's really not easy. It seems that he caught up with the results of our more than 10 years of practice in just 1 month. Yamcha swallowed his saliva and said, I'm jealous. Genius is something that we mortals can't compare to. I didn't expect that with just one potential stimulation. He almost equaled our skills that we practiced for more than 10 years. I was in a good mood just now, but now I'm not happy at all. Son Goku looked at everyone praising Vegeta, and seemed to be envious and jealous. He also looked at Vegeta, wanting to praise him politely. However, at this moment, he found that although Vegeta was arrogant on the surface, he was very happy with these words. Originally, Vegeta had experienced several battles on this planet and experienced twists and turns. Vegeta, who had a combat power of about 100,000, suddenly had a combat power that soared to 1 million. Naturally, he was very happy all of a sudden. He even glanced at the earthlings around him, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. If hard work is useful, what's the point of genius? And I, Vegeta, am a rare genius. It only takes 1 month to surpass your decades of hard work? Seeing Vegeta's huge improvement, Shishi immediately said, Goku, hurry up, I'm actually looking forward to your improvement. Son Goku nodded and walked towards the elder. A mysterious force poured into Son Goku's body. In an instant, he sensed that his countless bottlenecks burst in an instant, and his breath also exploded uncontrollably. At this moment, he was actually unable to control these violent breaths. In his body, in his blood, power was constantly gushing out. A powerful breath suddenly burst out from him, causing a gust of wind. Nero was shocked and immediately stood in front of the elder to block the wind for him. Others were also surprised and crossed their arms to block the gust of wind brought by his burst of breath. Bulma had no martial arts skills and was almost blown away. Luckily, Shishi was right beside her and held him back. However, no one complained about Goku making such a big noise, but instead looked at him in surprise. His reload was like opening the Kaioken, and his aura surged uncontrollably. Moreover, the amplitude was even greater, causing the surrounding airflow to almost become a hurricane. Shishi pulled Bulma and immediately pressed the detector that he had just taken from Bulma. Great Shishi, let me see how strong Goku can be after his potential is stimulated. The next moment, the chat detector of Saiyan rang. Shishi was very surprised. Great, Goku's combat power has reached 6 million. Everyone was shocked again. Oh my god, I said that Goku's potential would be higher, I didn't expect him to reach 6 million. Bulma took a breath. With this combat power, if 20 times Kaioken is activated, it will be 120 million. She suddenly realized that Goku could defeat Frieza even if he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. What's more, there are helpers from Earth such as Krillin and Tianjin. Compared to the previous life, they are all very strong. Thinking of this, Bullet and Mo couldn't help but smile. This time the battle of Namek is stable. Vegeta heard Son Goku's combat power and felt his strong breath, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Damn it! This guy Kakarot has improved so much more than me. However, the next second, Vegeta's hand loosened again. Humph, he is just a low-level warrior, but he can reach this level. If my son King Vegeta had gone through the training like him, he would be 100 times stronger than him now. Vegeta comforted himself. However, it should have ended. But Son Goku's breath burst did not stop. He was standing there, hiding from the breath burst all over his body. In order to prevent the danger of the elder, Nero had already moved the elder to a farther place with the chair. The others also stepped back a distance and looked at Goku. Goku, what's wrong with you? Quickly lower your breath. Suddenly, Goku, who was standing there, seemed to have mastered something. Or something in his heart was figured out. He was shocked, and his whole back seemed to tighten in an instant. Under the eyes of everyone, a touch of golden breath suddenly spread from his back, and ignited all the breath on Goku's body at once. In an instant, his breath turned golden. His originally black hair also turned golden at this moment, and his pupils turned green. Everyone was shocked. Goku, who had a calm expression, now had fighting spirit, excitement, and even arrogance in his eyes. The inexplicably raised corners of his mouth were something that no one had ever seen on him. Vegeta saw that Son Goku had changed, and immediately asked, Kakarot, what happened? Shishi swallowed suddenly. What happened? It was only 6 million just now, but now Goku's fighting power has exceeded 200 million. What? 200 million? Everyone was shocked. Goku's combat power exceeds 200 million. How did he do that? Is there something wrong with this detector? Shishi blinked and said, that's right. Before this machine was modified, it could explode with a combat power of tens of thousands. Even if it was strengthened by Bulma, it is impossible to measure a combat power of more than 200 million. Goku's aura is still rising, and it is almost close to 300 million. While speaking, the detector worn by Shishi exploded with a bang. Shishi was startled and quickly threw the detector away. Krillin looked around and then looked at Goku. Goku, can you hear me? How did your hair turn golden? How did you do it? Son Goku did not answer. Shishi asked weakly, Goku, can you still speak? Your eyes look good. Krillin swallowed and said, Goku will not become a monster. Only Bulma was very surprised. It worked, don't worry, Goku has become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pupils shrank. How is it possible? Kakarot became a Super Saiyan. Bulma nodded. Yes. Vegeta suddenly said angrily, impossible? If anyone can become a Super Saiyan, it should be me, not Kakarot, a low-level warrior. Chapter 118 Summoning Porunga, Piccolo resurrected. Even if Vegeta didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Because, Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan was already an established fact. His current strength was beyond Vegeta's comprehension. Feeling his surging breath and powerful strength, Vegeta admitted that Kakarot was stronger than him at this time, and he looked at Son Goku. He wanted to know, how did Kakarot transform into a Super Saiyan? Kakarot, a lower-level warrior, could transform into a Super Saiyan, so there was no reason why he, a genius warrior, couldn't transform. At this moment, Son Goku's violent aura suddenly calmed down. However, his hair was still golden and his pupils were still green. He moved briefly and then looked at everyone. Don't worry, I'm fine. And, Bulma is right. I've transformed into a Super Saiyan. Everyone was shocked. Super Saiyan. Shishi asked curiously, Goku, why haven't I heard you talk about it? What exactly is a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked while looking at Son Goku. Goku, does transforming into a Super Saiyan mean becoming very strong? Jiaozi, Tian Xinyan, and others also asked. Then, Goku looked at Vegeta. Vegeta explained. The Saiyans are a powerful fighting nation that lives on a planet full of wars and battles. Our bodies are born with strong fighting potential. According to legend, in our tribe, every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan will appear. But no one has ever seen what a Super Saiyan looks like. Only the legends of our ancestors have been passed down. At this point, Vegeta looked at Kakarot again. But obviously, the legend is wrong. When Kakarot was born, he was just a lower-level war king. So, there must be a way to become a Super Saiyan, right, Kakarot? Vegeta looked at Son Goku seriously. Son Goku nodded immediately. Yes. Vegeta continued. Yes, that's it. How did you do it? Son Goku scratched his head, not knowing how to tell him for a moment. Super Saiyan has never been so sacred in Goku's heart. It's nothing more than a certain basic combat power, and a pure and calm heart will increase the S cells. As long as the two basic conditions are met, one extreme anger can transform. Seeing that Son Goku didn't seem to know how to explain, Bulma immediately stepped forward. Okay, Vegeta, don't worry about this time. Goku is probably confused about the transformation to Super Saiyan. Martial arts training and the perception of the state of mind cannot be explained overnight. We don't have much time, so let's make a wish immediately. The Dragon Ball of Namek has 3 wishes. Why don't we wait until Piccolo is resurrected and leave 1 wish for Shenron? Shishi was surprised. Wow, Bulma, you are so amazing. How did you know that the Dragon Ball of Namek has 3 wishes? Dende immediately said, I told her. Everyone was surprised. Krillin laughed and said, no wonder the Dragon Ball of Namek is so big. It turns out that it has so many powerful functions, so great. Well, if there are more wishes, can you fulfill one of my wishes? Shishi said curiously, hey, Krillin, what wish do you want? Krillin said shyly, you know, as a world hero, my image has never been tall enough. So, I want to grow 5 centimeters taller. So that when we return to Earth, Shenron will think that I have grown taller again. After saying that, Krillin lowered his head again. Everyone was speechless. Vegeta snorted coldly, boring wishes. Can't you think a little bolder? For example, the wish for immortality. Everyone was surprised. Hey, this idea seems very good. Yes, immortality, that should be great. Just at this moment, a basin of cold water was poured on everyone. The elder said, the ability of the Dragon Ball depends on the size of my ability. So, although the Dragon Ball of Namek is very strong, it also has limitations. This limitation means that even if someone wishes for immortality, it may only be immortality within my ability. For some powerful enemies or disasters, this immortality may not be enough to protect the wisher. In addition, although immortality can prevent the wisher from death, it may also make the wisher lose the motivation to move forward and the courage to face challenges, and life may not be better. In addition, nothing in the universe is eternal. Dragon Ball was not created to satisfy endless desires. So, I don't recommend this wish. Excessive use of Dragon Ball, especially on some powerful people, will cause the balance of the universe to be broken, and may bring unexpected bad consequences. Everyone heard the elder's long speech and clicked to buy. It seems that they also heard from the words of the elder that he was now so old and still unwilling to use Dragon Ball to restore his youth. As the elder with endless wisdom, he is more inclined to respect the natural law of birth, aging, illness and death. He is truly fearless of death. #GGG Elder, we understand. After a moment, the elder looked at Nero. Nero immediately understood. Wait a moment. Nero took the last Dragon Ball. At this time, the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, and a faint glow was emitted from the Dragon Ball. Dende asked, have you thought of all the wishes? Can I summon the Dragon Ball to make a wish now? Bulma looked at everyone, and everyone nodded. Bulma confirmed it and said, the first wish is to make Piccolo invisible. The second wish is to ask Dragon Ball for the specific conditions of transforming into Super Saiyan. There is one wish left, that is to make Krillin grow 5 centimeters. Okay, no problem. Yes. Everyone agreed, but Krillin was a little embarrassed. Or, forget about this wish, I was just kidding. Because I am alone, and I wasted everyone's resources, which makes it difficult for me to do it. Shishi was stunned for a moment. No need. That means we only have one more wish. Bulma smiled. Really, Dragon Ball gives too many wishes, which is also very distressing. Since no one has a wish, why not make 2 wishes? And leave the last wish to the Namekians. Everyone nodded again. Okay. Dende and Nero were shocked when they heard that Bulma left the last wish to Namek. Nero said, thank you. However, we don't need it. We don't have any wishes. We just hope that our Namek will be peaceful. Dende also nodded immediately. Yes, Nero is right. We just hope that our lives can return to peace. Bulma thought about it and said, then, how about using the last wish for the eternal peace of Namek? The great elder shook his head and said, the peaceful life of Namek depends on the joint efforts of my children. Not just a wish. If humans lose the motivation to survive, the next step is to go to extinction. Such a wish is not necessary. Everyone nodded. The wisdom of the elder is indeed different from that of ordinary people, and he doesn't have so many fancy and strange ideas. However, the elder changed the subject at this moment. I didn't have any thoughts at all, just waiting to die. Unexpectedly, I heard that there are still Namek people on Earth, and suddenly I had a little idea. Since the last wish is not very important to you, why not do this? I want to meet the child who was stranded on Earth, and let him come to me after he is resurrected. Okay, want to see Piccolo? The elder nodded. Everyone did not hesitate at all. Of course. Soon, Dende chanted the spell. After a Namek language, a golden light spread to the sky, and Porunga appeared brilliantly. Tell us your wishes, any original wish can be realized 3 times. Bulma immediately chanted the first wish to Dende, to revive Piccolo. Dende raised his hands high and finished chanting the spell to Porunga. Porunga immediately said in a language that everyone could understand, the wish has come true. Please tell me your second wish. Vegeta stepped forward and said, tell us all the information about Super Saiyan. Dende immediately made another wish to Porunga. Porunga said, to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Only Saiyans with mutated bodies are qualified, and they also need to practice hard to become one. But to become a Super Saiyan, it is completely possible to practice hard and use the right methods. First, you need to have enough S cells. And secondly, you need to have a strong enough body to support the Super Saiyan transformation. When both conditions are met, the key to the first transformation is extreme anger, and you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Vegeta's pupils shrank. He continued to ask, a strong body, as I understand it, means having enough combat power to support it. What are S cells? Porunga continued, almost all Saiyans are born with a small amount of S cells in their bodies, but these cells are not enough for them to naturally transform into Super Saiyan. To become a Super Saiyan, the S cells in the body must accumulate to a certain number. Maintaining a stable mentality is the key to promoting the growth of S cells in the body. Therefore, the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan is anger. Secondly, it is to maintain a calm mentality at ordinary times to breed enough S cells. Hearing this, everyone and Vegeta suddenly realized. I see. No wonder Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan. He has lived in a peaceful Earth for many years. He must have a lot of S cells. In addition, the potential guided by the Great Elder can easily reach, and even far exceed the conditions for transformation. The next moment, Vegeta clenched his fists. I understand, I finally understand. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and said, Kakarot, although you are the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, but the strongest Super Saiyan in the future must be me, Vegeta. Son Goku exhaled and faded away. I am not so easy to be surpassed by you. At this time, Porunga spoke again. Please say the last wish. Hearing the last wish, Bulma immediately said, Dende, teleport Piccolo here, teleport to the side of the Great Elder. Dende nodded. Well, I understand. Said, Dende raised his hands and made a last wish to Porunga. As the red light in Porunga's eyes flashed, a figure suddenly appeared beside the Elder. Piccolo saw the huge Porunga in the sky and the 7 large dragon balls on the ground, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You resurrected me and sent me here. Bulma nodded. Piccolo, this is your hometown, Namek. The Elder here wants to see you. Piccolo was stunned. This is Namek, my hometown. Bulma and everyone nodded. Piccolo said, no wonder there is a very kind feeling. The Elder looked at Piccolo and shouted at him, your name is Piccolo, right? Please come over here. Piccolo also looked at the Elder, very kind and very kind. For some reason, he unconsciously walked towards the old man in his twilight years. Seeing Piccolo coming, the Elder put his hand directly on Piccolo's head. The Elder smiled and said, it's just that your father was disturbed by the evil thoughts of the demons, so he became like that. And you are not a descendant of the demons, you are a descendant of the kind Namek people. You must never regard yourself as a demon in the future. After saying these words, a strange power appeared in the Elder's hand. In an instant, Piccolo's power suddenly exploded. Everyone also felt that Piccolo's breath surged geometrically at this moment. The potential given to him by the Elder was also guided out. Piccolo felt that his power had increased several times. He looked at the Elder in disbelief. You, what did you do to me? Did you give me all your power? The Elder smiled and said, no, child. I just helped you guide your potential. The power in you belongs to you. You are a genius from Namek, and you were born as a fighting Namekian by your father. But you are only half a genius, which greatly reduces your strength. If you have the chance, I hope you can merge with the gods of Earth. As long as you merge, I believe that you, a fighting Namekian, will not be weaker than Super Saiyan in the future. Even the Frisia that invaded our planet now, will not be your opponent in the perfect form. Chapter 119 Final Form Frisia. A few minutes ago, on Frisia's spaceship, Frisia sat in the stroller, waiting for the results of the Ginyu Force. However, it didn't take long for the soldiers to report the battle. It's bad, King Frisia. The detector can't detect the energy response of the Ginyu Force. And no one from the Ginyu Force responded. Frisia was startled and stood up. What did you say? The Saiyan said tremblingly, the Ginyu Force can't be contacted, and the energy response has disappeared. According to our inference, they have already. The Saiyan said here, and suddenly he didn't dare to say anything, for fear that Frisia would blow him up. Frisia's pupils shrank. You mean, they were killed? The Saiyan lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, no, it's impossible. The Ginyu Force is the strongest team in the universe. The only one who is stronger than them is you, King Frisia. Frisia slapped the armrest of the stroller and clenched his fist tightly. After a moment, his expression relaxed again. Although it is a little unbelievable, but your inference is not unreasonable. The disappearance of their energy reaction proves that there are people in this world who can defeat the Ginyu Force. Just at this moment, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Frisia looked up at the sky through the glass. Oh, it's going to get dark. Suddenly, when he said this, the communication soldier on the ground was stunned. That's not right, King Liza. What's wrong? Frisia asked back. The communication soldier answered in detail, Your Majesty, according to the information we have, Namek has 3 sons, and it won't get dark. Frisia was also stunned. Yes, Namek won't get dark, I almost forgot. However, looking at the dark sky, Lisha frowned. But the sky is obviously dark, what's going on? The pupils of the communication soldier on the ground shrank. Your Majesty, I have seen the mythology books of Namek. Could it be that Shenron of Namek has been born? What? Shenron has been born? Damn it, who on earth actually snatched my Dragon Ball in advance? Frisia was furious. He immediately flew high into the sky at 030 and looked into the distance. Is that the direction where the Ginyu Force disappeared last? The Signalman responded immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as Frisia was about to leave, the signalman's detector suddenly beeped. Your Majesty, there is a strong energy reaction in that direction. Wait a minute, I will try to see how strong he is. As he said that, the Signalman pressed the detector. However, as soon as the detector was turned on, it exploded directly. The Signalman was startled and said in surprise, how is this possible? The detector can explode directly from such a distance. This combat power is too strong. Frisia's pupils shrank again when he saw this scene, and he could no longer remain calm. It shot directly in the direction of the energy reaction, even leaving the baby carriage behind. After the wish was fulfilled, the Great Elder handed over the position of the Great Elder of Namek to Muri, and he passed on the Dragon Ball. In this way, the Dragon Ball of Namek would not disappear. Bulma knew that it was not safe on Namek. Because Frisia was a special existence, he could survive in the universe. So when he couldn't beat him, he could just blow up the planet. And others, even if they were much stronger than him, would not dare to destroy the planet instantly. That would be no different from self-destruction. In order to allow Goku to fight safely, Bulma took out the universe ship. She drove the universe ship and flew into space. In order to keep the Dragon Ball and leave a backup for everyone, she wanted to take Piccolo to hide in space. But Piccolo was warlike, he wanted to participate in the battle with Frisia, and did not agree to hide. So, Bulma brought the new Great Elder of Namek, Muri, to the spaceship. Bulma was thankful that Elder Muri was not a warrior. Soon, she called the god. Hello, God, have you finished what I told you to do? God, Mr. Popo has collected all the Dragon Balls, and you can make a wish at any time. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma, very good, let's do this for now, and be sure to wait for my news at any time. Bike has also come to Namek. You can directly ask Shenron to teleport everyone except me, Son Goku and Frisia back to Earth. Don't hesitate. Tenjin, except you, Son Goku and Frisia? What about you? Bulma, Frisia must be defeated, otherwise he will chase to Earth, so Goku can't leave. I stayed just in case. If Frisia destroys the planet, it will cause great trouble. So, I drove the universe ship and stayed in the universe space not far from Namek. If you want to pick Goku up, I will land at any time. If you are too late, you can only rely on your Dragon Ball, please. Bulma didn't say another sentence, in case Piccolo unfortunately died in the battle. In another 4 months, the Dragon Ball on Namek will also be restored and chase Mori to Earth. In short, with such a plan, hope will never be cut off. God, with your arrangement, I am also very relieved. I believe everyone will come back safely. Thank you for your hard work. Bulma, I can fight side by side with everyone in my own way. It's not hard at all. That's fine. I'm hanging up. Bye. God, goodbye. Bulma hung up the phone and turned on a monitor. In my previous life, everyone was busy fighting and no one cared about me. I didn't even see the final battle between Goku and Frisia. This time, I can finally watch the battle, and I can watch the battle in space. There is no danger at all. It's great. After saying that, Bulma controlled the detector and began to track. On Namek, Frisia flew in the direction of Goku and the others. Suddenly, a group of people blocked Frisia. Frisia stopped immediately. He didn't know the others, but only recognized Vegeta. Frisia stared at Vegeta, and the strong fire in his eyes seemed to burn Vegeta to ashes. However, instead of getting angry, he laughed. Oh, Vegeta, you are such a traitor, you damn monkey. I was right, this matter is indeed related to you. After betraying me, you even brought others to disturb my dream of immortality. You are damned. While speaking, Frisia pointed his finger at Vegeta. A red energy instantly shot towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised. He just raised his hand casually and sent the energy bomb flying. Frisia's pupils shrank. How is it possible? Vegeta sneered. Nothing is impossible, Frisia. Your era is about to end. We Saiyans will be the overlords of the universe. After Frisia realized Vegeta's strength, he finally understood, and a trace of realization appeared on his face. He put his fist on the corner of his mouth and smiled elegantly. Oh, hoo, I'm dying of laughter. You stinky monkeys want to be the overlord of the universe. It's just a foolish dream. However, Vegeta, your strength is beyond my expectation. Although I don't know how you did it. But it seems that, 5 people from the Jinyut force were indeed killed by you. The next moment, Frisia's face changed immediately. He clenched his fists and shouted at several people, you bastards actually broke my plan. I will never forgive you, I will cut you into pieces. Vegeta stepped forward and said with a smile, Frisia, if you don't show your strength quickly, don't blame me for being rude. You probably don't know yet? The Super Saiyan you are most afraid of has appeared. You're going to die. Frisia's eyes were solemn for a second. Super Saiyan. The next moment, Frisia burst into laughter. Oh, Vegeta, you are really joking, how can there be such a thing? Don't think that you can defeat Frisia just because you can defeat the Jinyu force. You stinky monkeys can never imagine my height in your lifetime. Frisia roared. His aura rose in an instant. The ground under his feet also shook violently with the expansion of his aura. Frisia sneered, in my eyes, you are just a group of ants. Do you think you can defeat the dinosaurs? Vegeta said arrogantly, we can definitely defeat you. But, in fact, I don't want you to die now. Frisia was stunned. Hey, you don't want me to die, what do you mean? Vegeta, do you still want to be loyal to me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. No one understood what Vegeta meant. But it doesn't matter, he wants to rebel, but he is just a grasshopper, and he can't make any waves. Fortunately, Vegeta immediately gave an explanation. Vegeta sneered, wrong, I just don't want you to die at the hands of others. Since I was a child, I have been forced to let you drive and oppress me. Being a Saiyan prince is my greatest humiliation. So, in this world, no one hates you more than me. The reason why I don't want you to die now is that I just want to send you to hell personally after I become a Super Saiyan. Frisia sneered, you are so boastful. What Super Saiyan? Ha, 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 it's just a foolish dream. As he spoke, Frisia suddenly jumped up and punched Vegeta. Vegeta grabbed Frisia's wrist with his backhand. Then, Vegeta punched Frisia's abdomen hard. Frisia's body shot back like a meteor towards the mountain behind him. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and turned into dust and ashes. The next second, Frisia flew out with a head of dust. At this time, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and even Shishi and Piccolo stood up. Frisia, show your true strength. You can't beat us in this state. Yamcha stretched his muscles and said, Goku, don't attack first, let us go first. I have long wanted to try the results of our long-term team battle training. Krillin said, Frisia, hurry up and show your true strength. We have been preparing for this battle for too long. Shishi also broke his arms and said, me too. As they spoke, everyone began to burst out with breath. Even Kaioken was activated. At this moment, the wind blew all over the land, like the eye of a storm, and endless dust and gravel scattered in all directions. Frisia was also surprised to see such a scene. Good, good, good. No wonder they killed Dodoria Sabo and then killed the Jinyu force. It turns out that you all have this kind of strength, and they deserve to die. Then, let you see, the background of Universe Emperor Frisia. As he said that, Frisia roared, and a powerful force suddenly burst out from him. The purple breath rushed straight to the sky. His skin immediately began to shed its shell, changing, and constantly changing. Everyone saw his several forms. Giant form, alien form, but that was not the end. The earth trembled, the breath surged, and the wind blew. The last transformation was very different from the previous form. The transformation method was similar to molting. After the exoskeleton and skin were all cracked and shattered, the complete body image broke out of the shell. His streamlined body covered in white skin, with smooth muscle lines, showed the kingly demeanor. Finally, Frisia transformed into his final form and stood on the ground. Krillin and his group were prepared and knew that he was very strong. But after he transformed, he felt Frisia's surging breath, and his aura of contempt for the world, and was also surprised. This is the perfect form. Everyone was still waiting for Frisia to talk to them. Unexpectedly, Frisia pointed his finger at this moment. A horrible beam of light shot directly at Vegeta. In an instant, a hole was pierced through Vegeta's chest. He screamed and flew backwards. Vegeta. It was so fast, I couldn't see it clearly. Everyone looked at Vegeta in the distance in panic. Vegeta was lying on the ground, with blood gurgling from the hole in his chest, with an incredible look in his eyes, and his mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't speak. Frisia laughed and said, oh, ho, you asked me to use all my strength. In the end, Vegeta was killed by just one finger of mine. How boring. Chapter 120 Fair Fight, True Power. Seeing Vegeta being killed in one move, everyone became nervous. Frisia's aura was too terrifying. Everyone realized how big the gap was between him and Frisia. Without opening Kaioken, there was no way to fight him. Even if Kaioken was opened 20 times, it was far from his level. However, if you don't even have the courage to attack, you are not qualified to be a warrior. Krillin said calmly, don't worry, everyone, Vegeta doesn't know Kaioken, his strength is too weak. Let's team up to deal with him like usual training. Goku won't join the battle, so I will be responsible for attacking the front. Tien Shinyan, I'm responsible for the right side. Shishi, I'm responsible for the left side. Yamcha, I'll take care of the rear. Several people shouted and attacked Frisia fiercely. Shishi attacked Frisia's left side first, and her fists were as fast as lightning, sweeping towards Frisia. Frisia's figure that had just transformed was very flexible, lowering his head, turning sideways, dodging. Relying on his flexible body, he dodged easily without any moves. Just when Frisia was about to counterattack, Krillin, Yamcha and Tien Shinyan also followed. The three people's fists and feet were as fast as lightning, completely blocking Frisia's retreat. He could only keep dodging in the middle. However, even if all of these attacks hit him, they would only hurt him for a while, and would not hurt him at all. At this moment, Shishi, who had just been forced out of the battle circle, shouted, Kamehameha. In an instant, a ki blast suddenly blasted towards Frisia. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha immediately retreated. Frisia, who had been dodging the moves easily, was startled. He had just come out of the siege when he found a charged ki blast coming towards his face. Frisia gritted his teeth and stumped his feet hard. With the power of kicking the ground, Kusakeko got up with his bare hands. However, after dodging Shishi's move, he found that all three of them fired ki blast at him. Frisia was startled and had no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms to block the ki blast that was swarming. Boom! The energy wave hit Frisia and exploded violently. Everyone held their breath and looked at the smoke garden. It seemed that they were expecting Frisia to be blasted into slag by the ki blast of the three of them. However, who was Frisia? How could he die in such a human wave tactic? After a violent explosion, the smoke and dust dissipated. At the moment when Frisia's figure gradually became clear, he raised his hand and rushed towards Shishi nodded. An extremely fast energy bullet shot towards Shishi. Shishi looked at the energy bullet with trembling pupils, like a beam of death. She saw this thin and long energy wave. She wanted to hide, but her speed was not enough to avoid this attack. In a panic, she had to defend herself as much as possible to avoid being killed instantly. However, just when the energy bullet was about to hit her, a hand knife flashed and hit the energy bullet away. Shishi looked up and saw that it was Gaku who hit the energy bullet away. Shishi exhaled and said with lingering fear, "Thanks to you, Gaku, he is so fast, I can't keep up." Son Gaku nodded, "Don't be careless, in fact, if you concentrate, you can dodge it. He should not have fought for a long time, and his moves are too stiff. Pay attention to his starting movements. If Mendu goes all out, he will definitely be able to defeat him." Shishi nodded immediately, "I know." After that, Xian attacked Frisia again. The four people cooperated very well. Even if Frisia became a perfect body, he still couldn't do anything to them. Instead, he was always suppressed by them. It's not so easy to kill one of them to relieve the pressure. Son Gaku thought that if he didn't master the Super Saiyan transformation, he could join the group fight as usual and defeat Frisia. A few more rounds passed. Everyone began to breathe heavily. After all, the Kaioken was activated, and the consumption was not ordinary. However, Frisia was also panting. It was not easy for one person to deal with four guys with rich combat experience and tacit cooperation. In a head-on confrontation, he asked himself that no one was his opponent. But with 4 against 1, they cooperated with each other, rescued and assisted each other. Frisia spent a long time, but never hurt anyone. He felt that he had no strength, or that the strength he used was in vain. Just when Frisia was taking a breath, another ki blast came rolling towards him. Frisia was furious. This time, he didn't even dodge, and directly kicked the ki blast with a hook. In an instant, the ki blast was kicked into the sky. Then, Frisia rolled 360 degrees to the ground. At this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Qigong Cannon." Frisia was startled and looked up. He saw a three-eyed bald man, with his hands together, and the thumbs and index fingers of both hands formed a triangle. His whole body of energy gathered towards the triangle in the palm of his hand. When Frisia wanted to dodge, it was too late. The powerful ki blast blasted towards Frisia in a large area. Frisia knew he couldn't dodge. This move was different from ki blast. The ki was not condensed together, and it couldn't be kicked back at all. Frisia had to cross his arms and take the attack with his full fighting power. Boom! A white light flashed, and a huge ki blast blasted Frisia into the ground. In an instant, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, and Frisia was lying on the ground in the deep pit. His whole body was just blasted by the ki blast, and there was still a faint heat. Frisia clenched his fists, hammered the ground hard, and raised his head. "Damn it, you are a sneak attack guy, I will crush you to ashes." However, just as he finished speaking, another Qigong cannon blasted towards Frisia. Frisia's eyes were bloodshot again, but he was powerless. Boom! The powerful Qigong cannon attacked him, and another powerful suppression. Frisia fell to the ground again. This kind of attack could not hurt Frisia. It would only make him suffer humiliation. At the moment when the Qigong cannon ended, Frisia no longer hesitated and flew towards the ground. However, just as he was about to fly out of the pit and land on the ground, several Qi Yuan slashes with cutting power came towards him. Frisia's eyes were bloodshot and he retreated urgently. Although the cutting power of Qi Yuan slash was extremely strong, its flying speed was not as fast as Qi bombs. If you saw it, it would not be difficult to avoid it. But Frisia had just been hit by Qigong cannon twice, and he flew out urgently. So he saw Qi Yuan slash at the first time, and Qi Yuan slash was already approaching. He didn't have time to completely avoid it. The terrifying power of Qi Yuan slash passed directly over him. He looked down, because of the backward posture, his calves and tail were still behind. A Qi Yuan slash cut off his tail and half of his foot. Frisia's pupils shook violently. He never thought that this move could seriously injure him. The next moment, a severe pain came, and Frisia's face was covered with sweat. Frisia screamed violently. A purple and powerful aura instantly burst out from his body. In an instant, a strong wind blew up, the earth trembled, and even lightning flashed across the sky. "Damn it! Damn ants, you pissed me off." The next moment, Frisia flew high into the sky and suddenly raised his finger. A golden energy bomb quickly grew bigger and bigger. The powerful energy gathered in it, and in an instant, a supernova energy bomb much larger than a house gathered. Even if this level of energy is not aimed at people, as long as it is smashed vertically towards the ground, it can directly penetrate the core of the earth and detonate the planet. Originally, the achievement of using the Qi Yuan to cut off Frisia's tail and one foot had already made Krillin very excited. But at this moment, Krillin realized the seriousness of the matter. Everyone who saw this scene took a deep breath. Tian Xinyan's forehead was covered with sweat. Damn, such a big energy bomb will destroy the earth. Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. Damn, if we piss him off, he will die with us. When Krillin saw the huge energy bomb, he felt palpitations and thought of his wife and daughter waiting for him on the earth. He felt that he could not give up. The next moment Krillin roared, "Fight him!" As he spoke, Krillin put his hands on his waist, and a dazzling light condensed from his hands. Others who saw this scene also gathered energy. Shishi, Kamiha, Tian Xinyan, Dongdongbo, Yamcha, Kamiha. Piccolo, not far away, also used the magic flash. At the moment when the supernova energy bomb pressed down, several energy waves bombarded the huge supernova energy bomb. The supernova energy bomb was originally pressing down with unmatched force. In an instant, several key blasts stopped the supernova energy bomb from pressing down. Frisia was surprised to see this scene. It's not easy to resist my supernova energy bomb. However, that's your full strength, not my full strength. I just need to add a little more strength, and you will all die here along with this planet. From now on, there will be no existence in the universe that can threaten me, Frisia. As he spoke, Frisia lowered his hand. The supernova energy bomb crushed them again. Everyone was united and shouted again. The energy wave in his hand once again squeezed the little energy left in his body. Whether he was willing or not, this move would determine the outcome. Drew. As everyone exerted their strength again, the key blast grew 3 times stronger. But it still failed to stop the arrival of the supernova energy bomb. The cooperation of several people is not the effect of superimposing combat power. As long as the combat power is truly overwhelming, one person can fight against or even kill a group of people. Their tactics still failed. In the huge golden ball of light, everyone seemed to see the coming of the end of the world. They all saw themselves disappearing with the planet. But it's okay. Before the final battle, Bulma took Muri from Namek away. Even if everyone died, they could be resurrected. Just as everyone was about to close their eyes, a golden breath rose to the sky. Everyone was shocked. Goku. I forgot that Goku has mastered Super Saiyan. I thought it was going to be tragic. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, flew towards the supernova energy bomb, and kicked it hard. The supernova energy bomb flew directly to the universe. The next second, the supernova bomb immediately exploded in the air. Krillin, Shishi, Tien Shinyan and Yamcha were already exhausted. They found that even if they were given a senzu bean each, they could not hurt Frisia even if they cooperated well without increasing their strength. The air slash could only work once. With the defense, he would not be hit by that move again. Besides, they were facing Frisia who was injured. Who could stand the destruction of the planet and the death of the whole planet? Frisia's pupils shrank when he saw his supernova energy bomb being blown away. He looked at Goku and asked, "Damn, who are you? You actually beat my supernova energy bomb away." Son Goku did not answer Frisia, but looked at Shishi and Krillin. "You stay away, the rest of the time, it's my battle with him." Everyone nodded and withdrew from the battle. Goku kept staring, fearing that they would be attacked by Frisia. Fortunately, Frisia did nothing. At this moment, Vegeta, who was healed, suddenly came over and looked at Frisia. "Ha ha ha, Frisia, you didn't expect it. Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan, your doomsday has come." Frisia's eyes fixed and looked at Son Goku. "Super Saiyan? Is this the transformation of Super Saiyan?" Vegeta laughed wildly. "Yes, he is Super Saiyan. You didn't expect it, even if you destroyed planet Vegeta. Decades later, the supervillain you feared the most still appeared? Ha ha ha." Hearing Vegeta's wild laughter, Frisia felt irritated. "Annoying guy, Vegeta, you were killed by me, how did you come back to life? Forget it, you will die anyway. Even if you gain immortality, it's just a matter of grinding my finger for me." Frisia just pointed his finger, and another ray of death shot at Vegeta. However, just when the energy beam was about to hit Vegeta, Son Goku's figure flashed and flew in front of the energy, and knocked the energy away with a knife. His move was interrupted, and the person he wanted to kill didn't die, and Frisia was angry again. Frisia clenched his fists. The intense pain continued to stimulate his senses. His tail and feet were in intense pain all the time. He looked down. The injury to the tail was nothing, but the injury to the foot, like a broken finger, connected to the heart, made him sweat all over his head. He said angrily, "If you didn't have more people, I wouldn't be so lucky." At this moment, Son Goku's voice came over. "Catch it, eat it, Frisia." As he said that, Goku threw a senzu bean at Frisia. Frisia took the senzu bean in a daze, a little confused. "What is this?" Son Goku said, "This is senzu bean. Vegeta came back to life after eating one of these. This can restore your physical strength, heal your injuries, and even regenerate your broken limbs." Frisia's pupils shrank. "Can it regenerate broken limbs?" Son Goku nodded. Frisia said cautiously, "You are here to kill me, why give me this?" Son Goku looked at Frisia with excitement in his green eyes. "I hope to have a fair fight with you, rather than relying on the number of people to win by luck." Frisia's mouth curled up a meaningful smile, and then ate the bean. As the senzu bean was swallowed, Frisia's injuries disappeared. It was visible to the naked eye that his tail was completely healed, and his feet were completely restored to their original state. In addition, even his physical strength was restored to its fullest state. Frisia moved incredulously. "It's incredible that there is such a wonderful thing." Son Goku smiled, and then looked at Shishi and Krillin. Krillin was the first to understand Goku's meaning and nodded. Then he pulled Vegeta, who was still trying to die, and left with Shishi and others. At this moment, only Son Goku was left here. Son Goku said, "Okay, thank you for not killing them. Now, there are only you and me here." Frisia laughed. "Oh, do you think you can be on an equal footing with me, the Emperor of the Universe? Humph, in that case. Then I will let you see what real power is." "You are wrong." Frisia was stunned. "What?" Son Goku said calmly, "It's me, I should let you see what power is." While speaking, the two roared. The powerful aura surged at the same time, and the entire Namek was trembling. Chapter 121 The End of the Universe Emperor. Krillin, Shishi, and others have seen Frisia's power. They know they are no match for him and there is no need to fight him. They also cannot distract Goku, so they left. After leaving their battle circle, they all came to the village of Namek to discuss matters with the Great Elder. At this moment, Shishi suddenly felt unwell. She hid aside and spit out a few mouthfuls of water against the wall. The uncomfortable feeling did not surprise her. Instead, she flashed a look of joy in her eyes. She had been looking forward to this symptom for a long time. However, Namek was in danger at the moment. Maybe the planet would explode if she was not careful. It was not a time to be happy. She remembered that she and Bulma had a plan, so she immediately called Bulma. Hello, Bulma. This is Shishi. Goku and Frieza are having a decisive battle. Bulma's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Has the decisive battle already begun? Well, I will contact Earth now and transfer everyone on Namek, except Frieza and Goku, to Earth. After saying that, before hanging up the phone, Bulma picked up another phone and talked to the god. Although the voice was very low, I couldn't hear it clearly, but Shishi could understand that she asked the god to use the Dragon Ball to send them back to Namek, except Goku and Frieza. The voice on this side only became louder after the conversation was over. Bulma, okay, everything is arranged. You will probably return to Earth suddenly soon. Let's get ready. After we go to Earth, we will place the Namekians in the rubber plantation company. Shishi nodded. I know, everyone is prepared and is negotiating with the Namekians now. Bulma, that's good. Shishi asked worriedly, but Bulma, you are not on Namek's nemesis, so, you will not be teleported back like us, right? Bulma's laughter came from the other end of the phone. It's okay, I don't plan to go back with you. I can drive the universe ship and go back by myself. Mob. Shishi asked, and what? Bulma pondered for a moment and continued, and Goku is still fighting. I will try to pick him up after he finishes the battle. If we can't go back after the Dragon Ball on Namek is restored, you can send us back through Porunga. Shishi, okay, I understand. I hope you will be fine, won't need the Dragon Ball, and we can all go back together. Bulma, I will. Are you still worried about me doing things? By the way, Shishi, I need you to do something. Shishi, what? Bulma, please take good care of Bra. If she is too noisy at home, send her to kindergarten. Shishi, well, I will do it without you saying it. Please take good care of Goku for me. One more thing, after Goku and Frieza finish fighting, please tell him for me. At this point, Shishi hesitated. Bulma asked curiously, what is it, so mysterious? Shishi, I may be pregnant. Bulma on the spaceship couldn't help but blink. What? Really? Shishi, it should be. We can confirm it by going back and checking. Remember to tell Goku to let him return to Earth as soon as possible. Bulma, I know, you should take good care of yourself, and I will hire a babysitter for you later. As soon as the voice fell, Shishi, Krillin, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, and everyone on Namek except Goku and Frieza, disappeared. On Namek, Son Goku and Frieza started fighting. After some probing, Frieza was knocked down into the pile of rocks. Of course, he was fine. Frieza shook off the rocks on his body, dusted off the dust on his body, and looked at Son Goku. I didn't expect that you are so powerful. Apart from my father, you are the first person to make me covered in dust. This is the first time I am so excited. How should I deal with you? At this moment, Son Goku exhaled a foul breath. He felt that the breath of other people on the planet had disappeared. Bulma had asked Shenron on Earth to teleport everyone away. Seeing Son Goku's expression, Frieza was a little curious. Asked, what's wrong? What are you celebrating? Son Goku looked at Frieza and responded, we asked Shenron to send all the humans on this planet except you and me to other planets. Now, there are only you and me on this planet, and we can fight freely. Frieza was stunned. Shenron, you mean, you collected the Dragon Balls from Namek and just used them? And the wish is to send everyone away? Frieza asked incredulously. Son Goku shook his head. No, we have used the Dragon Balls from Namek. This time, we are going to use the Dragon Balls from our Earth. Frieza's pupils shrank. Does Earth also have Dragon Balls? Son Goku nodded seriously. Yes, Earth also has Dragon Balls. Frieza, don't you want immortal life? Frieza was stunned again. You know this too. Son Goku said, although I know that you have been the Emperor of the universe for many years, you have always been proud, and it is impossible for you to listen to the words of an ant like me, but I still hope that you can listen to me carefully and not destroy the Earth. If you agree, in exchange, I can take time to collect Dragon Balls, and make a wish for you to gain immortal life. Frieza smiled. Oh, ho, immortal life is so tempting? You blocked my dream, but you gave it to me. Are you leaving yourself a way out? It's really strange. You are different from Vegeta, that arrogant guy. Are you interested in joining my Frieza army? I extend a sincere invitation to you. Son Goku shook his head. Forget about joining the Frieza army. I don't like working under others. Frieza put his fist to his mouth and asked curiously, oh, could it be that you think I don't give you enough power? You want to replace me as the Emperor of the universe? Son Goku shook his head again. No, I am not interested in that. I just hope to be like now, with my family, and a rich and peaceful life, and do what I like every day. I am already very satisfied with such a life. Oh, what a simple wish. You are different from all the Saiyans I know. The next moment, Frieza's eyes turned cold. However, if you hide on Earth for your whole life, I might never pay attention to you. But you made me discover that you have such a strong power. And your friends on Earth, although not as strong as you, are also very strong. There are so many strong people, it really makes me feel uneasy. So, you, and those Earthlings, if you can't be used by me, I won't let any of you go. In order to eliminate the threat, you will all be killed. Son Goku's originally calm face also showed a strong fighting spirit. Is it the only way? That's a pity. Then I understand. Today's battle will decide who is better and who will die. After saying that, Son Goku opened his starting position. Frieza hooked his finger at Son Goku. Come on. In an instant, Son Goku rushed up and punched Frieza in the face. Frieza's figure flew backwards again, piercing through the low mountains, and finally fell into the gravel. At this moment, Frieza looked incredible in the dust. He was clearly prepared, but he was hit and flew away, and was stunned for a while. The next moment, he drilled out of the dust and flew into the sky. Unexpectedly, Son Goku was turning into a stream of light and coming towards him at a high speed. The powerful fist hit Frieza's face again. Frieza was startled, and he immediately raised his hand and punched, trying to beat Goku back. However, his fist hit Son Goku, but it only paused him, not stopped him. The next moment, Son Goku changed his fist into a palm, pressed Frieza's face with a slap, and smashed it towards the ground. The stones on the ground were smashed to pieces by Frieza's back of the head in an instant. It wasn't over yet. Son Goku pressed Frieza's head, and his legs kept trotting. And Frieza's head became a tool for plowing the land at this moment. Under this force, the rocks were all broken together. Frieza's screams also resounded through the sky at this moment. After plowing the land for 500 meters, Frieza finally got rid of the restraints. But this wave of operations made him feel emotional. But he was hurt and angry. Damn, you bastard. As he said that, Frieza kicked Son Goku. Son Goku tilted his head slightly and avoided his attack. The next moment, Frieza's long tail swept towards Son Goku. Son Goku leaned back a little and dodged the sweep of the tail. Just as Frieza's tail swept past, Son Goku grabbed Frieza's tail with one hand. The next moment, Son Goku grabbed his tail, swung it and slapped it on the ground. A loud bang shook the world. The stone ground was sunk into a dent in the shape of Frieza. Frieza stood up again, and Son Goku hit him with an uppercut. No fancy, no skills. It was just a powerful punch. However, this blow made Frieza's mouth crooked and his eyes slanted, and he was in pain. Frieza only had this word in his mind at this moment. Pain? It hurts too much. He thought, Demsion, how can he be stronger than him? This is unreasonable. Frieza pointed at Son Goku with one hand. A ki blast suddenly hit Son Goku. Son Goku did not dodge. The huge ki blast hit Son Goku directly and exploded. A hint of surprise flashed in Frieza's eyes. Did it succeed? The next moment, a breeze blew, the smoke and dust dissipated. Son Goku stood in the air unscathed. The expression on his face remained unchanged, and no joy or anger could be seen. Frieza was stunned. How is it possible? No effect at all. Son Goku looked at Frieza and pressed his right fist with his left palm. The knuckles cracked a few times. Frieza, I just told you. Let you see what power is. You have been hit so many times, don't you feel it? Frieza's pupils shrank suddenly. What do you mean? Son Goku's mouth curled up. It's very simple. My strength, speed and moves, all aspects are far beyond yours. My energy is much stronger than yours. So you can't break my defense. Your attack is useless to me. Frieza was furious. Damn it, you said my attack is ineffective against you. While speaking, Frieza raised his fist and suddenly smashed towards Son Goku. However, he didn't see how Son Goku did it. Just felt a flash of afterimage, and Frieza felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His eyeballs bulged and were covered with cracks, and many beads of sweat oozed out of his body. Even the blood vessels bulged at this moment. He couldn't help but retreat dozens of meters, covering his abdomen in disbelief. Impossible. I am the Emperor of the Universe. I am Frieza? Am I having a nightmare? Frieza looked incredulous. Just at this moment, Son Goku once again said something that hurt his self-esteem. You are too weak, Frieza. You only have energy, but you don't know any moves. You are okay to deal with small fish and shrimps. You have no chance of winning against someone with more energy than you. In short, it's really boring to fight you. It's really boring to fight you. Hearing this, Frieza was shocked. Frieza said angrily, damn it, you actually underestimated me? Let me tell you, I have only used 70% of my strength now. Now, I will use 100% of my strength. After using all my strength, you will have no chance of winning. Son Goku crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at Frieza, and said, okay, then I'll wait for you, hurry up and take it out. Frieza questioned, why, aren't you afraid? You actually gave me time to release all my strength. Son Goku snorted coldly, what's so scary about me? I'll make you the strongest, and then defeat you in your strongest state. You will go to hell with reluctance and loss, and slowly experience the power that scares you. Frieza grinned and said, how shameless? Look at me using 100% of my strength to make you die in an instant. As he said that, Frieza 3.7 roared. The ground trembled because of the expansion of his breath, and countless gravel flew in the strong wind. The muscles on his body swelled up in an instant, and his strength also increased a lot in an instant. The next moment, a muscular man Frieza appeared. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, this is the full power that can defeat you in one go, come and taste it. While speaking, Frieza raised his finger, and a black energy ball slowly condensed. Countless electric lights surrounded it, showing the bottomless power of the energy ball. This blow will use all my strength. If you don't dodge, you will definitely die. Son Goku also took a pose and put his hands on his waist. Frieza, remember this move in hell, and taste my current power. Kamiha Pai Ki, Gong. A dazzling light lit up in the palm of Son Goku's hand. The black energy ball at Frieza's fingertips also expanded to a radius of tens of meters. With a roar from the two attacks suddenly collided with each other. In comparison, Frieza's energy ball was extremely large, while Son Goku's Kamehameha seemed mediocre. Frieza seemed to see the scene of Son Goku being crushed into powder. He roared, and the energy ball pushed towards Son Goku again. However, just when Frieza was proud, Ki Blast suddenly sent an unparalleled force. Frieza's energy ball retreated towards him in an instant, retreating. Frieza stretched out his arms and immediately resisted. But he found that he couldn't stop it at all. Sizzle. The Ki Blast submerged the energy ball and blasted towards Frieza again. The blinding white light submerged Frieza. He did not feel any pain, and was directly blasted away by the powerful Qigong. A generation of universe emperors fell. Chapter 122, Bayazai Mountain's Golden House Hidden Beauty. A moment later, Bulma landed on Namek. Seeing the planet with the same appearance, Bulma was a little curious. Hey, did Frieza die without destroying the planet? After thinking about it, Bulma nodded secretly. That's right, Goku has gone through so much professional training from me. With Goku's strength, he is stronger than he was in his previous life. Frieza should not have the strength to fight back. He has no chance to blow up the planet. Just when Bulma figured it out, Son Goku flew over. Bulma. Seeing Goku, whose clothes were not damaged, Bulma smiled. She didn't have any reservations and threw herself into Goku's arms and hugged him tightly. Earth, Capsule Company. A group of Namekians were settled here. While everyone was chatting, there were suddenly several muffled sounds. Plop, plop. Everyone turned around and saw 7 stone balls falling in the yard of the Capsule Company. Great, the Dragon Ball of Namek has come to Earth with us. The Great Elder looked at everyone, and then said, Earth is a good planet. But it is not our home after all. But our Namek has been exposed. And it is easy to be targeted by Frieza's army and King Cold. So, everyone should not go back. The Dragon Ball will shine again in the future. I will not live to see that time. When the Dragon Ball is restored, Muri, you will lead everyone to find a habitable planet again. I am tired, and it is time to say goodbye to everyone. Great Elder. XK. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, everyone couldn't help wiping tears. The Great Elder looked at Muri in front of him and said kindly, From now on, Muri will be the Great Elder, and you must live well. As he said, the Great Elder used up his last strength and looked at the sky devoutly. Wish the Namek people peace for generations. The next moment, the Great Elder fell into eternal sleep. XK. The Great Elder finally rested in peace. Chi 13 Chi looked at everyone and said, You are only about 100 people, and you don't actually take up much space. There are billions of people living on our Earth. If you don't mind, you can live on Earth forever. I'll let Bulma buy you a piece of land. Muri smiled and said, That's so embarrassing. We Namekians don't need too many resources. As long as there is water and sunshine, we can survive. When our Dragon Ball is restored, we should leave. We also have our own lives. I'm sorry to bother you during this period of time. Shishi nodded, That's right. Our Earth is too noisy. It may not be suitable for you. Then it's up to you. Thank you. Not long after, Shishi's mobile phone received a signal. Shishi excitedly answered the phone. Hey, is it Bulma? Did you win? That's great. I knew Goku would win. What? Going to Yadrak to train? Shishi's face looked a little ugly. She asked reluctantly, Well, how many days will you be back? Okay, I got it. Many Namekians, Krillin, Vegeta, and others looked at Shishi. What happened? Did Goku defeat Frieza? Krillin asked eagerly. Shishi nodded. Well, Goku killed Frieza. And Frieza failed to destroy Namek, and now the planet is intact. Great. It's great. Vegeta stepped forward and asked, What does he mean by going to Yadlik to practice? Shishi looked at Vegeta and said, No special meaning, just to practice. Vegeta's eyes flickered. Yadlik, I seem to know a little bit. The people on that planet are not strong, but have special abilities. He must have gone there to learn something. Shishi nodded. It should be. I don't know where they found out. As he said that, Shishi looked at Vegeta again. Hey, you are not allowed to mess around on Earth. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then snorted and turned his head away. Shishi looked at Vegeta and suddenly thought of a problem. Shishi said, By the way, Vegeta, you came to Earth and you don't have a place to live. No, I have to arrange a place for you to live, otherwise you will go and rob someone else's house. Shishi raised his head and touched his chin to think. Well, it's so difficult. Where should I arrange for you to live? The temple is definitely not okay, and Kame House is not okay. I guess my father's castle doesn't like you to live there either. Hearing Shishi muttering to himself, This is not okay, that is not okay. Vegeta raised his eyebrows and twitched the corners of his mouth twice, as if he was a stray dog who was about to be taken in. But Vegeta also saw that Shishi was a bit stupid, and spoke without thinking, which was easy to hurt people. But she didn't mean to dislike him, so Vegeta didn't say anything. He wanted to say that he would go to the gravity room and practice. Just live in that seaside resort. However, at this moment, he remembered the words of Shenron from Namek. To become a Super Saiyan, the conditions are not many. Whether it is basic combat power, a strong body, or extreme anger, he can have them. The only threshold is enough S-cells. Vegeta has been fighting all his life, how can he enjoy a peaceful life? It's better to relax during this period of time. Even if he doesn't go to the gravity room, a gravity bracelet is enough for him. Only when his mind is peaceful enough, and then he breaks this peace with anger, that's the moment he becomes a Super Saiyan. As a genius warrior, the Prince of Saiyan. After listening to the introduction of Shenron Porunga from Namek, Vegeta can still understand this relationship. At this moment, Shishi's eyes lit up. I remember that after Goku's grandfather went to the fortune teller, the house on Baizai Mountain has been empty for many years. For so many years, no one has lived in that house, and I don't know if it has collapsed now. If the house is broken, I will buy you a rubber plantation house and put it there. Vegeta looked at Shishi. Baizai Mountain. Shishi nodded. Yes, that's Goku's home, Goku grew up there. You are not allowed to destroy that place. I will lend it to you temporarily, understand? Vegeta's eyes fixed. Did Kakarot grow up there? Shishi nodded. Yes, Goku used to live on the mountain with his grandfather. Vegeta's eyes flickered, and he immediately said, come on, take me to live on Baizai Mountain. Shishi waved her hand. I won't take you there, it's inconvenient for a man and a woman alone. Wait a minute, I'll call Goku's brother and ask him to take you there. Vegeta. Suddenly, Shishi was stunned, and she said in a distressed tone, it's bad, he seems to have never been to that place and doesn't know the way. Vegeta. Krillin immediately came over and said, Shishi, I'll go with you, I also want to see the place where Goku grew up. Shishi immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll take you two there together. However, since you are going, Krillin, please help me. There is a gravity room in the warehouse of the capsule company. Put it in a capsule and take it away. Krillin nodded, no problem. Krillin went there. Shishi looked at Vegeta again and said, wait here, I'll go get a portable house to take with me. If the house collapses, you can use the new portable house. As he said that, he was about to walk towards home. Yamcha was a little surprised. Shishi, you have settled it so well. Shishi smiled and said, it's nothing, this is all Bulma's instructions. He said Vegeta was a dangerous person and was not good for the people. If this person is not settled on Earth, he will easily cause trouble. Vegeta. After a while, Shishi, Krillin, and Vegeta left the rubber plantation company. The three flew for a while and arrived at Baizai Mountain. Hey, Baizai Mountain looks even more beautiful from the sky. Krillin nodded and said, yes, the environment here is really good. In my opinion, if those Namekians are settled here, they will definitely be willing to live here. However, Vegeta's eyes became serious. There are people living on this mountain. Shishi was stunned for a moment. No, it has been idle for a long time. Vegeta said, look at the fields and ditches, they are all in order. There must be someone who has planned it. Krillin looked at the well-organized terraces and crops in surprise, and was also surprised. Really? Could it be that Goku's house was occupied by homeless people? Shishi and Krillin looked at each other. They both nodded. It's possible. Let's go and see who dares to occupy Goku's house. Let's drive them away. As they said, the three of them came to the top of the mountain and landed. Just as the three of them walked towards the house, a little boy ran up from the bottom of the mountain. Mom, I'm back. The three of them were startled, especially Shishi and Krillin. They immediately looked back. They saw a little boy of 4 or 5 years old carrying a small school bag, running towards the top of the mountain with the wind under his feet. Who is this child? The child saw the three people and stopped. He asked cautiously, who are you and what are you doing in my house? Krillin and Shishi were startled again. Your home, how can this be your home? It's Son Goku's home. Just at this moment, a woman's voice came from Son Goku's house. It's so noisy outside, is Xiaokong back? Hearing this voice, Krillin and Shishi were stunned again. Shishi scratched his head and said, why does this voice sound so familiar? Krillin looked at Shishi and immediately said, do you think so? I think so too. Who is it? As they spoke, both of them looked towards the house. A few seconds later, a woman walked out of the house. She had dark blue hair, an apron on her body, and a kitchen knife in her hand. After seeing her, Shishi and Krillin's pupils shrank. Lan Chi, why are you here? Lan Chi, with blue hair, covered her hands and was surprised. Shishi, Krillin, why are you here? Shishi did not answer Lan Chi, but looked at her in surprise. Lan Chi, why are you here? Did Goku lend you the house? Krillin seemed to understand a lot of things all of a sudden. I understand, Lan Kai. I said you left Kame house and disappeared. So you live here, get married and have children, that's great. Why didn't you invite us to a banquet when you got married? Really, you treat us as outsiders. Krillin turned his head and looked at the little boy instead of Lan Kai. Little boy, I'm your mother's good friend from many years ago. My name is Krillin, the one next to me is Shishi, and this one is Vegeta. You can just call us uncle and aunt. By the way, what's your name? The little boy looked at Krillin, Shishi and Vegeta, feeling a little shy. Lan Chi looked at the child and said, Xiaokong, they are all my mother's friends, call me uncle and aunt. 333. The little boy immediately shouted, hello uncle, hello aunt. Good boy, really good. Krillin smiled and said, "It's a pity that I came in a hurry. This is our first meeting, so I didn't bring anything. When there is a chance, I will bring you a big toy." Shishi also looked at Lan Chi and asked, "The child should be 5 or 6 years old. I didn't expect that it has been so many years. What's his name?" Before Lan Chi spoke, the little boy immediately answered, "My name is Sun Xiao Kong. Sun is the grandson of Sun Goku, Xiao is the small of big and small, Kong is the Kong of Sun Goku. My father is Sun Goku. Kaka." The little boy's self-introduction was completed. It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky that struck the minds of Shishi and Krillin. Shishi asked incredulously, "Did I hear it right? You said, your father is Sun Goku." The little boy looked at Shishi and nodded seriously. "Yes, my mother said so." Krillin's scalp went numb immediately after hearing the news. How could Sun Goku have another son? And Shishi heard it. However, at this moment, he realized that it was not him who should be going numb, but Shishi beside him. Sun Goku already married 2 beautiful wives, Shishi and Bulma. How could he still have a mistress? What's more, Krillin knew Sun Goku's character very well. He was definitely not a lustful guy. Krillin immediately comforted Shishi. "Shishi, don't worry, you and I grew up together with Goku, you should know better than me that he is not that kind of person, there must be some misunderstanding." Shishi nodded in panic, I know, Goku is not that kind of person." Krillin and Shishi looked at Lan Chi at the same time. Feeling the questioning eyes of the two, he scratched his head innocently. "Let me think about how to tell you. Well, it seems to be time for dinner. Otherwise, you go into the house to eat first, and I will sneeze and explain to you later." Shishi and Krillin also knew that although the blue-haired Lan Chi and the blonde Lan Chi were the same person, their working styles were completely different. Let the blonde Lan Chi explain, and it will be clear soon. So, the two nodded. At this moment, Vegeta looked at the child with interest. He should not be Kakaroto's son. Shishi and Krillin were immediately stunned. "Why?" Vegeta explained, "Son of Saiyan should have a tail. But you see, he doesn't have a tail behind him." The little boy immediately explained, "No, I have a tail. My mother said that if I keep my tail, I will become a gorilla and lose control, so she cut it off for me." Vegeta's mouth twitched. That's right, he must be Kakaroto's child. Only Saiyan children have tails. Chapter 123 Lan Chi, come with me. Soon, Lan Chi sneezed. She suddenly changed from a gentle and virtuous classical woman to a fierce and wild blonde. The two were waiting for Lan Chi to explain, but Lan Chi got a machine gun from somewhere and started shooting at the 3 of them. Bang, 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 bang. Shishi and Krillin were startled and dodged immediately. Seeing Vegeta standing there stupidly, Krillin was worried that Vegeta would fight back and hurt Lan Chi, so he immediately pulled Vegeta away. Soon, Shishi and Krillin hid behind a rock, and Vegeta was also pressed aside. Krillin shouted at Lan Chi, "Lan Chi, don't get excited. We haven't seen each other for many years. It's not good to shoot as soon as you meet." Shishi also shouted, "We are good friends, have you forgotten?" Seeing that she was very excited, Shishi and Krillin both tried to persuade her kindly. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Lan Chi's machine gun was still aimed at the stone where the 3 people were hiding. She changed the magazine and continued to shoot. At this moment, Xiao Kong immediately grabbed Lan Chi's head. "Mom, don't do it. Didn't you say they were uncles and aunts?" Lan Chi showed a wild smile at the corner of her mouth, sneered, and said, "Don't be afraid, son. They want to drive us away, mother will protect you." Bang, bang, bang. Lan Chi's machine gun emitted blue again. Krillin and Shishi have long been accustomed to Lan Chi's habit of pulling out guns and shooting at every turn. In addition, the two have not seen Lan Chi for many years and still miss her a little. It seems that there is no way to hear her explain Goku. However, Vegeta was shocked when he saw this scene. He lay behind the stone with a blank face. What's going on? How could she transform into a Super Saiyan? Krillin and Shishi were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Vegeta with a sneer on their faces. "Hey, Vegeta, are you stupid? Lan Chi just transformed, not Super Saiyan." "Yes, she is an Earthling, but she has a problem. She will transform whenever she sneezes. She changed from being gentle and kind to being violent and wild. It has nothing to do with Super Saiyan." A drop of cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead. "Isn't it? But I felt her breath. Although she became stronger after the transformation, it's nothing. But the strength of not transforming and transforming is completely different." Krillin Shishi was stunned again. Krillin scratched his head and said, "Hey, your analysis seems to be right." Shishi touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, "You know what, if Lan Chi could practice with us back then, maybe she would have reached the level of Super Saiyan today, and it would be easy for her to transform." At this moment, Dan's bullets smashed the stones in front of the 3 people. The 3 lost their cover. Vegeta snorted coldly, "Since she is not a Super Saiyan, I will subdue her." "Don't." Krillin stopped Vegeta. Then he said to Shishi, "Shishi, disarm her." Shishi immediately understood, then stood up and waved his hands, caught the bullet, and threw it on the ground. At the moment when the machine gun stopped firing, Yi flashed in front of Lan Chi, snatched Lan Chi's machine gun, gently broke it, and rubbed it casually, and the whole machine gun became a lump of iron. Shishi looked at Lan Chi and said, "Lan Chi, don't do it again, let's talk it out. We have been friends for so many years, there is no need to use knives and guns." I won't pursue the matter between you and Gaku, just tell me what happened, okay? A hint of success immediately flashed in the eyes of the blonde Lan Chi. At this moment, Xiaokang's eyes lit up. Wow, Auntie is so amazing. You can catch bullets with your bare hands and break guns. Are you a martial artist? Suddenly, the little guy praised her and she was surprised. You can't do it? Didn't Lan Kai teach you martial arts? Sun Xiaokang shook his head. Mom doesn't know. Shishi. After a while, the child was sent away. Let Krillin go outside to teach him martial arts. Then Lan Kai told Shishi about what happened with Son Goku that year. After hearing the story of Lan Kai and Son Goku that year, Zhen Zhen suddenly realized it. According to the child's age, the time was right. Everything was clear. Shishi said, so that's it. That year when we went to King Kai, we really didn't bring any food. I thought Goku went to find Bulma to prepare food, but Bulma wasn't there. After saying that, Xian looked at Lan Kai seriously. I'm sorry, I didn't know. You must have suffered a lot all these years alone. Lan Kai shook her head. No, I didn't suffer, not even a little bit. Goku gave me his treasure, and I haven't spent it all yet, so I feel very comfortable. Shishi smiled dumbly. Shishi looked at Lan Chi's appearance and figure again. She remembered that when she was young, Lan Chi was already a mature woman. Unexpectedly, now, she is married and pregnant. Lan Chi's appearance is still as beautiful as before, and her figure is still good. Even though she has become a mother, she is still very beautiful and young. Time still has not left any traces on her. Shishi figured it out soon. Even if she knew about Goku and Lan Chi today, she did not blame Goku's idea. Goku and her childhood sweethearts grew up together. She knows too well Goku. He is definitely not the kind of person who seeks flowers and asks for willows. Although he had a one-night stand with Lan Chi said that she was the first to make a move. So he had no choice, it must be. Even though he is very strong and can subdue Lan Chi when she is doing something wrong to him. But he has been kind-hearted since he was a child. And he definitely doesn't want to hurt Lan Chi, and he doesn't know how to refuse. If these things happen to others, it's hard to say. But if they happen to him, everything is excusable. After all, at that time, he was accompanied by two beautiful women, Bulma and himself. So he wouldn't be lonely. Moreover, after so many years, he has never come to Baizai Mountain once. No need to think, Xian already knows the reason. Goku wants to forget that night and wants to be responsible for her and Bulma. Let Lan Chi go as a passerby in a one-night stand, and never see her again in this life. Shishi took a deep breath. He is still the same Goku, not changed at all. Shishi said, Lan Chi, you can escape the pursuit and come to Baizai Mountain. This shows that we are destined to be together. If you don't have Goku's child, then forget it. But, Li Dihao, you are a woman with a child. I can't let you continue to live here alone. If Goku knew, he would also settle you down. Since I knew it first, I can't turn a blind eye. The child should go to elementary school, and can't always live in the mountains. Let's go, let me go to Zidou. Lan Chi was surprised. What? You want to take me to Zidou? Shishi nodded. What's wrong? You will live with us in the future, and there is Goku, don't you want to? Lan Chi nodded immediately. Yes, of course I am willing, but... Lan Chi's fingers were wrapped around. But what? Shishi held Lan Chi's hand with a firm look. Don't worry, Bulma is left to me. She is a sensible woman. Shishi. Lan Kai's eyes were filled with crystal tears. The next moment, Lan Kai threw herself into Shishi's arms and cried happily. Chapter 124, directly revealing the cards, Bulma is nervous. One day later, on Bulma's universe ship. After training and taking a shower, Goku was watching TV and trimming his nails carelessly. At this moment, Bulma, who had finished a phone call, walked in. She sat down on the sofa and leaned against Goku. Goku, I have something to tell you. Hearing Bulma's serious tone, Son Goku looked at Bulma. Why are you so serious? What's the matter? Bulma said, how long have you not been back to Baizai Mountain? Baizai Mountain. Son Goku's pupils shrank suddenly. He remembered that when he fought Frieza, so many people were transferred to Earth. Bulma was not at home. Could it be that Shishi settled those Namekians in Baizai Mountain and then found out? Seeing that Goku's expression had obviously changed, Bulma's eyes flashed a trace of anger. Son Goku's mind was also very fast, and it took only 2 seconds. Immediately, he said to Bulma in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, Bulma. There's something I didn't tell you. The year I went to King Kai, I went back to Baizai Mountain. That night, I accidentally had that kind of thing with Lan Chi. I'm really sorry. Later, Lan Chi has been settled in Baizai Mountain. But don't worry, I never went to find her again, really. Son Goku finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at Bulma with a face eager for forgiveness. Bulma was stunned. She wanted to force Goku to tell the whole picture of the matter step by step. Unexpectedly, Son Goku told her directly. Asterisk. Looking at Goku who was sincerely asking for forgiveness, the clarity in his eyes was still the same. Bulma was at a loss for a moment. Good guy, you are honest and admit your mistakes. 770. Bulma was a little speechless. Why does it feel like the way she gets along with Goku is a little abnormal? Bulma wanted to say, I am your wife 037, not your mother. She felt that the way she gets along with Son Goku was not so normal. On weekdays, Bulma takes care of Son Goku like taking care of her son. Thinking of Gaku having no mother to take care of him since childhood, Bulma no longer thought about this problem. Besides, seeing that he was so honest about Lan Kai's matter and confessed everything in one go, Bulma's original intention to quarrel with him was completely extinguished. Recalling all the details that Shishi told her on the phone, Uma reviewed them carefully. She seemed to have figured it out. According to Gaku's personality, things must have developed like this. Yes, Shishi was right. It must have been Lan Kai who took the initiative, and Gaku couldn't bear to refuse. He was practicing every day, how could he have the spare brain to think about these messy things? Bulma saw Gaku again with a sincere face admitting his mistakes, and the anger in her heart completely dissipated. Forget it, I don't mean to blame you. Don't act like you've made a huge mistake. I know you're not that kind of person. It must be Lan Chi's fault, so I don't blame you. It was like a heavy punch on cotton, and Ma felt something missing. Just let it go, and then tell him about the child and Lan Chi's settlement. Lan Chi gave Gaku a son, and Ji can't just leave her and her daughter alone. A woman, with a child, has been alone for more than 6 years, right? What's more, she is Lan Chi, an old acquaintance of theirs. Although she was a little irritable when she had blonde hair, but she was gentle and kind when she had blue hair, and knew how to take care of people. She was a very good woman. We can't let her continue to be alone with the child. Shishi did the right thing, but it wasn't quite right. It doesn't matter where you live. The main thing is the current, BDDC, identity. Who knew that before Bulma could organize her words, Son Goku organized them first. No, I can't push the responsibility away completely. Actually, it wasn't Lan Chi's fault. Although Lan Chi took the initiative. You know that I couldn't touch her even if I wanted to resist her. That night I was half-hearted, I did it on purpose. After it happened, I regretted it very much, and I knew I was wrong. Baizai Mountain is still too close, don't worry. I'll let you arrange it when we get back. Give her a large sum of money and let her move to the other side of the earth. I promise not to meet her again in the future. Is that okay, Bulma? Bulma. Hearing Son Goku's answer, Bulma's mind was full of loose ends again. She immediately raised her hand and said, "Don't worry, let me sort it out." The two looked at each other for a long time. Bulma immediately shook her head. No matter whose fault it was just now, let's turn the page. Now let's talk about another thing. Son Goku blinked. It's over? Don't you need to send her further away? Bulma couldn't help but swear. Send your sister? You are so heartless. You haven't been to Baizai Mountain for so many years. Do you know that Lan Chi gave you a son? What? Hearing that Lan Chi gave him a son, Son Goku immediately stood up in surprise. Lan Chi gave me a son, is it true? Seeing Son Goku's eyes wide open like copper bells, Bulma shrugged helplessly. How can this be false? Bulma stood up and picked up the cigarette box on the coffee table. She took out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Son Goku was very good at handling things at this moment. He immediately picked up the lighter and lit it for Bulma. Even Bulma was shocked by Son Goku's action at this moment. She did not refuse and naturally enjoyed the Super Saiyan lighting the cigarette. After a moment, Bulma blew a smoke ring. The child is 6 years old, it's time for him to go to school. You can't let him be a savage in the mountains. Son Goku nodded and continued to wait for the next words. Speaking of this, Bulma suddenly remembered her past life. In her past life, when she first met Son Goku, she couldn't even tell a woman apart. She even judged the gender of a woman by the position of the woman she photographed. That was clearly a little savage. And now, if Shishi hadn't settled Vegeta, he wouldn't have discovered Lan Chi Xiaochen at all. Hehe, that name was really random. In a few years, Sun Xiaokong will be a little older. If he meets a little girl who goes up the mountain, then he will repeat the route that Son Goku and her took in their past life. From a little savage, out of the mountains, into the world. Bulma's eyes became dazed. Is there really reincarnation in this world? Bulma, go on, and then what? Looking at Bulma's face full of memories, Son Goku quickly asked for the next step. Bulma also woke up from her memories. Shishi took Lan Chi and the child to the capsule company, and Lan Chi will live in our house in the future. I will arrange for your son to go to elementary school in Zida next summer. Son Goku stared at Bulma blankly. Asked, Lan Chi lives in our house, won't you be jealous? Bulma took another puff of her cigarette and looked at Son Goku. It's also because she has a miserable life. She will become a thug when she sneezes, so she can't get married. From this point of view, she is also very pitiful, so let's take her in. 17. Bulma took a step forward, stared into Son Goku's eyes, and continued, at least the blue-haired Lan Chi is so gentle and a good woman. She will live with us in the future, you have to be nice to her. Son Goku raised an objection. Bulma, I think you are better than her. Bulma was stunned for a moment. I said you are better than Lan Chi. Son Goku said seriously. Looking at Goku's sincere eyes and savoring what he just said, Bulma realized that she was actually praised. Caught off guard by Goku's praise, Shima's face actually flushed. Bulma lowered her head and said shyly, what's wrong with me? In fact, I sometimes have a bad temper. However, the arc of her mouth could not be suppressed at all. Bulma pulled her clothes close to her body, fanned herself with her palms, and said, it seems that we haven't walked out of the radiation circle of the 3 suns of Namek, and it's still so hot. The air conditioner is turned on, but I still sweat all the time. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me in the room later. As she said that, Bulma put out her cigarette, looked at Gaku with a charming look, and then went to the bathroom. Seeing Bulma like this, Son Goku's knot in his heart was completely put down. Not long after, Bulma's voice came from the bathroom. Hey, Gaku, come and rub my back. I'm here. I'm so tired today. I'll leave the front to you. A few days later, the two arrived at the planet Yadlik. There is only one person here, and there is a great elder. Son Goku followed the great elder to learn spirito and breath control. This is also a very difficult practice. By controlling the breath, you can exert more of your strength. The energy originally the size of a light bulb can be enlarged to the size of a house at once. Moreover, as long as you study well enough and understand deeply enough, you can also master skills such as instant transmission and forced separation. More than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Gaku's training has not been completed yet, but Bulma is idle here. Although there are only himself and Gaku, can enjoy the world of two people every night. But he was practicing all day. No socializing, no shopping, no entertainment, no games, too boring. She wanted to take Son Goku away from here and go back to Earth. However, Bulma suddenly thought of the androids that will appear in the future. That is a more powerful existence than Frieza. Bulma looked at the mountain, and a trace of solemnity appeared in her eyes. No, Gaku's practice cannot stop. I am useless here. Why don't I go back to Earth by myself? And see if I can find Dr. Gero's laboratory in advance and kill him in one fell swoop? In this way, the crisis of androids will be eliminated. I can pick up Gaku later. After thinking it through, Bulma told Gaku directly after he finished practicing today that she was too bored and wanted to go back to Earth and pick him up later. Son Goku readily agreed. So, Bulma drove the universe ship alone and returned to Earth. P.S. The chapter is a bit small. There is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 125 Bulma meets number 18. A few days later, Bulma returned to Earth. Capsule Company. Bulma is back. Bulma is back. Shishi shouted happily. Blue-haired Lan Chi saw the universe ship landing, and she felt a little hopeful and a little tangled. She had called him her husband, the brat in her eyes. She didn't know how to greet Son Goku. Should she call him her husband, or Gaku, or something dear? Sun Xiaokong saw the huge universe ship, looked up and asked Lan Chi, Mom, is that the universe ship? Lan Chi was stunned for a moment, woke up from her daze, and then lay down for a while. Yeah, yes, that's Bulma's universe ship. Shishi looked at Sun Xiaokong happily. Now, you look more and more like Gaku when he was a child. When you see Son Goku later, remember to call him Daddy, don't be shy. Sun Xiaokong blinked and asked expectantly, is Son Goku back? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Chi immediately corrected him, Xiaokong, you can't call him by his name, you have to call him Daddy. Sun Xiaokong nodded immediately. Is Daddy back? Yes, I'm going to see Daddy soon, are you happy? Happy. The spaceship stopped steadily, and several people excitedly ran to the door of the spaceship to greet him. Soon, the spaceship opened. Bulma walked down the stairs wearing her little leather shoes. Seeing Shishi, Lan Chi, and a child waiting, Bulma was surprised. Oh, you two are waiting for me. I didn't expect me to be so popular, ha 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 ha. Bulma walked towards Shishi. Shishi, do you miss me? Shishi held her big belly and nodded. Yeah, I thought about it. Bulma looked at Shishi's belly and sighed, in a blink of an eye, your belly is already 7 months old, and you will give birth in 2 months. Gaku, that guy, probably won't be back by then. Shishi blinked. What do you mean he won't be back by then? Didn't Gaku come back? Hearing Bulma's words, Lan Chi was also stunned. She also looked at Bulma. Sun Xiaokong beside her also looked at Bulma with a question mark on his face. Bulma explained, Gaku's training cannot be stopped yet, and he probably needs another half a year to come back. But I have something to do and can't wait for him, so I came back early. I will pick him up after half a year. After Bulma finished speaking, whether it was Shishi, Lan Chi or Sun Xiaokong, they all showed disappointment on their faces. So Gaku didn't come back. You were so happy for nothing. Lan Chi looked at the sky and murmured, it's okay, 6.5 years have passed, and it's okay to wait another half a year. As he said that, Aoxian looked at Xiaokong. Dad has something else to do, he is practicing, and he can't come back. Sun Xiaokong nodded. I know, Dad is the most powerful Super Saiyan in the world, he must practice well. Then, Mom will send me to the holiday estate, and I will also go to find a master to practice. Lan Chi nodded. Well, I'll send you there. As he said that, Lan Chi looked at Bulma. Thank you, Bulma. Bulma smiled and said, it doesn't matter, we have been friends for so many years. We know each other well. I will definitely accept you. Even if you told me a few years earlier, I would agree. Lan Chi thanked her again, but Bulma hugged her. He patted her back hard, and everything was said without words. After a while, Bulma squatted down and looked at Sun Xiaokong. You are Sun Xiaokong, right? Sun Xiaokong looked at Bulma and responded, well, hello, Aunt Bulma. Bulma's mouth curled up a crescent. Hello, just now you said you were going to find a master to practice. Who is your master? Sun Xiaokong answered seriously, it's Uncle Krillin, he accepted me as his apprentice. Bulma blinked. It's Krillin, that's right, except for your father. Krillin is the most powerful person on the earth. Moreover, he and your father learned the same martial arts. Sun Xiaokong nodded. Well, I know. Shishi looked at Bulma, supported his waist and said, if I wasn't pregnant, it would be inconvenient to move, otherwise I would teach him martial arts. Let Krillin teach him, I think Krillin is quite happy. Bulma smiled and said, as long as it's not with Master Roshi, that old pervert, I'll feel more at ease. Shishi and Lankai Bulma looked at each other, and then the three of them burst into laughter. A few days later, a small island in the southern part of the earth. Bulma drove the plane and circled here for a long time. Through various tools, even the longitude and latitude lines were used. She finally found the coordinates of the base where Dr. Gallo originally made artificial humans. However, there was nothing here. There were only stones and mountains. Detecting underground, there was only soil, no basement, underground laboratory, or anything like that. Looking at the undeveloped deserted island, Bulma fell into deep thought. Strange, it's obviously here. But there are only rocks, peaks, and a forest here. There is no underground laboratory, what's going on? While looking around, Bulma said, could it be that Dr. Gallo hasn't built a laboratory yet? Bulma was a little discouraged because she couldn't find the laboratory. Since she couldn't find it at the designated location, Bulma gave up looking. She found an excuse for not continuing to look. It must be the butterfly effect. Maybe there are no artificial humans in this world. Forget it, let's go back. As he said that, Bulma was about to go back. Just then, a dinosaur ran out of the forest not far away. It roared and ran towards Bulma. Her plane was too big to be noticed. Seeing the huge dinosaur, Bulma was startled. She immediately took out her pistol and fired several bullets at the dinosaur. Bio, bio, bio. However, the bullet hit the dinosaur. Only scratched its skin a little, but did not stop the dinosaur's pace. The pain caused by the bullet to the dinosaur made the dinosaur even crazier. It opened its big mouth and bit Bulma. Seeing the dinosaur that was about to swallow her, Bulma was so scared that her legs went limp. But the adventurous spirit in her bones made her unable to give up. So, she ran away. Help! Is there anyone? Bulma shouted while running. Horse. She originally planned to bring Shishi along. With her protection, ordinary dangers on this earth are nothing. But Shishi's belly was so big that she didn't dare to call her. Bulma thought about it and realized that no one invaded the earth during this period. The earth was in a peaceful period, so there was no danger. Bulma never thought that she would be buried in the mouth of a dinosaur. Feeling the fishy smell from the mouth of the dinosaur behind her, Bulma felt her scalp numb. If even her body was eaten by the dinosaur, she didn't know if the Dragon Ball on Earth could revive her. Bulma felt nauseous when she thought of being eaten by a dinosaur and turned into poop. But the pursuit behind her made her unable to stop for a moment. People are indeed extraordinary, and they can perform beyond their normal performance at critical moments. Bulma usually doesn't exercise much, and at this moment, her legs are almost running out of afterimages. But, that's all she can do. The dinosaur behind her is much stronger and more physically fit than her. Thinking of this, Bulma felt that she was going to die soon in this remote place. The broken house was even worse with continuous rain. Suddenly, Bulma stepped on a small stone and her foot twisted to the side. Crack! She twisted her foot. The strong inertia made her fly out and lie on the ground. The intense pain made her grit her teeth. This was not over yet. She just raised her head. The huge dinosaur opened its big mouth with a fishy smell and bit towards her. Bulma seemed to see herself being torn apart and eaten. Silent fear filled her whole body. Although, she knew that, whether it was Shishi, Goku, or Krillin, if they knew she was missing, they would definitely look for her. If they knew she was dead, they would definitely collect Dragon Balls to revive her. But she didn't want to die once. It felt too painful to be eaten and die. Bulma opened her mouth and howled, "Help me!" The next moment, the dinosaur suddenly roared, as if it was hit by something, and flew backwards. The huge body hit the rock, smashing out a large cloud of dust. Bulma looked carefully. I saw two backs suddenly blocking her way. Bulma knew that she was saved. Just now, she had goosebumps all over her body because of the fear, but now they finally disappeared. Thank you. Just at this moment, the two figures turned their heads and looked at Bulma. Bulma also saw their faces clearly. In an instant, goosebumps came up again. She would never forget these two faces, and she could recognize them almost even if they turned into ashes. They looked like Android 17 and Android 18, but their faces were a little immature. Even so, in the future, they ruled the Earth for more than 10 years and almost exterminated humans. Bulma would never forget them. How come she just escaped from the mouth of the dinosaur and encountered these two demons? She only had one thought in her mind, my life is over. At this moment, the boy who looked like number 17 looked at Bulma seriously, and said with some reproach, "What are you doing here? I just heard gunshots and thought it was a poacher. I didn't expect it was a little girl who was powerless. I tell you, this island is full of animals. If it wasn't us, you would have been eaten just now. It's too dangerous, let's leave here quickly." At this moment, the girl who looked like number 18 said reluctantly, "Loss, I just took action. Don't make the decision for me, I don't plan to save her for free." As she said, the girl who looked like number 18 walked towards Bulma. She stepped on a stone with one foot, and looked at Bulma a little carelessly. "Hey, this beautiful city sister. I just saved you, shouldn't you thank me?" Bulma blinked, "Thank you." Hearing her tone, Bulma was no longer afraid. The girl who looked like number 18 continued, "I know the clothes you are wearing. This is a big brand, and one piece probably costs tens of thousands of yuan. You can tell at a glance that you are a rich man, and your life must be very valuable. I saved you, you can't let me save you for nothing, right? How about this, you give me 1 million as a thank you, how about that? If you think it's too much, you can bargain. Before number 18 finished speaking, Zyma took out a card. There are 100 million in this card, all for you. Chapter 126. Number 18 made a rich friend. Bulma was reborn. After hearing the conversation between the two people who looked like 17 and 18, Bulma immediately saw their personalities. They were completely different from the 17 and 18 she knew in her previous life. Bulma simply thought about it and understood the cause and effect. They were just an ordinary pair of siblings, not android 17 and 18. Or, it was the butterfly effect again. Her rebirth caused a chain reaction, and many inadvertent little things changed, resulting in them not being transformed into androids by Dr. Gallo. Bulma was also relieved. After understanding that they were not a pair of demons in the future world, Bulma carefully looked at the siblings, or the sister and brother. This girl who looked like 18 had a very unique personality. She was casual and cheerful. The action of asking for money from her, as well as the rich facial expressions, such as desire, expectation, and bargaining, showed a rich emotion of gain and loss. This feeling of being a bit mercenary and fireworks showed her lovely side. She is totally different from the cold-blooded number 18 in the future. As for her clothes, although they are beautiful and the styles are novel, Bulma can tell at a glance that they are all cheap goods. Like all the girls in their prime, she likes beautiful clothes. It seems that this girl also loves beauty, but her family doesn't seem to be well off. No wonder she wants to ask for a thank you fee for saving her. Since she saved herself, it's okay to give her a thank you fee. So, Bulma didn't hesitate and took out a card with 100 million. It's not to show off wealth, but to thank her. Although the currency has been depreciating and prices have been rising in recent years, this 100 million is not a small amount. But for Bulma, it is still the nine-tailed fox. However, such a large amount of money, for the girl who looks like number 18, is an astronomical figure, even enough to improve her life. The girl who looked like number 18 and the boy who looked like number 17 looked at the card in Bulma's hand with shock. They were stunned for a moment. How much? -1Z. Bulma said affirmatively. The girl who looked like number 18 took the card and played with it casually. Then she put on a nonchalant expression and said with some disdain, "Please, read it. Even if you give me 100,000 yuan, I will believe it. But you actually took out a card with 100 million yuan. This is a big joke, right? I have only seen this denomination of 100 million when I visited my grandfather's grave. Do I look easy to deceive?" Hearing the girl who looked like number 18 say this, and put on a nonchalant expression, Bulma's mouth twitched a little. Is 100 million a lot? Saving my life is not worth even 100 million, but only 100,000 yuan? It's not even enough for Goku's meal? Bulma was about to argue, and the girl who looked like number 18 threw the card to her again. Although I know you are joking with me again, I was also joking with you just now. There are many wild animals on this island, and they are very fierce. Don't come here if you don't have some skills. Leave quickly. The girl who looked like number 18 turned her head and said, "Let's go." The boy who looked like number 17 nodded. The two walked away together without any delay. Bulma wanted to get up, but just when she got up halfway, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle and sat down again. She looked down and saw that her ankle was not swollen. She forgot something, she just sprained her foot. Hey, wait a minute. The two who looked like number 17 and number 18 turned their heads and looked at Bulma. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Could it be that I saved you and you didn't give me money, and you feel bad about it? The blonde girl asked playfully. Bulma said, "Sorry, I just twisted my foot. Can you help me to my plane? It's not far away." The blonde girl blinked and said in surprise, "You have a plane?" Bulma was stunned for a moment. "Why, is it strange to have a plane?" The blonde girl immediately said, "Come on, it's a plane, not an electric car. Only the rich can afford it." Bulma was stunned for a moment. Said, "Well, although I'm not a country boy, you can treat me as a rich man." The blonde girl's eyes immediately brightened. "It seems that you are really rich." Bulma nodded. "It's okay, mainly because my dad is rich. I don't have much concept of money, as long as it's enough to spend." The blonde girl immediately walked to Bulma's side, helped Bulma up, and introduced, "The idiot next to you is Lapis, my twin brother. My name is Lashli. Rich sister, please be my friend." Bulma was helped up by her and looked at her in surprise. The breeze blew, and her golden hair was a little messy, constantly swaying in front of her eyes, but it still couldn't hide her beautiful eyes. The blue pupils flashed with the light of youth and vitality, clear, sunny, and full of vitality. From the light of her pupils, you can see a hint of cunning. Bulma couldn't help but sigh that she perfectly interpreted what eyes that can speak are. Not only are her eyes beautiful and lively, the vigor, activity, and vigorous spirit of an adolescent girl are fully interpreted on her face. The straight nose, cherry-like mouth, and athletic figure made Bulma a little stunned. Bulma suddenly found that as a girl, she seemed perfect. Realizing that Bulma was looking at her, Lashli blinked and touched her face. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Bulma shook her head immediately. No, it's just that it's the first time someone calls me a rich man, so I'm a little uncomfortable. You should call me Bulma." "Is your name Bulma? What a nice name." Bulma smiled and said, your name is nice too. Lajli smiled and said, thank you. So, rich sister, can you give me the card just now? Bulma. Although Bulma's brain circuit didn't keep up with her, Bulma still took out the card and put it in Lajli's hand. Lajli took the card excitedly and kissed it hard. Thank you, rich sister. Bulma's mouth twitched. You're welcome. Great, ha 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 ha, I have money now, I can buy beautiful clothes and delicious food. Lapis looked at Lajli with some disdain and said, Lajli, this amount is too large. You should return the card to her quickly, otherwise it will be considered blackmail. 1. No way. Lajli stuck out her tongue at Lapis playfully. The next moment, she looked at Bulma again. Rich sister, you gave me this money voluntarily, right? Bulma nodded, of course. Suddenly, Lajli asked, what's the password? 618. It's the initial password. Sister is really rich and inhumane. Seeing Lajli's happy expression, Zyma suddenly thought of something. Once a person gets something for nothing, it is very likely to be ruined. Bulma immediately realized that she had given too much and might have harmed her. But, since she had given it all, it would be too cheap to take it back. Immediately reminded, this money is a thank you fee for saving me. If you have no money to spend in the future, don't go through illegal means, understand? Lajli nodded frequently. I know. With so much money, you can't spend it all in your lifetime. I'm easy to support. By the way, rich sister, you can't walk anymore, right? How about I carry you on my back? Bulma was stunned for a moment. No need, right? Lajli said generously, it's okay, I have martial arts skills, it's easy for me to carry you on my back. As he said that, Lajli squatted in front of Bulma. Come on, get on. A moment later, Bulma boarded the plane. When driving the plane and taking off in the air, Bulma didn't want to wave goodbye to her. But he found that the brother and sister had already boarded a small broken boat and went to the town next door. Lapis shook the oars with both hands, and the water splashed 10 meters away. The speed of the boat caught up with the speedboat. Bulma couldn't help but stare blankly. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The martial artists on Earth all felt the breath of uneasiness. An evil and powerful breath was getting closer and closer to the Earth. The Z warriors on Earth were originally busy with their own affairs, and this terrifying breath shocked them all. Klin was enjoying a warm family life at home, and suddenly cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His wife Snow asked, what's the matter? Are you uncomfortable? Klin was shocked and said, this breath seems to be Frisia's. Didn't Goku kill Frisia? Everyone should have noticed it. I'll go with everyone to check it out. Zidu. Shishi held the child in her arms and looked up at the sky with some worry. Bulma has been gone for a month, why hasn't she brought Goku back yet? This aura is too much like Frisia, and the strength seems to be stronger than Frisia at the beginning. 0.2 should be the King Cold that Vegeta mentioned. Goku, Bulma, come back soon. On Baizai Mountain, Vegeta looked at the sky and clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. It turned out to be King Cold who came to Earth. It came so early. I thought it would take a few years to find Earth. If I could become a Super Saiyan now, I would definitely grind you to ashes. Tien Shinyan's martial arts school. We were about to catch up with Goku, but Goku turned into a Super Saiyan, which widened the gap between us. If only I could increase the Kaioken's multiple. If I had a new Kaioken, I would definitely be able to defeat this evil guy. At this moment, Yamcha came over. Let's go, Tien Shinyan. Goku hasn't come back yet, so we have to protect the Earth this time. Do you remember the previous team battle? Of course, I never slacked off. Let's go. On Bulma's universe ship. Bulma, can you go faster? Son Goku said anxiously. Don't worry, we'll catch up. Let me show you the power of my newly invented curvature engine. As he spoke, Bulma pressed the button, and the spaceship turned into a stream of light, shooting towards the Earth. You reached the last chapter available for this novel.